said Blanche was on Meet the Press. I don't know who that is. Blanche? Who's that? Blackie? Blanche. Who's this TT? Who's this person? The Attorney General. Oh, that one.
Yeah, you
That got no child on it.
Talk about nothing.
I thought we watched that one, Ben.
Okay, so Janine Pirro and Barney Frank was on State of the Union. Chris Wright. No, that was last week. So this week is just Janine Pirro and Barney Frank as their featured guests. Let me see who was on.
Yeah, Barney Frank is actually in hospice care. He was actually did the interview for his hospice care.
Okay.
Energy has eyes closed. Oh my God, yes. He's the guy that for the gay and lesbian rights or something or another.
Yeah, but now he's coming out saying that the progressive left is doing it wrong. And it's interesting because he's historically a progressive. He's actually just wrote a book basically telling progressives to stop doing what they're doing. I don't know exactly, but he explained it in the interview. It's pretty cool. The Janine Pirro interview was interesting too. He tried to get her on a couple of things, but she's a master at.
She's a master at alcohol.
No, she's a master at interviews because she had her own television show, so you can't play her. She's well trained for media.
So the guest they might be better for the other one because this one got Kevin Hassett. This is for Face the Nation.
The best one each week is this week with Slappadopoulos and what's the woman? ABC this week usually has the best interviews, and they have a good round table with Chris Christie and what's the black woman from Louisiana?
Yeah, there's a short.
Who's the black woman from Indiana? Donna Brazil. So that's really it's very good back and forth.
My place taking it in with Jackson.
Yeah. Starts off with Janine Pirro.
Can you please find yourself behind the mute button? Thank you.
I don't think they got full episodes on.
Yeah, that's why I could never play it. I had it live yesterday, but they were engulfed in another conversation, so I didn't play it.
And then let me Google where to watch. Amazon Prime. I'm not paying $2 to watch that shit.
All the Sunday shows ready because I have YouTube TV, and so I don't know which one would you like. I have them on.
Why don't we play State of the not State of the Union. Yeah, State of the Union with Jack Tapper.
You want that from the beginning? You want the Janine Pirro?
Yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah, I got it all. No commercials. Go straight in.
I don't have YouTube TV, man. I have Hulu.
If you think you're
Matter of fact, let me see if I got it on my
there you go. He said face.
Just an attempt at my life.
Can you hear that all right?
As investigators released new video of the attack, what else was happening just out of frame? U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro's first CNN interview next.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear it.
All right, cool.
Once political earthquake after shaking up the midterms, the Supreme Court may now rule on abortion rights as the midterm stakes rise. Why don't voters trust either party to fix it? Republican Senator Tom Tillis joins me ahead. And looking back, a progressive firebrand takes stock of his life in politics. I've been trying to decide from which Kevin be an icon. His message for his party when former Democratic Congressman Barney Frank joins me from hospice care. Ahead. Hello, I'm Big Tapper in Washington with the state bargaining is 9 weeks into a 6-week war and 6 months after the midterm elections. President Trump back on the campaign trail this weekend, filming his first public event at the Villages in Florida, his first since being the target of yet another failed assassination attempt, this time at the White House Correspondents Association meeting last Saturday. The president has since joked about refusing to wear a bulletproof vest because of that 20 pounds he has vowed to quickly reschedule the dinner. But with the suspected gunman behind bars, questions remained about the Secret Service security posture around the event, and as authorities released new videos of the attacker appearing to case the hotel and then dashing through the security magnetometer, we still don't have a clear view of everything that happened as the gunman got closer to that stairway leading to the hotel ballroom. Joining us now is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia who's handling this case, Janine Pirro. Do I have this right? This is your very first interview on CNN? Not ever, but in quite some time. Probably a decade. Well, welcome to CNN. Welcome. Let's begin with this Secret Service officer or agent who was shot at the dinner. On Thursday, you said the suspect in the shooting, Cole Allen, quote, fired off that 12-gauge shotgun one time, and, quote, he fired that gun in the direction of the Secret Service officer. Have you been able to determine yet which gun actually hit the Secret Service agent, and will you present that evidence to the public? Well, we have been able to determine which gun it was. First of all, there's video of the defendant shooting at the Secret Service agent. There is also the agent who will tell you himself that he was shot at and then he returned the fire. But more importantly, Jake, is the fact that we now can establish that a pellet that came from the buckshot from the defendant's Mossberg pump-action shotgun was intertwined with the fiber of the vest of the Secret Service officer. So it's definitively his bullet? It is definitively his bullet. He hit that Secret Service agent. He had every intention to kill him and anyone who got in his way, on his way to killing the President of the United States. This was a premeditated, violent act calculated to take down the President and anyone who was in the line of fire. And you and I were both in that combat zone, and we know what it was like. It was a very dangerous situation. And but for law enforcement and their quick reaction, this thing could have been much worse. The surveillance video we have seen shows one vantage point, the one you just alluded to with this gun going up.
As I try to keep on.
Oh.
The suspect and several officers then run out of frame. Is there additional surveillance video of what happens down the hall, and is that going to be released too?
Well, as we go forward, there will be more that will be released. But at this point, we've released everything we needed for the detention. We will be going into the grand jury. May 8th is a preliminary hearing scheduled. But as things become more public, we are more than happy to be transparent.
Is there more video?
There will be more video.
Okay,
Yes.
but from after they run out of frame?
Yes.
Okay. In the surveillance video that you posted on social media, we see this officer with a canine, with a dog, stop in a doorway that the suspect had just walked through. The police dog seemed to have an idea that something was on the other end of that door. The officer tugs him back. I'm not finding fault with the officer. But then seconds later, they walk away. The suspect runs out, charging through the dinner with a rifle in his hand. What exactly happened there, and what's on the other side of those doors?
Well, apparently the defendant, and we know that he had been casing the hotel while he was in the hotel. We have video, and you will see that because we've been very transparent with the evidence. But he goes into that room to take off a long coat that he has on.
So that's a room on the other side?
That's a room, and he discards the coat. He's wearing a long dark coat because he has to hide the Mossberg pump action shotgun. And he takes the coat off. As soon as he does, he comes out like a bat out of hell to start to approach what's going on there. Talk about the dog. I'm not an expert with dogs, but my understanding is that...
You have 4 dogs, though.
I do. So you have many yourself. We were talking about that. This dog, as I understand it, is a bond dog. It's a bond protection dog. But as we get more information, we'll be clear. Again, it's a fluid situation. More will come out.
I want to ask you this. With all due, you were a guest at the dinner.
Yes.
And potentially, God forbid, target, right? You're in the administration.
Right.
Has it been suggested to you at any point by anyone that maybe you need to recuse yourself because you were both a witness and a potential target?
Absolutely not. I mean, there is no way. I mean, that would be like telling witnesses that, you can't testify at the trial because you were there. The truth is that there were 25 of us who were there, and my ability to prosecute this case has nothing to do with my being there.
Okay. Let's talk about, because you said that the president was the target.
Yes.
Let me just state, before I ask these 2 questions,
Yes.
I am not questioning that President Trump was the target.
I hope not.
I'm not.
He clearly was.
I'm not, but as an evidentiary matter, it seems like the defense is going to challenge that. So I want to ask you about that. The defense says that the manifesto was vague about who specifically the target was. Cole Allen is being charged with attempting to assassinate the president. What is the case that you're going to build other than the obvious facts that he's there with a gun and the president is there, which is not nothing, don't get me wrong.
No, it's a pretty solid case.
But what's the evidentiary? Because they're going to say, he doesn't say in the manifesto that Trump is the target by name.
I think if you read the manifesto, and I know that you have, it is very clear who the intended target is. It is very clear based upon the fact that as soon as this president said that he was going to be in Hilton for the White House Correspondents' Dinner on March 2nd, he then made the decision to hatch the plan. We have a lot of evidence that indicates his intent and the fact that everything that he did thereafter, whether it was, following what the president was doing, where he was going to the day of the event at the hotel, tracking on his phone. Is the president in the ballroom yet? Has the president sat down yet? What time will dinner be served? This is clearly the president is the target. And make no mistake, it is not just the manifesto. It is his actions. It is the fact this man this guy thought he was Rambo. He was armed to the teeth.
Took selfies.
He took selfies. He's got the Mossberg. He's got all kinds of ammunition with it. He's got the 38. He's got knives, daggers, sheaths, holsters, wire cutters, needle nose pliers, and he takes a picture of himself.
Yeah.
He is smug, he is proud, and he is focused on what he's doing. And by the way, I know you want to get through your questions, so I want to make one.
You've done this before.
Yeah. This guy.
Yeah.
What is his defense? Because that's what you're getting at. Did he really want to kill the president? I can tell you we won't be able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But one issue that people might think about, is he insane? He is far from insane. He is brilliant. He has a master's degree. He worked at a NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is a guy who had no psychotic break. He documented his trip from the West Coast all the way to Chicago, all the way to Washington, and he talks about the beautiful country and the Southwest desert and the woods of Pennsylvania, and he is very, very lucid and clear.
So you alluded to the target being cleared by the manifesto. The only name in the manifesto is Kash Patel. He cites
He
Kash
leaves him out.
which he says he's not. Kash Patel's not a target. He does say, and I want to apologize for using this language, but he does say, quote, "I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes," unquote.
Now, first of all, that's outrageous. I mean, there's a lot of other things you could have referred to. This guy is a hater. He hates Trump so much he wants to kill him.
Is he talking about Trump in that?
You're going to have to ask him that. I don't really care.
So let me ask you a question. President Trump is now awfully, horribly been the target of 3 assassination attempts that we know of.
Right, that we know of, exactly.
There's obviously a lot of out there, horrific language out there. I just quoted from some of it from the alleged shooter who didn't get that from nowhere. That's a lot of crazy people saying a lot of horrific things. I want to play Tucker Carlson, your former colleague at Fox, last month talking about the president.
Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
That seems incendiary too, no?
Look, you know, the whatever Tucker Carlson says is not relevant to me right now. I really don't care about what he says. All I care about are the facts, the evidence, and what I can prove. All of this other stuff is noise. What we've got is a president of the United States. He is literally being targeted. He is being hunted. And our job, and the job of everyone in law enforcement, is to protect that president. I don't care what people on the outside say. I disagree with them entirely. But what we cannot do, Jim, we cannot blame the victim. We cannot start saying...
I'm not blaming the victim.
Right. And I don't want other people to blame the victim either. And that's what this is about. This is about people who are so above and beyond their skis that they think that they can discuss all kinds of issues that have nothing to do with them and that are creating problems for people like the president.
What is your response when you see these deranged conspiracy theories on the left and the right saying that this was staged? And again, let me say,
Yeah, I saw that.
I was in the room. It was not staged. This was legit. I'm not trying to give credence to it,
Thank you.
but there's a lot out there about that. What do you think when you see it?
Well, what I think is that people don't know what they're talking about, and that's why it's so important for this administration and for me, for the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche. We got these videos out, Jake, as soon as we could. We went into that detention hearing, and we put evidence on the record after the detention hearing so that we could be transparent, so that you could see the videos, you could see the evidence, you could see what we knew we already had. And that's what we're about. We're about proving the case. All of this other stuff is nonsense. Sometimes I think people just waste their time. Follow the evidence, follow the facts, and that's where we are.
But it is what Tucker said. Another former colleague of yours, Jonah Goldberg, says that to him, and I'm paraphrasing here, what Tucker said about the Antichrist is more incendiary than what James Comey posted on Instagram. While not defending what James Comey posted on Instagram, do you see Jonah's point?
You know, I'm really not here as a political pundit anymore. I'm here as a prosecutor. My job is to decide whether or not I have evidence and whether I've got 30 years in this, a prosecutor, a DA, a judge, and now the United States attorney. My job is to not talk about talking heads and what they say. My job is to come here and offer you, CNN, any evidence that we have that will answer the questions you have.
Let's talk about one more case before you go.
Of course.
The criminal investigation into the outgoing Federal Reserve Territorial
Yes.
account that you suspended.
Yes.
I know you've spoken with my next guest, Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina.
I have not spoken
You have not?
about this case ever.
Okay. So he has concerns about the investigation, obviously.
Yeah.
If the Inspector General ultimately does not find any criminal wrongdoing, any evidence of criminal wrongdoing by Jerome Powell, will you commit that you will
found nothing. It's often that I can go in and say, you found nothing, but I found a crime. So I want to see those statements. I want to see what's there. If there's something there, great. And if there isn't, I'll go home.
Okay. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jane Hero. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Hope you'll come back.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
He took on the White House and won. Next up, I'm going to ask Republican Senator Tom Tillis and what he decided to do.
Senator, can you pause for a second?
Yes. That's been paused. I don't know if we want to go beyond that, right? Did you just want to do the clear up interview or did you want more?
Well, so we can talk about it.
Okay.
It's a little weird to me how someone who was in a ballroom can be a witness to a person committing a crime that they didn't see. That's kind of weird when he asked that question.
No, he said that he said that she was a target. She's a potential target of the perpetrator, and she was a witness to, what happened because she was one of 2,500 guests that were in the ballroom. So he asked her if she thinks she should recuse herself. And she thought that was ridiculous because how is she going to prosecute? Well, how is she going to maintain a fair and balanced investigation if she was both the target and a witness to what happened? She was saying she can, to me, it seems like a conflict of interest, but she seems to not recognize that conflict.
A victim of a crime is a valid witness to that crime. It's not a trial. There's no conflict.
But what the prosecutor, the conflict is how can she also prosecute? How can she also see the prosecutor? My God, what?
Prosecutor's job is to prove the truth.
You weren't even here when they were talking. You know what we're talking about. The question was, how can you, as a victim, as a target, also be neutral and objective as a prosecutor? He was asking, why didn't you recuse yourself? That's all.
Prosecutor's job is the pursuit of the truth.
That doesn't nothing to do with the question.
They're not obligated to be neutral and objective. They're obligated to pursue the truth.
I think he just likes to speak there.
Yeah, but he's got like 1 more minute. He didn't even hear the question. He wasn't even in here.
You repeated the question. I heard it.
It was longer than that. Don't respond to me again.
Thank you, Command Kennedy, for playing this morning, because I don't have YouTube to play that.
Yeah. So I guess let me ask you this: when a prosecutor doesn't tend to be neutral, as far as now I'm thinking about it, prosecutor, they say the person is guilty, and I'm going to be able to prove their guilt. So they never really known any airs about being neutral. I mean, they do want to do what's fair and just, but they always come out and say, we're gonna prove this person is guilty. That's what I remember DAs doing all around the country. Is that not true? It's not like they approach this by saying, we don't know if he's innocent or guilty. We're going to take a stepwise approach. No, they say, we think he's guilty. That's why we arrested him. That's why we indicted him. And we're going to be able to prove his guilt. So, from that perspective, maybe there is no conflict because she's already assuming his guilt based on the evidence that's been presented.
Right, and why she should. How is she a witness? That's why I'm confused.
But she was in the ballroom with the man.
She was in the ballroom, but he didn't make it to the bar.
Right. So, like, literally, I was at the hospital last week. And while I was at the hospital, a man shot his wife and then brought her to the hospital.
What?
They locked down the hospital. I wasn't a witness to anything. The hospital was just locked down. I was there. The police didn't come ask me anything. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, he never got to where she was. So she can't say, I saw him running. I saw the gun. Now, her being an intended target, that is a different conversation. But I didn't think it was weird that he said that she was a witness.
But I do think she still needs to. This isn't something she should be able to take on because she still was there.
The crime doesn't just the thing you witness just isn't the crime itself. Where did the She may be called by the defense. Where's the Secret Service stationed? Where was the president? When did he get there? It's not just whether or not you see a crime. If my neighbor kills himself, kills his wife, or his wife kills her husband inside the house, I can still be a witness to certain things even if I don't see the crime.
Right.
Prosecutors are supposed to be impartial. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Prosecutors are supposed to be impartial. They're not supposed to put their fingers on the scale. They're supposed to take it where the evidence leads them. If someone is a target of a crime, if I were a prosecutor from my state or county and someone came and shot me, I would not be partial. It is a fair question. They are meant to uphold standards of impartiality. Obviously. Do I think the lady should recuse herself? I don't know. But it's a fair question. It's not a ridiculous question. And they're not supposed to put their fingers on the scale. Impartiality can lead you to prosecution, but you're not supposed to weigh one side or the other, hide evidence, violate Brady, etc., etc.
Any other comments?
Catch her on a couple of things, and she wasn't going for it. Like he was throwing things out there for her to trap herself. She was like, "I'm not here."
There were no trap questions. What are you talking about?
I didn't say trap questions.
You just said you tried to trap her.
I said he was throwing things out there to get her to respond to things.
Hey, I'm going to
she knew better.
Get to the room. We normally do. Give me a second.
She knew better not to respond. I thought she did a masterful job in avoiding those stupid.
Why don't you give an example?
He mentioned something about a comment that Tucker Carlson said about Trump being the Antichrist. And then he wanted her response, and she flipped it to the side. And he follows up by saying, "Do you think the perpetrator was talking about Trump when he's talking about a rapist?" Like he did the same thing Norah O'Donnell
That
did.
would matter if you're part of the claim as the prosecutor in the manifesto is if you're going after X, Y, and Z. That's actually an important question. And when it goes to court, they'll argue that's what he was talking about. Because the defense, if you're following the case and not following 10-second clips online, is arguing because part of the charge is specifically against Trump. And it wasn't Trump. So when they go in the courtroom, they're going to use that to say he was talking about Trump. That's why that question is an important one, especially for a prosecutor. That's the whole point.
And she said you got to ask him. She really didn't even say one word.
That's not a good answer. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. Well, no, that's a good answer for an interview. What she said is fine. But it's not about tripping him up. If you're talking about the prosecution and a target, and someone says for his crimes, as a prosecutor, you would say, yeah, he was talking about that person. Because the statute that they're charging under is about that person. If you say, well, we don't know who that person is, then that gives a defense deniability. That's why in this question, for a prosecutor, it's a question. There was no trap. Everything is not always a trap. I thought it was I actually thought it was a boring interview. I think Jack Trap was horrible. But I didn't think there was any like traps or anything like that. The question about the Antichrist question was about the political rhetoric. That's why this guy, we're talking about turning down the rhetoric. And you got some guy who's got millions of followers going around calling somebody the Antichrist. That's actually really incendiary rhetoric. And could endanger Donald Trump and other people.
Right. But she didn't want to respond to it because she didn't think it was relevant.
Okay, that's fine. But it's not a trap. Like I said, she did fine. There would be no trap. She's a prosecutor. She was right. She said, I haven't talked to this person. I'm a prosecutor. I'm here. He wasn't trying to trap her. Throughout the entire interview, he had qualifications.
Well, I think he wanted her.
Work piece. Patty, can we do the room the way we normally do it? Do you have the clip?
She doesn't.
All right, I'll do it myself. Patty, which one is it? We'll just do it like we normally do it. Patty, which one is it? I don't know why this guy who did what he did wants to come in here and act like it's all great. What is it? Yeah, you're done for the day too. Just mute up. I'll find it myself. What is it, Patty?
The union.
All right, cool. I mean, First Lady was the one that suggested it, and she left.
How's it going, everybody? Peace and blessings.
Patty, did I do something wrong? Why am I being treated in a hostile manner?
No.
Is my microphone
Please tell them to stop. I didn't do nothing wrong.
Is my microphone work? Peace and blessings.
Hey, you said blessing?
No, I appreciate you for playing with us. Thank you, Mary.
Band,
Thank
peace
you.
and blessings, band. Marshall, Devon.
Please leave him alone. Please leave him alone. Lucy, get down.
Can I say hi to you?
Chad, just say good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Patty,
So, Levi.
am I on speak? Patty, can I speak to you?
I said good morning.
Thank you, Miss Patty. Oh my God, that's my sister in Christ. We're both Cherokee.
I'm not Cherokee.
You're not?
No.
My bad. Wrong tribe.
Well, I just want to say real quick, good morning, everyone.
Hey, something on Charles. See how easy that is, everybody? It's called manners.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. We're trying to get this State of the Union with Jack Tapper.
Yeah, he can play it. I actually don't care. He could do his fake penance.
Lord.
Okay.
I'm not having no problem.
So, Manfinity, when you play them in between interviews, you got to stop and let us.
So would you like the Barney Frank interview? That's what's next. Or actually, the next one is Tom Tillers.
Oh my, she wants the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Well, listen, I'm asking for clarification.
She
Please
can't
don't
do
get
that. Just play the whole
Stop.
thing.
Go ahead and play.
Please don't get uptight with me. Please don't get upset. I didn't hear her. What do you mean I'm done? Patty, what's the
Okay,
problem?
play the next one, Manfinity.
All right, Tom Tillers is up next. Actually, skip this interview, so we'll see what this is about.
Yeah, we play from the beginning to the end and just stop in between. Even if it's stupid, we just play the whole thing.
Okay, I'm just fast forwarding past the commercials. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to State of the Union. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Sometimes the immovable object wins. In this case, Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who stood up to the Trump administration and got his way. At least that's how it appears. Joining us now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis in North Carolina. So this is about the investigation into Jerome Powell, which you said you were not going to go forward with any other nominees until that investigation was dropped. It was suspended, but you just heard the U.S. Attorney, Jenny Bureau, she didn't rule out reopening the investigation into him. What's your reaction?
Well, what she said that's very important is that she would not, unless the Inspector General found something. That's the way this process is supposed to work. You don't create an investigation out of 2 minutes of testimony that 7 Republicans on the committee said there was no criminal activity or intent. So like I could see, I hope Inspectors General across the whole of government really drill down on projects and whether or not there was any mismanagement or criminal activity. There's probably a lot more where you may find some. I just don't think they're going to find them here, and I'm looking forward to Horowitz's report so we can move on.
She didn't sound like she was moving on, though. She sounded like she was going to appeal the decision by Judge Boasberg to stop her grand jury proceedings, and she wanted to look. She compared it to when she was a DA in Westchester County, and somebody would say there was no evidence of abuse of a kid, and then she would look into it and find evidence. I mean, that's what she said.
Well, she's combining 2 very, very different scenarios here, Jake. When we have this investigation, we got to go back and make sure that the prosecutor understands what was happening here. This was 2 minutes of testimony that arguably may have been a perjury trap, and they couldn't even pin the chair down on perjury. This is very different. This is, I think that Ms. Pirro said something about the facts and evidence in proving the case. Well, the facts are that 7 Republican members, including the chair banking committee, said no criminal activity occurred. The evidence was 2 minutes of testimony that all of those Republicans attested to. The reason they did not succeed on defeating the motion to quash is because they had virtually no information to serve as a basis for having the subpoenas to begin with.
Right.
So if they get criminal activity, then we'll talk about it. But I think this is a nice way of just ramping it down. At the end of the day, there was no crime committed, and prosecutors that I've spoken with all agree.
So, I mean, I guess the idea is president's critics say that this investigation only happened because he disagrees with Chairman Powell. Chairman Powell resisting pressure to lower interest rates, and that's why it happened. Just moving on to the issue of interest rates, because we're in Iran, we are now seeing 3 Federal Reserve Bank presidents start to contemplate rate hikes. Do you think the president will lean on his new Fed chair to stop that? And do you have confidence that he will resist that pressure if so?
Yeah, I think so, because the bottom line is that the reason I decided to stand in the way of this bogus prosecution of Chairman Powell is not for the one position, but how they could systematically use that if they succeeded with the chair to take out enough Fed voting members of the Federal Oversight Committee on Market, FOMC, to where they could actually control the board outcome. Kevin is he's going to be a great chair, but at the end of the day, Kevin has to convince a majority of 12 people to vote on either a rate hike or a rate reduction. So the vote you saw, the FOMC, when they met this week, Myron voted because he thought that we should have reduced interest rates on it. He's a good guy, but he was 1 out of 12. 3 others who are president of banks, Fed banks across the country, were more concerned that we were leaning in that direction. Okay, that gives you the best case example of how this is a consensus-based organization. What I was trying to prevent is a series of prosecutions or moves to displace enough members to where you would have a de facto majority from any administration. And I'm less worried about a majority from the Trump administration than I am a Mamdani administration or a Warren administration and a Fed that's no longer independent. That's what I was fighting against, not any one prosecution, but a process.
Is there a problem?
It's a Trump.
Independent to the Fed, and I think do disastrous harm to our financial systems.
Speaking of prosecutions, the Justice Department indicted former FBI Director James Comey again, this time for posting a photograph on Instagram of seashells spelling out 8647. 47, obviously, Donald Trump is the 47th presidency. Here's what President Trump had to say about that.
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, 86, you know what 86 is, a mob term for killer. You ever seen the movies 86? The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86, that means killer.
Do you think posting 8647 is a crime?
Again, if this prosecution, which is coming from the Eastern District of North Carolina, if this whole case is based on a picture in the sand of a North Carolina beach, it again makes no sense to me. Number one, 80s, I used to work in the restaurant industry, and I think 86 actually has its roots as a cook.
That's how I understand it too.
It has its roots in 86ing the menu or 86ing the product. I can't find any evidence except some that's come up after the president made the comment about the movies. I know the penal code in North Carolina, 187, means murder, but I can't find any evidence where 86 is used as a call for violence. And again, if it's more than just the picture, it reminds me of the 2 minutes of testimony against Powell. It better be more than just the picture. There have to be facts and circumstances beyond that to convince me. And Comey is the biggest disappointment of my Senate career. I actually stood up for this man in my first term in the Senate because I thought he was being attacked unfairly. I found out later that he was a political hack and he was motivated by a political agenda. That alone, though, would not allow me to support what I think on its face is some sort of a vindictive prosecution. Republicans are better than that. Let's leave the Democrats, and I can point to a litany of what I consider to be vindictive prosecutions and operations against conservatives, but let's not sink to their level. Let's be better.
I want to ask you about Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. You said that any nominee for that job who, quote, said anything the least bit excusing of the behavior of January 6th is dead on arrival, unquote. But under Todd Blanche, the department asked an appeals court to dismiss the seditious conspiracy conviction for Proud Boys and Oath Keepers involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. If the president nominates Blanche as Attorney General, as far as you're concerned, would his nomination be dead on arrival?
Well, I have not looked into into the details, Mr. Blanche. On the whole, I've had good interactions with him, but I'm not going to have situational principles. If I go back and I examine any nominee's record, Mr. Blanche just being one of them, then I'm going to make the same decision that I made with Ed Martin and with Joe Kent. I'm not going to support their confirmation going through Judiciary Committee. I have allowed some U.S. attorneys out in other states that my members have asked me to clear. I would never allow them in the D.C. jurisdiction or in big DOJ. Look, I was there. It's very personal to me for people who sat in the comfort of their living room and watched the events of January the 6th. They weren't there. They weren't in the chamber. They didn't see the police officers that were injured. They didn't see the damage to the building. There is no excuse for that. If you happen to be an unwitting tourist, so-called tourist, as Tucker Carlson called them, who walked into the chamber or walked into the building after it was damaged, maybe I'll give you a break after you paid a fine and serve some time. But these thugs that injured police officers and anybody who condone their behavior will not get my vote.
Senator Tom Tillis, Republican of the great state of North Carolina, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
If we really decide to take a very close look at these things, the justices of the past, present, future, I don't really know where to draw the line. We are up to date with the current events, with current events being the backdrop or the backdrop, and then looking at past, present, future. I would actually use a Robert Francis Kennedy as a justice. Robert Francis Kennedy Sr. example of the justice. Eric Holder, a very good friend of mine, I worked as a Minister of Justice for 17 years. Eric Holder being a good example. William Barr, fair example. The one chosen by Donald, I call him Donald John Trump. You call him Donald the Duck. You call him 47.5. Now you'll see it manifest in the mathematics. Jeff Sessions, a total insult to the concept of justice. Clarence Thomas, a total insult to we the people. These things are being manifest, and then they've turned it into a filibuster. This is the thing that's perhaps complicated to many, but simplistic to those who study justice. I'm a student of justice, and I'm saying to you that when I look at Eric Holder and how he would move and how he would manage and move resources, and they put him back in again as a judge. It was the most sought after justice probably in the history of modern times, at least. Robert Francis Kennedy Sr. said, look, Mob, you bullshitting number, a shotgun on his fucking shoulder and said, look, Mob, if you hide in the desert of Las Vegas, I'm coming to get you. You hide back down in Miami, Florida, Myrtle Beach, I'm going to be there. You come to Chicago, I am the goddamn untouchable. I'm going to get justice. I'm going after you, the crime and the mob, and I'm going to take the goddamn presidency. In our estimation, mob killed him, then blame it on Sirhan, they blame it on the goddamn Iranian. The whole Iranian conflict is shit. This is a vicious circle. The elitists and the bureaucrats are mad as shit, and they want to keep as much filibuster, as much rhetoric into the justice and the impediment to justice and insult and it's the very best of their tactics to use anything to cause filibuster, and they're going to take your attention off of the real case and the real facts. William Barr, again, a guy that attempted to I think, achieve justice at minimum. I think he was a fair, he's a Republican attorney, good guy. So I'll land my plane, but I know right now it's just a comedy, it's a comedy act, a slapstick comedy. It's not justice. It's rhetorical filibuster is what you got for justice right now.
I was Tillis. Tillis is strange. They could, once the guy is confirmed, they could just open it back up. I don't even understand. But, well, I couldn't understand Tillis's point. What perjury would you have for 2 minutes? I don't know. That was strange. The FBI director said they did a year of investigation. If they don't have back channels of Comey coordinating murdering efforts, and if the evidence is just the seashells, like 20 people should be fired. That's insane if that's all they have. If it's not, they gotta have back channels, they gotta have, the 86 squad, 86 boys from East Detroit, something that was going to take it, because it can't just be to shoot seashells. There's no way they indicted him with just the seashells. That'll be impossible. Beyond it.
Empty ritualism, empty rhetoric. You're right.
But I honestly think that's all they really have.
We can see on that. We just don't know at this point.
Well, it'll allow. That's what we just said.
But I'm emphasizing that point.
So let me ask this question. So a prosecutor will go into court and will bring a photo, seashells on the seashore, indict a couple. What are we doing?
Hopefully there's more information. If there's not,
Hopefully what?
Hopefully they can substantiate their claim. If they can't, then they'll be left out of court. We'll just have to wait and see. Wait and see how
You're about to get fired on your first day.
Well, we never know the grand jury, what they present to the grand jury, because there's no defense in the grand jury. But I would be stunned if it was just this. Now, there's a way to say, he had a history and all that, and maybe they, that kind of stuff. That's not what we're talking about. They need to find something related to. It's also weird to think that a hit would be seashells on a seashore. Like, it just, on his face, it sounds kind of stupid. Like, as a guy that's coordinating, a former FBI director is coordinating a hit, and it's seashells on the seashore, Eastern North Carolina, while walking barefoot with linen pants on. And what's wild about it is, I think this is pretty much all they have. Always their animosity was present. This is really bad. But the good news is if Trump hadn't fired Cash Patel yet, he could use this as an excuse to fire Cash Patel. So it could be a win-win for Trump in that regard, or a win for Trump in that regard. If he needs a reason to fire him, he can just fire him.
I think Trump made a mistake by sending that tweet or Truth Social post to Pam Bondi by signaling to the world that he had because before that he had the plausible deniability. That Truth Social post that he sent to Pam Bondi that basically made it naked that he wanted her to go after his political opponents. I think that was a major misstep on his part, and that will be used to fight back in court because it's a naked attempt to go after his political opponents. Now, it's okay to go after your political opponents if there's evidence that you can present in court, but when you push her to do it, then you fire her, it just has the looks of impropriety. But I have a wait-and-see attitude, which we should all have. It's very healthy to do it that way. That way you don't get overly invested in an outcome. Shall I continue?
Hello to everyone in the room. Sorry.
Shall I continue, Daddy?
Why don't you allow others to speak? Maybe other people would like to speak.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, we want you to continue when the discussion is over. But you know what? You're in charge. You can shut the discussion.
I'm not in charge. I was just asking.
Go ahead, you can continue. Well, other people, we were still having a conversation.
All right.
I didn't say anything. I just asked, is somebody speaking? And clearly somebody was. Have they ended? Clearly they haven't. Now I can wait.
Okay.
Continue.
Well,
did you want to respond to the clip, ma'am?
I did want to, but I'm kind of lost with it. I might as well just let him finish it.
No, listen. Let me help you understand what just happened. He was asking the gentleman to not play the clip just in case there were people who wanted to speak, which means they were making room for you. If you would like to speak on the clip, now is your time.
Please, I would like to.
Okay, it's your time. Go ahead.
Can when you guys ask about the clip, are you guys talking about the clip that is up there, or are you talking about your version of how you feel?
We just played the interview between Tom Tillis and Jake Tapper on State of the Union with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash on CNN. Do you have a comment on the music played?
Can you replay it one more time?
We cannot do that.
Is she lucid enough to even contribute? So sorry.
Okay, so we can just move on. Unless anyone else has any other comments.
My only comment is, I just want to know, why does America want to go to war with Iran?
Outside of the focus.
Yeah, and I'm just saying outside of Israel, right? Outside of the Middle East. Like, if we really have to take it out.
Carry on. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, just continue?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the interview with Barney Frank, who is in hospice care, lost a lot of weight. Former representative of Massachusetts. All right, here we go. Where's the volume now? Oh, I turned it off right here. All right, Barney Frank, Mr. Jake Tapper.
They want to move their career forward. Most people don't have.
My next guest is a trailblazer for many things, including he is the co-author of one of the most significant financial reforms since the New Deal. Now at age 86, 16 to former Massachusetts Congressman Barney Frank, a Democrat who is battling heart failure, just entered hospice care. And as he prepares for his goodbyes, he's directing his famously sharp wit not only at President Trump, but at his own party. And joining me now is former Democratic Congressman Barney Frank. Congressman, how are you feeling today?
Okay, I felt better, and I anticipate feeling worse. I'm in no great pain, but my energy level is essentially, after 86 years, my heart's just where I am.
Let's talk about your book. It's going to be come out later this year. It's called The Hard Path to Unity, Why We Must Reform the Left to Rescue Democracy. You are a progressive icon, but now you are expressing some reservations about where the progressive movement has gone. Tell us more.
Yes, I've been trying to decide, by the way, personally, whether it's better to be an icon or an emoji. I haven't decided that yet. But as far as this is concerned, it's precisely because I have been online that I've undertaken this. I think we're in a situation where the mainstream, to my disappointment, for many years ignored inequality. And many of us fought against inequality on the Democratic agenda. But the problem was, had we succeeded in bringing the mainstream of the left into a concern with inequality, we also enabled people who wanted to use that as a platform for a wide range of social and cultural changes, some of which the public is ready for. Even where I agree with them on the end,
she had to work with the gateways starting in 1972 when they filed the bill. And we, in the movement, established theaters for gay and bisexual people. We picked to work on those issues which were more accepted. We didn't get to marriage until after these other things had been resolved. And that's what I'm suggesting that we do today. The NR is male to female, transsexual, playing sports, to women. If I hear about that, and I think that the answer of the transgender as well as others is to be better like that and more granular way. And that's the way that is supported. It's wonderful.
You live in Maine, where the establishment Democratic Senate candidate that you endorsed, the governor, Janet Mills, just dropped out to make way for her progressive challenger, Graham Plattner. Do you see that as a rejection of the Democratic establishment by voters? Why did that happen, do you think?
Look, Donald Trump, we originally thought was a joke. And then he turned out to be very good at one thing, exploiting over discontent. So he won an election based on that. And since then, it's gone back to being a joke. Then he had no program in CD to it not. I think Plattner actually shared with Trump this capacity for making the most out of the anger that people feel. What I'm afraid of is that you won't be able to translate that into our folks. But I am concerned that among some, my party has a kind of reaction, afraid from the month tendency to some of the new and too much and sometimes prefer over people who understand the importance of our work to get controversial things done.
You said you think President Trump is imploding, and you told Politico that you regret that you're not going to see the continued implosion of President Trump because of your current health situation. What makes you confident that he's imploding, and do you think he has permanently changed politics in America?
But no, I think he's temporarily changing. I was afraid beforehand, but there was a period that I said when we thought he was a Jew. And then people were shocked when the joke won the election. And it turned out that he was able to hang her. And people assumed that that one talent he had showed that he was a brilliant strategist across the board. No, it turned out to show that he is an idiot slip-up. He was good at one thing and terrible at everything else. So that could be some hope, because he is going to show up with bad results. Let's say in the book early on that the failed local democracy versus authoritarian populism was the best part that how Donald Trump does. And people abandon that spreads all operation. I'm convinced that he does not have an appeal beside exploiting anger. But he's so angry, and his politics are so determined by his anger that he doesn't see that. And so that's why I think he's imploding.
What do you want people to remember about Congressman Barney Frank?
Oh, that I was smart,
points, although I disagree on some things. I think he made some interesting points. One of the more interesting points that stuck out to me was when he said that the current day left is using the most controversial issue litmus test. And he's really against that. And I hadn't really looked at it that way, but I tend to agree with that assessment by former Congressman Barney Frank, who's seemingly on his way out of life.
I thought the interview was a disgrace. I don't think he said anything interesting. I think Jake Tapper should be ashamed of himself. I think someone who's on their deathbed. If you watch the interview, he looked like he had died 2 weeks ago and was being ventriloquized. Could you not moan in my ear while I'm speaking? Do you mind?
Oh, no, I thought I was on mute. I thought I was on mute. My apologies.
Just mute up.
I said I thought I was on mute. I'll be muted.
I understand. The moaning in the ear is a little distracting.
It's not moaning. It's not moaning.
All right, I'm done.
Just heard a report that the UAE Dubai is on a high alert to other citizens.
Y'all rooms the room y'all like to do, like this is already done.
Okay,
It's
hold on,
already
Blood. We're talking about what we're listening to. We're listening in the morning. We listen to the news, and then we can get to any other political.
Check out my PTR. It's a future.
Okay, that's fine. Any other comments?
Yes, I did have a comment on the state of exploiting the anger and the discontent of the people. And I think many in the GOP, I point out Bush and Trump in particular, and their networks have been experts at exploiting the discontent and the anger in the people and mismanage their political sentimentality and use that as the whole people. They'll gather a support network, saying, and then use that against the whole country, and then we all get to suffer under the exploitation of those that have seized power and just say, my.
Is that any good politician can do that, does that. Take discontent of the people, they'll use it in a way to get them in office. They're saying they'll do better. Current politicians are failing you. Trump did do that very effectively with any politician. That's a very basic skill that any good politician should have. It's nothing.
When you use it all the way up.
What is it?
If there's a storm, this guy's water and it ran down.
All right, who's the next?
After 80 times, just already finished.
That's it, Ken. That's it.
Yeah, that's it for State of the Union. Okay. I do have all the other Sunday shows, whether it's Meet the Press or
Thank you so much. I just want to say, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We were trying to listen to something different. State of Union, they have theirs behind a paywall. However, Manfinity has YouTube without commercials. So again, like I said, sometimes we don't know the full story, but that is the full story. Back to you.
Thank you, Manfinity, for playing it.
I would, if Ben will circle back before we got to the moaning. Ben was going to share something with us.
So the man is a month towards death. He probably will be dead in a month. If he makes it past a month, it's a miracle that would even impress Lazarus. I mean, it would be incredible. And I don't understand why Jake Tapper had to do it with video. If you watch the video, it's utterly heartbreaking. When I saw a still of it, I thought, there was a video. The way he looked in the still was how he looked the entire video. People will do anything for money. The man has no principle, to my mind. so old. He's not. Hold on. I don't even know if he's a baby boomer. That's how old Barney Frank. Barney Frank is.
He's the same
Part
age
of the
as
silent generation. He's part of the silent generation. That baby boomer started 45. He's not even a baby boomer, right? Look, absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to bring my cameras into hospice care. It's something that nobody should ever say. So I put that. That's one piece. That's just my own personal thing. Other people can feel different. That's fine. Secondly, I don't know what Barney Frank was talking about. I thought what he was saying about Plattner was absurd. The litmus test, when he was in the Democratic Party, they had litmus tests. Political parties always had litmus tests. He might not like the litmus tests. He might say the litmus tests are losing. I disagree that there are litmus tests. I mean, depending on where you are. Roy Cooper doesn't have a litmus test. He's about to split North Carolina. He didn't have a litmus test. Roy Cooper's litmus test is Roy Cooper. John Ossoff didn't pass a litmus test. He's about to win. What's his name? Guy Hagel didn't have a litmus test. The political media's. This is my last comment on this piece. They consistently confuse tracking the political horse trade news, and I actually wish they would separate the two, so that when we're watching this show, they're doing news, and we're watching this show, we're doing political horse trading. I wish we could get that separation. But Jake Tapper's rank desperation to keep his job with these new people coming in, to get as eyeballs as he can, is pathetic. Truly pathetic. His book, the way he hawked it, was pathetic. That's my favorite Obama joke at any White House correspondence. I only know about 3 of them. That's my favorite one. When he roasted Jake Tapper. It's very true. I'm done.
Wow, so you're not the only person that has said it. It's been said before. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I watched it.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were asking me. But go ahead.
I was kind of asking if you want to respond.
No. I just don't see it. From those 3 interviews, I thought the first one with Janine Pirro, but they both did a fine job. It was fine. The second one with Tom Tillis was a complete waste of time. We didn't learn. Did anybody learn anything from that interview with Tom Tillis? Tom Tillis is not running for re-election. You ask him, why aren't you running for re-election? Tom Tillis is that seat is Roy Cooper and Wiley. Who are you supporting in that seat? What are the dynamics of North Carolina? Why has North Carolina? He didn't give us anything. I'm sitting at my desk with a coffee. I just came up with that just off the dome. He didn't give us any. Instead, it was the political horse trading. The political horse trading. So I don't find anything Jake Tapper, and I don't find anything. But I think the Barney Frank thing in particular is my own personal thing. I think it was immoral. Did you see what he looked like, First Lady?
Yeah, I saw it because I had it on, but I was walking around doing everything. And when I went, I actually rewinded it because the glimpse that I caught, I said, is he asleep? What's going on? I said, well, who is this person? So I went and I rewound it. And in the beginning of the interview, he was more coherent. But as the time went on, it was just like, part of the medication, whatever they had him on, was kicking in. But he was definitely trying to stay up and have a conversation.
That's actually had to put up captions during the interview because he couldn't really make out what he said. He already has a speech impediment as it is. So with his condition, I'm sure it only worsens his ability to communicate clearly. And, I understand your point, and that it seems gratuitous, but on the other hand, maybe he wanted
that perhaps maybe just didn't show the video? Would that have worked?
Right.
Even if he signed off on it.
No, but I think the man said that they put CNN cameras in his house. That was clearly to me. It looked like he was using his
also
phone.
mentioned the fact that it should not have been recorded. That's what he was saying. So I'm asking you specifically, would that have worked for you? Like, would you be okay if you didn't have to have the whole picture? Would you listen to the interview?
A phone interview would have been fine. What I'm saying is maybe Barney Frank requested to have his face shown, even though he looks like that. And I'm saying if those were his wishes, maybe they were honoring it. Maybe Jake Tapper.
But there was a time, I know when I was growing up, like certain things they just wouldn't show, regardless of what people wanted. The audience in itself, just you know what I mean. Like it's not very difficult to watch the commercials. To actually sit and watch, it might be disturbing to some. So even though he might have said, "Hey, listen, this is what I want," what's best for your audience who's tuning in? That's the idea.
Almost positive this production team were looking at that like, do we think we should go with this, y'all? I'm sure they thought about it and they decided to go forward. I don't know why.
Okay, all right. It's done. It's finished.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to go back and forth with anybody today. Let's put an alternative perspective.
Barney Frank in the interview, just to the substance of it, he mentioned trans. I've not seen in this cycle any trans litmus tests. If people have, please let me know, especially in contested races. I have not seen any trans litmus tests. I have not seen that as a major issue. I have not seen that. I don't know if have other people seen it?
I think they're referring to the woman. They're referring to the woman that went to Congress. And when
I'm asking for trans litmus tests for political parties running for office. That is what a litmus test is. We're not talking about witnesses who are private citizens who work at hospitals. My question is not about that.
Infinity is not going to work just fine.
Did anybody see, has anybody seen any candidates who have fallen because they didn't pass a trans litmus test this cycle? That's my only question. I'm not asking about witnesses in Congress.
The answer is no, but the Republicans are going to try to run on it anyway.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. They did it last with some Sears, remember? I agree with that. I was only asking for information. I wasn't asking for analysis. But you guys can answer however you like. I'm done.
Did you understand the previous DNA? Okay, are you confident that you understood the previous DNA? What was the
Yep. So that was the end of that. That was the State of the Union for Sunday.
Did you want to hear the Attorney General with
No, thank you.
Meet the Press?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, he was actually doing me a favor because I couldn't play it. I don't know why everybody's so upset.
Well, Patty, I think people are upset because of the 3 hours of disrespect that many of them were subject to. That's all. It has nothing to do with you or the thing. That's all. It's just, I think for a lot of people, because it happened only 2 days ago or a day and a half ago, it's still a little fresh. That's all it is. Yeah. I mean, it was really vile. He admitted that he's a villain. So for a lot of people, that's what it is. It's not a personal thing on you. It was very disturbing.
Honestly, I ain't even worried about it being on me because I'll kick your ass out.
I didn't even like that, Patty. You know what? That's not what I was saying at all.
No, not you. I'm talking about the audience. If anybody got something to say to me,
I don't have any problem with you.
I ain't kick them out.
But nobody. It's not about you. I wasn't. Nobody has a problem with you. I don't know.
No. I'm just saying, I didn't know what happened because, I barely be in the rooms now like that in the evening. I just be in here in the morning. Anthony, and whatever you said, you might want to apologize. I don't know what happened.
I've apologized for my part in it, but it was a two-way street. But I do apologize for my part in it.
Yeah, it's not even about the two-way street. Just apologize for your piece.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Anyway, let me see what else is going on.
Patty, do you want to hear the Attorney General with Meet the Press?
Oh, I can play that one. I can play that one, Infinity. But I don't really want to play Meet the Press. I think we can play Meet the Press in the afternoon, the evening, whatever, on Sunday. I was trying to play something different. But obviously, we can't play State of the Union because you gotta have you gotta pay for it through Prime, and I'm not paying $2 for y'all.
Don't you have
enough points for me to be wasting my time or money, and I'm not playing YouTube, so and it's not on YouTube. I'm not getting YouTube TV. So I'm gonna go back to our Face the Nation, which had different interviews. But I appreciate it. Hold on.
Do you see that Trump is trying to use the EEOC to prosecute discrimination against white folks? They even have a case that they're pushing at the New York Times.
So what case do they have?
Well, it's a guy who claims that he was not promoted to deputy editor because of his race and gender, a white male employee. This is Ryan Stelter. So I can put a link in the chat that they're trying to use the EEOC for this in general.
I mean, regardless of Trump being in office, he could have used it anyway. So I don't know why he's advertising it.
Who's the he there? You mean the employee at the Times?
Yeah, he could have used it anyway. If he felt
I don't know if
he
he's. I don't think he's the one advertising. I think CNN is investigating a little bit. Came up with this.
Wow.
He's not named.
Oh, go ahead and share it because I got at times I can read it. Wow. I really think it's stupid that people are putting that on the news because, like, wasn't this available to them even under the Obama administration? If you against, I don't think it specifies that white males can't use it either.
Well, that reminds me of the Baki thing.
What?
Which is, well, there was a guy in the late 70s named Baki, B-A-K-E, who filed a reverse discrimination case that went up to the Supreme Court over a spot in a medical school at UC Davis. It's another one of your reverse discrimination deals. So they're
was it like when the young lady, what institution was that she tried to sue and said that she wasn't admitted because of affirmative action? They were making affirmative action only to find out she wasn't admitted because there were better applicants than her. What was that? She had red hair.
Yeah, that rings a bell. That was like a couple of years ago, maybe.
Yeah, I remember because she was on every meme that said a true example of it be your own people, and she wasted all those people's money and time in court because she just couldn't accept rejection.
Because she was a white woman.
Yeah.
Where she would have got the thing.
Yeah. So when I hear shit like that, I just it makes me chuckle.
This is consistent, though, with Trump's weaponizing of the legal system.
I think it's stupid because I don't even believe in the word reverse discrimination, right? It's just discrimination. So if he was discriminated against, he has every right to fucking file with the EEOC. That's what they're for, right? You can be discriminated against, but for things and be white.
Looks like we're going to get the Pulitzer Prizes today, I think. And the Met Gala is tonight, the Pulitzer Prizes. I would have twice. And the Met Gala is tonight.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people are boycotting because of Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. He's going to be there?
He's a sponsor.
Pulitzers will be announced in 5 hours. Says.
Who's going to be announced in 5 hours?
The Pulitzer Prizes.
Oh, okay. If someone wants to listen to it in 5 hours, I'll probably.
They're still away.
What were you not on? It can't be Clubhouse antics. What is it?
No, it's not a category. Twice. Once for an article about an investigation of heroin use, yuppies, and once for Bosnian pursuit of peace.
Yeah.
It was called Bosnia. The latter was part of a team. The first was an individual.
Well, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you. 2 nominations.
Congratulations on both of them.
Thank you. But I ended up winning the NAACP Image Award. So I'm looking at it on my coffee. It's almost as tall as I am.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Face the Nation. Give me a second. I could make sure my music on. Music mode. Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all know the routine. 24 hours, just like the last clips with the Manfred we played. We'll break in between each interview and let y'all have the conversation.
On redistricting before the midterm elections. With his approval ratings on a downward trend, President Trump visited a Florida retirement community to conduct a survey of his own.
Let's do another poll. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on Social Security. That's the one they like.
But with the conflict in Iran stalled, as well as the ship's administrative hormones, gas prices have skyrocketed up 40 cents a gallon in the U.S. just in the last week. The president promises they'll come down and says, look on the bright side.
The stock market is rocking and rolling. Your 401ks are at the highest they've ever been.
We'll take a deep dive on the state of the economy with White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, the head of the Minneapolis Federal Reserve, Neil Kashkari, and the chairman and CEO of Chevron, Mike Wirth. Then, President Trump tells Congress the war with Iran has been terminated. We'll talk to Colorado Democrat Jason Crow, and we'll assess the impact of the Supreme Court's decision to limit the scope of part of the Voting Rights Act with Georgia Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. It's all just ahead on Face the Nation. Good morning, and welcome to Face the Nation. It has been another one of those weeks where some very big news stories now feel very much in the rearview mirror. One such story is that Congress finally, by voice vote no less, after 76 days, ended the partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security.
the same as for Honduras. Right. So they run that country into the ground, and that's before the Straits were set in. So it's really, really a country that's on the rock.
Sure, we're negotiating, but so we're going into week 10. I'm wondering what economic modeling you have done here, because the president had originally said the war was going to last 4 to 6 weeks. We are now at the national average price of $4.45 a gallon. Can we end conflict without taking back the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, what's going on right now is that we're doing an all-of-the-above approach to get energy to Americans and increase energy production around the world. And I think if you look out into the future, what people are saying, so as an example, we waived the Jones Act. The price in the U.S. is $10 a barrel less than it is in the world, and in the world exchanges. And all the West Coast was buying world price of oil, but now they're buying U.S. price of oil. So we made enormous number of strides to reduce the short-term disruption.
Well, Bank of America came out with a report this week that says the price spike has cost consumers $19 billion. They say gas prices have canceled out nearly half of the increase in expected tax refunds. Goldman Sachs concurs, saying the drag will offset the benefits from that tax bill the White House had championed. Do you agree with that analysis?
No, that analysis isn't correct. But this way, 153 million people have filed taxes already, and the average tax refund is $3,600. 53 million people have benefited from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. For the no tax on tips and Social Security, that exempts between $7,000 and $8,000 from taxation for those people, and for the no tax on overtime, it's like closer to $5,000. And so these are really, really big numbers. And if people look at their gas bills, of course they're higher, and we're doing everything we can to make the temporary increase as small as possible. And then finally, there's the economic growth component. Real incomes are growing, and real incomes, when they adjust for inflation, include the price of energy. Real incomes shrunk for almost 8 years under Obama. They shrunk under Biden, and they're rising now despite the short-term increase in gas prices.
Well, we did see an increase in the PCE, but just to clarify, the tax law that the president signed doesn't eliminate taxes and Social Security. It gives you an enhanced standard deduction through the end of 2028. But let me ask you about the news on Spirit Airlines.
That makes it so most people aren't covered. Yeah, I want to talk about Spirit. I was just going to say that makes it so most people don't face the tax on it. So you're right, it's a technical matter, but it has the effect that we discuss.
So Spirit Airlines ceased operations, as we said at the top of the program. I know the White House was trying to craft an 11th-hour rescue plan. What happened, and do you have a sense of the broader economic impact?
Oh, sure. It's something that I was very much involved in. We were aware that because the merger between JetBlue and Spirit was canceled unwisely by the Biden administration, that Spirit sadly was on the ropes. When we looked at their books, that basically the creditors were going to liquidate them and try to sell their assets so that they could get some of the money back that they had lent them. And there were some authorities that were explored to see if we could help them, get a lifeline. And in the end, the legal guys decided that those authorities wouldn't apply in this situation. Meanwhile, while that was being investigated, Secretary Duffy and I talked to the other airlines to make sure that they were helping people who were stranded by Spirit get home, and to get home basically at much lower prices than the normal fares that they would charge.
So the company...
American and United and Southwest all said that they were going to help the passengers of Spirit get home.
So you mentioned past financial troubles. Unquestionably, that Spirit did have them for many years, but they did have that restructuring deal with bondholders back in March. In the statement Spirit released explaining why they were shutting down, they said, quote, "The sudden and sustained rise in fuel prices in recent weeks ultimately has left us with no alternative." Are other industries also at risk of collapse, or other major companies, due to this energy shock?
Well, don't forget that Spirit Airlines was in Chapter 11 twice because they basically didn't have a model that was working. Yeah, that's right. And the other airlines are still operating. I just flew out here to discuss these matters at the Milken Conference in LA, on United Airlines, and the other airlines are operating. What they've done, because they have thought ahead way more than the management of Spirit, is hedge their jet fuel purchases and so on.
try to correct him on the no taxes on Social Security and.
Yeah, I want to see if she's right on that, by the way. Did she say that our other industries...
She's right, so.
No, he said you're technically right, but effectively wrong.
No, she's not. No. There's still people
we'll find out.
Taxes on Social Security. No.
We'll find out. I'm going to check on it.
No.
She's right, bro.
Most people...
Well, we're going to find out if she's right. I know you do.
Maybe you will. Most people, he said it's true, it raised the deduction on Social Security. But people will still pay for sure. And it expires in... The same thing with the tips. The tips is only up to $25,000 in deduction, and you have to make it within a certain amount of money. So the, quote, no tax on tips is not true. And it's only certain kinds of tips. If you have a mandatory service fee, some people live in cities where they mandate an 18% service fee, or towns that Red to America, whatever, those aren't deductible. So she was correct. There are still people who pay tax on Social Security and also on tips and also overtime. It's in the big, beautiful bill.
I know she's trying to kind of drive a lot of y'all in this room, but I actually like, maybe because I'm dry, but I like her. So, you know, people probably like Meet the Press. I like Any other comments, y'all, so we can go ahead and go for it?
She said our other industries at risk of collapse. The airline industry is by no means at risk of collapse.
So what does that
mean? I think she tried to correct it though. Huh? I mean, it sort of reveals a lack of precision, I would say. It's not bias.
Any other comments? I kind of think that we're having issues with our airline industry. But I mean, I'm not invested in being on. Maybe I need to be on what's actually going on with that industry. I think somebody brought up in another room something about the fuel prices and the cost of these aircraft. Like even with what did they say? They said something about one of the major airlines was at the risk of collapse at one time. And how they, with the bailout for them, what they did was they restructured everything. And I think it was, I don't know if it was Delta, American, United, but it was one of the major three that someone brought up in the room. And they brought up the leasing instead of buying planes. So I think it is a fragile industry when you talk about airlines. So
the margins are slender, and they often seem to, or periodically, I should say, go out of business. I think by the way, revenues are up and projected to continue to increase, like above 5%. Air travel is up, and what they predict more accurately are increasing efficiencies such as fuller and fewer flights.
Yeah, because you know what, and I agree with you on that one, because something happened last week where one of the girls was supposed to come to my house that's in college, the girl that my daughter's best friend. They were supposed to come last weekend, and her flight got canceled. They gave her a voucher credit or whatever the hell, but her flight got canceled. It was with one of the majors, and when we were looking up, I think it had something to do with the fuel prices that they reduced. And because we bought the cheapest ticket, I bought the cheapest ticket possible. So that's what, those are kids. So, like, I bought her the cheapest ticket that I could find. And I think with her having a cheap ticket, she might have been one of the people that they just couldn't reschedule. a good flight for, and they just said, hey, if you pay an additional, or we can cancel your flight and give you a voucher with the purchase of a future ticket. And that's exactly what we did. We was like, you know what, school's out soon. Just use that voucher and you can get a nice ticket. Because I think they gave her like a $400 voucher on top of what was already paid. So I was like, get your first class ticket, shit, fuck it. So I think these fuel prices are affecting the flight industry. And it made sense when I was sitting in there. Some young lady was in there and she worked in the airline industry, and she actually talked about how much the industry actually makes versus how much they actually charge for tickets. And I was listening and I was Googling while she was talking. I was like, well, I didn't realize that. So there's a lot of fees that they pay, and then how they adjust the cost based off of demand. It's crazy. I didn't realize their profit margin is slim. So
there's one thing I noticed. If you decide, if you buy a ticket and you, well, I'm going to change my mind about my return flight. And, well, at least at Delta, they were easily convinced. They didn't fight. They usually argue. You have to see 3 supervisors, a manager, and the custodian to change the ticket and pay $100.
So the thought of Elena and Delta would keep the tickets for us.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I couldn't quite hear you.
I was saying my bonus daughter, we actually bought her ticket through Delta because it was cheaper. And it was really cheap for her ticket. And they gave her the $400 credit, or $400 option or something, on top of her credit because of her, or what we already paid. So I think, I mean, it was I was like, you know, just come home when your finals are over. That's it. So yeah, they're also canceled flights. It's kind of weird.
They usually penalize you, beat you up, and say, all right, you're going to get this Skippy fee. But they changed it without fighting it. They used a cheap ticket, went into Delta regular. They helped us just went all out to help out. I was shocked. They said, well, you can't change this ticket. Well, let me see your manager. Let me see the custodian. And then, okay, we'll do it for, it did everything free and rerouted my flight, got me back to where I could easily pick up my car.
They tried to do that, but if it's a college student and they only got the weekend to come home, it doesn't work that easy for them. Or somebody that's in a business, they have a business meeting they had to meet, and their flight was at this time, and they thought they were going to be able to be there physically. So I think that's why they gave her that, because she was like, I got to be home by this date, and the day I get there, it's going to be a turn and burn, and I'm not trying to do a turn and burn. So they gave her the $400 voucher. So they were going to reschedule her flight, but her rescheduled flight would have been at a later date. It would have been a day later. So no, I'm okay with that. Just for me. Okay for people that have to meet certain schedules or business meetings, or I don't know. I think they gave priority to people that had more expensive tickets. We bought a fucking coach seat. She probably was sitting by the toilet for all I know. I just bought the cheapest ticket, so.
The nosebleeders are, that's the only thing I can say is the whole plane will eventually get there, but nevertheless, yeah. But I'm just impressed that they're remarkable response from the management and the whole team is working, I think, more or less to meet the needs of those passengers, etc., and over courteous flight attendants with the highest of etiquette and all that. It was quite impressive because I hadn't seen that previously. Delta was like, well, you get over here, get over there. If you want to give it $200, you can get it. Come on. The drunkenness in the service
from the airline industry. I really did not know they didn't. When some young lady in another room, I think it's called the War Room. I think El Norma was in the room at the time. She actually explained the price margins. And she explained a lot. And I was like, damn, I didn't realize that. I thought that they were just like the oil industry. They're thinking they're fucking profit. And she made it clear that it's a really slim profit margin for them because of the cost of the planes itself, the cost of fuel, how it goes up and down. She broke it down and it made a lot of sense. Even Googling, because sometimes y'all say shit that it sounds like it makes sense, and then you Google and you're like, oh my God, this is a dummy. She was spot on. So I didn't realize this until that was something I learned 2 days ago. You were in that room, right, El Norma? Or did you leave at the time?
It sounds familiar to me, but it's something that I knew, so I might have tuned out while she was saying that.
Right, because I know you were on stage during the room, and when she talked about it, because I brought up her ticket getting canceled, and this, and this, and then she came on stage and explained, like, hey, this is what's going on, and that's why this happened. And it was a really good, I saved her as a friend, so I can have her come in the room, but I forgot her name. I should have screenshotted. I just ain't got time to be screenshotting or recording people. That's just not my thing. But I saved her and said, I'm going to remember her name so I can bring her in the room if this ever comes up. But smart girl. And she said she's been working in the airline industry for over 20 years. She's been in the C-suite, so she knows what it looks like for their profits. So, yeah. Didn't realize that because I actually said something about agreeing with maybe the government having a stake in the buyout, but she broke it down. It was a good conversation. But any comments? All right, I'm gonna keep playing. How you doing, Igor? Wait a minute, what you listen to? Oh. The biracial. I like that song.
Did you guys hear that the Iranians saying they hit some American boats on the missiles?
Yeah, I talked about it this morning. There's one of our warships. I don't know why. Maybe I will talk about this later because we're listening to the device. But it's something that I was like, I don't understand why he's saying this to the public, and maybe the public doesn't understand it. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep playing, and we can get into that conversation later. I'll put it in my notes.
Okay.
We go now to Neil Kashkari, who is the president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Good morning.
Good morning, Margaret.
So the Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged this past week. And on Wednesday, you were one of three regional presidents who indicated that future rate cuts may not be appropriate and a hike could even be in the cards. You dissented there. Are you saying that the financial markets and the White House should no longer expect the Fed to cut rates?
I think we all need to be open-minded about where interest rates are going because there's so much uncertainty coming out of the Middle East. I think I'm very focused, and many of my colleagues are, on what happens in Iran, how long the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And the longer it's closed, the higher likely energy prices and fertilizer prices will go, the bigger impact it's going to have on inflation here in America. And then we at the Fed have to take that on board. And so I was simply saying that there's so much uncertainty about the outlook in the Middle East right now. I don't feel comfortable signaling that a rate cut is on the cards.
in week 10 of this tension, however it's defined, how are you going to be able to judge the inflation shock over the next few weeks until you get to that June meeting?
Well, I'll give you an example. So the price effect, the energy effect and energy prices from the Iran conflict is already by some measures as big or larger than when Russia invaded Ukraine. So it's already having a big effect, and we're seeing it. You mentioned the PCE data. We're already seeing it in the inflation numbers here at home. I talked to the CEO of a global company headquartered in Minnesota, and they have estimated that even if the strait reopened today, it would probably take 6 months for their supply chains to return to something like normal. So I think for the Fed, we are going to have to watch what happens in the Middle East and the inflation data very carefully. That's going to have to guide us. But if it's a 6-month process for inflation returning to normal or something like normal, in the best case scenario, I'm also very concerned about something that's not the best case scenario and what that might do to prices here at home.
So, and we'll hear from Chevron CEO later in the program. He also talks about just the many, many factors that are likely to keep energy prices elevated for some time. In your letter that you published explaining why you dissented, you also said the labor market has been in a, quote, low hire, low fire environment for some time. Right now, we're seeing some corporate layoffs underway, and I wonder what the dynamic is that you think is playing out now and how the energy shock is going to play into it.
Well, so far, recently, the labor market has shown some signs of stabilization. So if you look at unemployment claims and new unemployment claims, they're very low. The unemployment rate has been at around 4.3%. It's bounced around a little bit for the last 6 months. So it seems like mostly the labor market is moving sideways. But the bigger the inflation shock that comes out of the Middle East, the more that's going to force Americans to cut back in their spending because they have to pay for gas, for example. So they'll cut back other spending. That can have a way of tamping down economic growth. That even could translate into some weakness in the labor market. So at this moment, the labor market seems like it's okay. But if this conflict is prolonged or if it gets much worse from here, then I think there could be a real downward shift to the growth trajectory of the U.S. economy. And it'll be uneven on who gets affected by that, unfortunately.
When you say prolonged, what do you mean by that? Time?
Well, I mean, could it go on for months? Could it go on for the end of the year? I just don't know. I'm not a foreign policy expert, but we're watching very carefully. And that, the challenge the Fed is facing right now is really about uncertainty of the outlook for inflation, which stems back to what happens in the Middle East. And it seems like there's a great deal of uncertainty about the path ahead, from what I can read.
I want to ask you about what's happening with the Fed as an institution. The Senate Banking Committee voted to advance Kevin Warsh's nomination as Federal Reserve Chair. He is expected to be confirmed in mid-May. During his testimony, he said the Fed has mishandled inflation over the past few years. And he said the Fed needs a, quote, serious shaking up with a good family fight. Do you agree with that? There needs to be a good family fight and a change of how you do business?
Well, I think we're all looking forward to Kevin concluding his confirmation process. We look forward to working with him and hearing his ideas. Some of the things that he's talked about, I think would welcome an examination of how we communicate this thing that we call the dot plot. He's talked about. I think many of us would like to examine that. There are things about the balance sheet and how we use the balance sheet. I think those are also, I think we would welcome a fresh examination of some of these policies. And so I think someone coming in and saying, hey, let's re-examine how we use some of our tools. I think those are good discussions to have. I don't think we'd be physically fighting. I think that we'd have robust discussions over the benefits and the costs of these various tools. And I think that would be worthwhile to have.
Or how you measure inflation?
Well, I think that there are many different ways of measuring inflation. He has talked about it in his confirmation hearing, some of his preferred measures. We're always looking at different ways of measuring inflation, and in different moments, certain measures seem like they do a better job than others. And so I think we need to examine all of those options dispassionately and figure out what is the best measurement tool going forward.
Quickly, the national debt is now larger than the U.S. economy. It exceeds 100% of GDP, going towards 100%.
forecast for where the debt is going. It's absolutely headed to an unsustainable level. Ultimately, this is the job of our fiscal policymakers, Congress, and the executive branch to come together and put us on a sound fiscal trajectory, which we're not on right now. Don't see an immediate crisis brewing, but at some point it's going to be a problem, and ultimately our political system needs to address it.
Neil Kashkari, thank you for sharing your insight this morning. And we'll be right back with a lot more Face the Nation.
I'm kind of confused. He said something about a dot plot. If anybody in here is like business major or something like that, or somebody that understands, why is he saying that they're looking at other avenues outside of the dot plot? Because doesn't the dot plot actually tell you what people are spending? Like, I don't understand why they're looking at maybe it not being able to measure inflation, because doesn't that actually measure what inflation should look like what people are spending? I'm confused. Why would they get rid of it? I think that's like one of the smartest pieces of policy to use towards the future of what it looks like for whether they should tighten or ease in. I don't understand that. What are they going to look at?
Well, it is coverage of mismanagement of inflation, and it comes from the top of officers, Secretary of Treasury, which yielded the need to, change horses in the middle of the stream, which is rarely done, but nevertheless, is gross mismanagement of existing resources that they're looking at. And he's the only one I've noticed the comparative. He says, well, I'm not a foreign policy analyst at all. Clears himself of that, but he alluded to the comparative analysis on Russia-Ukraine to the American-Iran conflict. So therefore, his analysis that the effect on the economy from gross mismanagement and spending, and then what affects the not shipping, what happened on undoubtedly the price of gas, diesel, and the grocery price is, I think, where the concentration is. So when there's inflation, and then the Secretary of the Treasury does not come forward and say, well, we are working this to balance the scales, and some yield will come to the common person, or this will be in the favor of business, big business, favor the bureaucrat or elitists. And so he's not naming, that's where the problem is. He's not managing the existing resources that cost unsure. He said, well, nobody knows. He threw it up to voodoo and say, well, nobody can predict. I'm unsure. I don't know. And,
but the dot plot actually measures what they look at, what consumption looks like for the average, right?
Yes.
If they're looking at what consumption looks like based off of what you have in your pocket, and they see what dollars are outside, that would help them forecast, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get rid of that and replace it with what? What do you replace it with?
In my estimation, from the top, if I were in the office of John Trump, then I would place a ceiling price on the fuel consumption and say, just in a hypothetical, $2 a gallon for gas, silver. If he's going to be a dictator anyhow, then he could use dictatorship, and they might say, well, we need to bring the king back. If he was to say, well, everybody's $2 a gallon, $3 on diesel, let's move forward. Let's let the corporation take a hit on this one, we'll get him back on the next one. But he's not an intelligent manager, and then it trickles down. So that's what he's alluding to. Does the leadership say, if injustice bond Trump, and there's a conflict, does this new secretary, he's going to take another look at the policy and see, is he going to be a hardline propagator of the policy of the administration, or will he take some firm positions on areas that could potentially be favorable of the people, or will he come hardline business? And the suffering continues, Bye.
I'm just asking, what are they going to replace it with? Because he said there's other things that they're looking at. And to be honest with you, doesn't the interest rates look at how much money is outside? And they may raise it just to keep so much money from fucking keep you from spending as much. Like, rate cuts are dependent on what your personal consumption is.
Yes.
Indirectly, it also affects our mortgage rate. So, like, I don't know. I'm just asking the question, and ain't nobody able to answer it.
Well, multiple influences on the economy, the multiple influences for inflation, and then the major influences is consumer power and consumer spending ability. Will you buy that? Will you buy, I guess, the skates and the marbles? And now you say, well, will I get the skates, or will I get some marbles to shoot you? Depending on what happens in the East, that's what he's saying. It's highly dependent on the outcome of the Iran-American conflict. That will determine how spending will go, and I assume how this Minnesota bank president feels that the new secretary will manage, maybe potentially quite differently. Approved and paid.
Alright. Okay, I guess there's no comments other than Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador. But yeah, I don't think my question was answered.
Well, thank you for the syllables as well.
Do you guys think China would be the next powerhouse? What do you guys think on that?
We can talk about that later. We're talking about... Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play the next interview or whatever she has going on.
Stay with us. President Trump met with oil executives this past Tuesday at the White House, and we spoke to one of the attendees, the chairman and CEO of Chevron, Mike Wirth, a few days prior to that meeting, and we asked him to describe the global energy shock we're all experiencing.
The way I would frame it is the energy system has lost an incredible amount of flexibility. The global economy consumes about 100 million barrels of oil every day. Barrels, 42 gallons. About 20% of that moves through the Strait of Hormuz, so that's been significantly disrupted. Normally, the energy system has shock absorbers in it, so we have inventory in tanks at facilities, inventory on the water and ships. We've got inventory and strategic reserves. All of those have been pulled down over the last couple of months as these events have unfolded. And what it's done is it's taken those shock absorbers and made them much less effective in the system. And so disruptions normally are met by moving these inventories around, and then price response can be muted. As the shock absorbers are withdrawn, the shocks translate a little bit more directly. And so I think what he's referring to is we're in a period where there's been significant supply taken out of the system, and we are facing this upward pressure on prices and volatility that is manifested itself thus far and likely to continue.
If there is an actual negotiated end to the war, do prices come down, or is just a truce enough to give relief?
What's really needed is for flow to resume through the Strait of Hormuz. You can't take 20% of the energy out of the system, and some of it's finding its way around to the Red Sea. But there's still a substantial amount of world energy supply that is not able to flow. And so that's the key thing, is to restore that flow. It allows markets to begin to rebuild these inventories. It allows us to get products to where they're needed and to alleviate some of the pressure. But that all will take time. It's a world where we have logistics of ships and pipelines and moving things around to markets around the world. And so that's why I say I think it's going to be with us for some time, because even if the Strait were open today, getting supplies to where they're needed and resuming the normal
y'all. Going once, going twice. Play.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. Here's more now of our conversation with Chevron CEO Mike Horton. We're reading about airports running out of jet fuel. What's the reality there? What is the supply? What does that mean for Americans who might want to travel?
Yeah, inventories of jet fuel in certain parts of the world were at seasonally relatively low levels before the conflict began. The Middle East refiners are significant exporters of jet fuel, particularly to Europe, where 75% of Europe's imported jet fuel tends to come from those refineries. It's not flowing today. So we are seeing jet fuel tighten very quickly in Europe and Asia. And we're seeing airlines announce adjustments to their flight schedules. We're seeing it flow through into fares. I think that's one of the first places it'll be felt most broadly. And we're seeing some upward pressure on gasoline prices now. I think aviation is clearly an area where it's going to probably get worse over the next few weeks.
Get worse over the next few weeks, but that has a lag effect. I mean, what you're saying is if you're buying a trip to Europe, expect to pay a heck of a lot more, even if it's months from now.
Yeah, again, I can't tell the airlines are going to price their product, but I think the upward pressure that they're seeing on prices and the tightness in the market is likely to lead to further route optimization, and so flights may not be as abundant as they otherwise would have been. I think planes will probably be more full than they would have been, and yes, fares could be higher.
You're saying we don't know enough to actually make hard predictions. That's what I hear you saying.
Yeah, it's, there's a kind of an old axiom that, I can tell you the price, I just can't tell you when. It's very difficult to predict these things because markets are dynamic. They can respond to things that we don't anticipate. And the one reality is that these shock absorbers are not as effective as you get down to lower levels of inventory. And so I think that's going to be with us for a period of time.
So the longer the conflict or this period we're in without resolution, it's going to continue to
I think it can extend these market effects.
Can you just turn on production at a moment's notice? What difference does this make to you?
Yeah, you can't turn on production at a moment's notice. It takes engineering, it takes supply chains, it takes contracts and workers moving and being mobilized. So it takes time to bring new production into the market. Our company had record production in the U.S. last year, 2 million barrels a day, 1 million barrels a day in the Permian. We're going to grow 7 to 10% again this year. So we do have plans underway to deliver more oil to the market.
So the energy industry famously was at odds with the last administration and vice versa. In this administration, are you and your fellow CEOs calling the White House and saying you're being too optimistic? Are you telling them how much strain there is right now?
One thing I will say is this is an administration that engages the business community very regularly, and it's across the board from all different departments within government. They seek dialogue, they seek input, and they're available and accessible in a way that I think is very, very good, particularly at a time like this. We engage in discussions with them on a regular basis about the situation, and discussions as recently as today about the things we're doing to try to ensure reliable supplies into U.S. markets. And so, yes, we speak on a fairly regular basis.
But you feel you can be honest and say, because the president is telling the American people gas prices aren't that high. His cabinet is telling the American people that prices are about to come down. You're telling me that's not that certain at all.
Well, and I'm telling you, the risks kind of skew to the upside right now. And
they know that.
And the opportunity is for us to, see flow resume through the strait, and then at the same time pursue these policies, which I think the
Services Committee are objecting to it. They are very concerned by Hex's order to withdraw a U.S. brigade from Germany. They said it was not coordinated with Congress, and yesterday President Trump said on top of the 5,000 that was announced, he wants to pull even more troops out of Germany. What is the effect of doing so?
Well, first of all, it's not just a lack of coordination or just Congress's preference that we want this to come. This is law. There's actually law in place that both the House and the Senate passed on a bipartisan basis that sets certain conditions for movement of our troops around Europe. And we passed these laws out of grave concern for rhetoric by this administration in the past that they were going to draw down on our presence in Europe, which is one of the most important troop footprints we have in the world that helps secure Europe, helps secure our economy, helps protect the hundreds of thousands of American citizens who live and work on the continent. So we are enforcing the law and the requirements. Second is it appears as though this decision was made because Donald Trump was upset by a comment made by the German chancellor. Like he is getting emotional and angry about this, and he's making really consequential troop movement decisions based on being upset by the comments of a foreign leader, which is no way to run a foreign policy. So we're looking into it, and we're going to make sure that any movements, if they do occur, are actually in our interests.
You're talking about the Chancellor of Germany saying that a whole nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership. I mean, that's a pretty strong statement from an ally. But in regard to pulling troops out of that country, we'll still have at least 30,000 troops or so in Germany. Isn't that still within the legal framework? I believe that the floor is set to 76,000 in Europe, but the president can go below it if he certifies to Congress it's in the national interest. Why do you think there is a violation?
Well, that's exactly the assessment we have to go through. What we know is that the president is making a decision based upon a comment that he didn't like by a foreign leader. So that alone is very concerning to us. It should be concerning to every American. Because the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, is going to move thousands of troops around just to get back at a foreign leader for a comment that he doesn't like. But I'm not presumptively against troop movements. If we need to move troops or brigades around to respond to national security issues, we should by all means do that. That's the prerogative of the commander-in-chief. When I was in the military, we would move forces around all the time. My point is we actually have to make sure that this is being done according to the risks that our forces are facing. That it's being done on the proper timeline, because moving troops and units around is very risky. It exposes them to a variety of risks. And that's in the best interest of the United States. And right now, sitting here, what we know is that this isn't a decision that's driven by the best interests of our troops and Americans. It's a decision based upon the emotion of Donald Trump.
Do you think the U.S. can end the war, or whatever we're in with Iran right now, without clearing that Strait of Hormuz? Do you expect a return to combat?
Well, first of all, it's Iran that's blockading the Strait of Hormuz, and we're blockading their blockade. I think the real question that we should all be asking is, does America really want to continue to have conflict in the Middle East for another 5, 10, 20 years? The problem is that we have confused as a nation. We have confused as a nation tactics versus strategy. Most of the conversation around Iran is about tactics. Should we blockade? How do we counter drones? Who is moving oil around where? What is our strategy? Right? We spent trillions of dollars in Iraq and Afghanistan to replace the Taliban with the Taliban, in Iraq to replace Saddam Hussein with ISIS. We are not good at having off-ramps and accomplishing large strategic decisions in the Middle East. Right? And this is just yet another example of that. So let's actually talk strategy and what it is we're trying to accomplish here, instead of having a constant discussion around blockades.
So when Secretary Hexes was before your committee this week and was asking for this $1.5 trillion budget request, are Democrats going to say no until they get those answers, or do you have to fund the troops who are in harm's way?
Well, I'm just going to say no, regardless of what's going on in one area, because we don't need that money. Right? The Department of Defense has never passed an audit. Never in the history of that department. It's the only government agency in the U.S. government that can tell us how they're spending money. We've already funded munition stockpiles.
warrantless surveillance program that's used to collect communications of foreigners abroad including when they're interacting with Americans. Your Democratic colleague, Jim Himes, who is in that powerful position on House Intelligence, called it the most important foreign intelligence tool America has. He said he has seen no evidence that the Trump administration is misusing it. Yet you have no on a long-term extension. What evidence do you have of abuse or violations of it?
But here's the problem we have. Jim Himes is right. This is an incredibly important tool that helps prevent terrorist attacks, that gives us intelligence on our adversaries, that helps protect our troops, which is why I've always supported it. But right now, in the last year, we have seen a president that routinely ignores legal decisions. They are ignoring more than a third of court rulings against them, routinely violating the law. Hell, in February, they actually politicized DOJ. They tried to put me in prison. They tried to indict me and other members of Congress simply for stating what the law is and what the obligation of our service members are.
But your committee chair is begging for it to be extended and saying there's no misuse of it.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm not willing to give a very long runway to this administration on a very powerful intelligence tool when they have routinely shown to the American people and to us that they violate the law and they don't respect the law. I will do a short-term extension, and then we will oversee that program, and we will guarantee I will look at it hard every single month. Yeah. If they're abusing it, if they're straying from the law, then we pull it back. But giving them a 3-year runway gets rid of all of our leverage. If we give them a 3-year reauthorization, what are we going to do if a year from now, 18 months from now, they start violating the program and abusing it? We have no recourse.
Well, right now it goes until June 12th for this short-term extension. Jason Crow, thank you, Congressman, for joining us this morning. We'll be back in a moment.
Any comments, yeah? Okay, let me go back to play. I'm trying to give y'all a moment to comment on what y'all heard. I don't even know if y'all understand. I'm gonna go ahead and play.
Last week, in a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court struck down a Louisiana congressional map that had been gerrymandered to create a second majority black district. The 3 liberal justices dissented, saying the ruling would, quote, eviscerate a section of the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act, while conservatives in the majority said the decision updated its legal framework. Reverend Raphael Warnock, Democratic Senator from the state of Georgia, joins us this morning from Atlanta. Welcome back to the program.
Good morning.
So our CBS News legal analyst described this decision as narrowing the application of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Effectively, it means it's now going to be harder to bring any lawsuits claiming that gerrymandering discriminates along racial lines unless there is proof of that intent. Why do you call that a defeat for American democracy?
Margaret, let's be clear. What happened this week is nothing less than a massive and devastating blow, not only to our democracy, but particularly to people of color in the South. This question about intent is on its head misleading, and it ignores our history. We had 100 years after the 15th Amendment passed, which on paper gave black people the right to vote, but with supposedly or putatively race-neutral methods for 100 years, the right to vote was denied. But in more recent history, the Supreme Court, this same conservative Supreme Court, hobbled Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act in 2013 with Shelby versus Holmes. Since then, we've seen the racial turnout gap get wider and wider, not smaller. And it has grown twice as fast in the states that used to be under Section 5. We will see a devastating impact as a result of this. And now more than ever, we've got to stand up and fight for our democracy.
But as you just said, the Voting Rights Act has been, weighed by the court multiple times, including back in 2013. But when it was originally written, there were things in place that don't exist now, right? There was a whole states, the law required 9 of those states to go get federal approval or pre-clearance before they changed their own voting rules. Congress in the 80s updated this law. Are you of the opinion that the law needs to stand as it was originally written, or does Congress now need to do some work to update it?
Listen, I know that there are those who are tired of the remedy. I'm tired of racism. I think it's a strange position to be more concerned about the medicine than you are about the malady. In that recent history, Roberts wrote in 2013 when they done it Section 5 that this racial turnout gap had gone away. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she said, look, getting rid of the protections of the voting rights law in this moment is like getting rid of your umbrella in the midst of a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. And since then, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. You're not entitled to your own facts. Since then, the racial voter turnout has grown larger, and twice as large in the states that were under Section 5. And there's a reason for that, Margaret. Since they removed the protections of Section 5, states that used to play old games, they're playing new games. The 21st century Jim Crow tactics in new clothes, moving voter polls, closing polls in black and brown communities. The data shows that black and brown people spend much longer time and longer lines purging people literally showing up and not knowing that their names have been purged from the rolls. And the data shows that this disproportionately impacts black and brown citizens. And now, as a result of the decision this week, they're saying that even when you show up, we have given the green light so that politicians can play games with the lines, so that even when you overcome those barriers and show up, your voices will be muted.
So it sounds like you want to go back to the letter of the law from 1965, and you want Congress to once again reinstitute pre-clearance for these southern states. That's what I just heard you lay out.
Absolutely.
So when I want to point something out to you, which is that the current Congress, statistically, in 2025, has a record high number, 66 black members, according to Pew Research, including 5 Republicans. That's the most to ever serve in Congress. People will look at that and say we are in a different country than we were, as Roberts once argued, as you just pointed out. Now that we are in this redistricting arms race, parties are playing with here. Do you think that will hurt black representation?
I think that the court sadly poured fuel on this redistricting arms race.
To be clear, you support redistricting that your party is carrying out. Oh, wow.
I do because Donald Trump, who's better at dividing us than anybody I know, instituted an arms race in redistricting. But I actually hate partisan gerrymandering. I don't like gerrymandering. But we could not unilaterally disarm. He's the one who called Texas and said, literally, give me 6 more seats. And so California and other states had to respond, Virginia in kind. But the solution to this really is to ban partisan gerrymandering. Gerrymandering turns our elections on its head so that rather than the people picking their politicians or their public servants, the politicians are picking their voters.
Right, exactly, which is why I'm asking you how you could support it. But I understand you're saying the context of the moment is an emergency. Let me ask you.
Well, I have a bill, but Margaret,
I saw that bill, yes.
Right now that would get rid of partisan gerrymandering
a good segment. It was a good segment for many reasons. Let me start with the first part. So Raphael Warnock, for those of you who think he should run for president or whatever, what you heard is that wrenching clicking sound is Raphael Warnock's political and rhetorical skills grinding against what you thought he was. That's what he's not very good at that. I don't know why people, I guess because he's black and a preacher and give a prepared speech. There was a lot of stuff in there, which I don't know if some of the stuff he was saying about voter turnout was true. I'm going to go look up later because he said it twice. So I hope he would not lie twice. But there was a lot of stuff in there that was off. First of all, pre-claims did not just pertain to the South. Let me turn this back to this. Sunset and the Mockingbird from the Queen Suite to Youngton. It did not just apply to the South. There are counties in New York that it applied to. There are areas in California that it applied to because voting discrimination was not limited to the South. That's the first thing. She said it maybe once or twice. He should have corrected her and let her know that it's not just a Southern phenomenon. There are parts, I believe, of Brooklyn, maybe, that was covered under pre-claims, but certainly in New York, there were parts that were covered. So that's bad. He should know that. That's the first thing. Secondly, they ruled the formula of Section 4 unconstitutional, which made Section 5 moot. I don't know where people keep thinking just because once the court rules something unconstitutional, Congress can just pass the same law. And then she asked him if that's what he wanted to be, that's what they wanted him to do. He said, yes. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they pass the same thing that this court ruled unconstitutional? They would just rule it unconstitutional in a section the day after you passed it. That's the second thing, the major thing. I mean, I could leave there, but it was just, that was great to hear because it shows you that the Democratic Party had no solution, no rhetorical rejoinders, nothing for a decision that Stevie Wonder's child with Ray Charles saw coming. Nothing. When last third thing, when they got the Wesley Hunt clip, it's not about having black people in Congress. It's about black voters choosing their representatives. There's a majority black district in America, in Tennessee, take me to another place, take me to another, that has a white member as its representative. Black people don't only represent majority black districts. The man's name is Cohn. He's a Jew. Cohn means he comes from the priestly class, if my Hebrew is correct. I don't understand why these people who are senators, our leaders, do not know. I am at work listening, half listening. This in one ear, Duke Ellington in the other ear, a bag of plantain chips, and work open 2 computer screens. And I know that. What is Raphael Warnock doing all week? And then I went to the bathroom. I'm not like, oh, let me go check. I gotta Google it. I know a lot about politics, but he should know more than me. People need to know that Section 5 did not only cover the South. People need to know that Joe was not only in the South. People need to know that black people sat on the back of the buses not only in the South. People need to know that black people were disenfranchised from voting not only in the South. It's insane to me. They didn't say any of that stuff. That's my 3 points. I could go on and on with that segment forever. But I was only half listening because I do have a job. Although I'm sure Infinity will tell me I'm guess nobody was in the queue. The Democrats have not told people, they've not made an affirmative. So what happens is the Republicans do a thing, and the Democrats say why the thing is horrible, bad, evil, malevolent, Jim Crow, retrograde, slavery, feudalism, totalitarianism, fascism. They say what it is, but they never explain in clear terms, let alone compelling terms, why the thing that was taken away was necessary. You had people on this app, I would use us for an example, not me, but many of y'all, who were arguing and cussing and fighting with people and people on the other side over USAID. Y'all haven't talked, nobody's talked about USAID since last year. The Democrats never explained to people why the things that Republicans are taking away or ruling unconstitutional matter, let alone how to fix it and bring it back. They never explain why these things are necessary for a liberal democratic order, small L. Ever. Trump doesn't think, oh my God, it's terrible. They got rid of USAID and so many African babies are gonna die. I just cannot believe these African babies are gonna die. So many have died. People get upset, they go crazy for a couple of months, and on to the next one. Please, freeze. Somehow they bring back some money, please, you move on to the next one. That's it. Why is the Voting Rights Act necessary? Why is it that Republican state legislatures literally draw lines, carving out black neighborhoods, carving out dorms? There were dorms in North Carolina on campuses at HBCUs where they literally ran lines through it so they could split the vote. So you quite literally could have been in one dorm on, say, Fayetteville State and another dorm, but somehow you're in a different district. Make that make sense. And it will quote surgical-like precision. That's what the state Supreme Court found out. That's why the Voting Rights Act is important, not because you want to have black members, but so black people aren't disenfranchised. The Voting Rights Act doesn't guarantee black members of Congress. It guarantees that these districts and these people in these populations aren't disenfranchised and have representation. That's what it guarantees. Doesn't matter if it's a black guy, a white guy, a Jewish guy, a Chinese guy, an Albanian guy, a Croat, or, as we found out the other day, a Yugoslavian Russian. That's what the Voting Rights Act does. I don't understand why these people want to be president of the United States as a Democrat. I haven't heard Kamala Harris, God bless her, come out with a full-throated explanation. Where's her big speech on the vote? She's a civil rights attorney. She should be getting the people in the liberal media to give a primetime speech on why what the Supreme Court did was what it is. And they should have had it ready because everybody knew it was coming. Like I said, Ray Charles' son with Ann Keller. You talk about a tragic biracial. Imagine if Ray Charles and Ann Keller had a child. Helen Keller, excuse me. Imagine if Helen Keller and Ray Charles had a kid. That'd be a tragic biracial. Couldn't see, couldn't hear. Forget about clapping on 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. Couldn't feel anything. There was no clapping.
But they might know that.
They'd be crapping. I don't need you to speak while I'm speaking. You can speak when I'm done. I didn't interrupt you. Just let me finish. You don't need to get into my jokes. Do your own jokes, which aren't funny. My jokes are funny. Yours aren't funny.
Talk about not funny.
One more time. Well, just interrupt me one more time. You'll be done for the day. Cool. And so everybody saw it was coming. Everybody saw it was coming. This is her wheelhouse. I don't expect Obama is a former president. He'd get a tweet. This is her wheelhouse, and she was her. You know what I read about Kamala Harris this weekend? She bought a $9 million house in Malibu.
What's wrong with that, though?
I didn't say anything was wrong with it.
That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing they can report on. That's crazy.
civil rights attorney and you want to run for president and be a black president and this matters to you, I'd be hitting the news. I'd be giving speeches about it.
Oh, I totally
Everybody
agree.
knew the... Oh, okay.
I 100% agree. It is just, the only reason why I said that is like they bring up news on some of our, on these Democrats about shit that they would, I mean, a $9 million house, she can afford it. Why not? But she does need to, not only her, a lot of them do need to come out and speak more. I've seen Warren, I've seen Corey, I've seen Hakeem. They're constantly on TV. What? I don't think people really pay attention, but they are constantly on TV. But she is talking about, there's rumors that she is talking about running again. And I haven't really seen her outside like that.
You know who I saw had released a statement? Jasmine Crockett. I know we do a lot of talking about it, but I thought it was okay.
She was on her TV deal or talk show deal.
But I don't think that. I think that people who say this is a major issue and whose main one of their main concerns in their political portfolio, to use the term everybody likes to use now, portfolio. A message is not, a statement is not good enough. Jasmine Crockett should give a major speech. She should stand up in the House. She's still in the House. And give a major speech. She should ask for time. It should be on C-SPAN, not during regular business. They'll give her time. And her staff should write a major speech going through the importance of it, the history of it, what it did, how these sections were continuously renewed. I remember George W. Bush signed one, and actually lay out in why it's important. And then do all the social media stuff. Clip it. Send it around. Like I said, when Donald Trump was out of office, he did those little videos. Those videos, like from 2021, 2022, when he was running, those videos popped up again on social media that people thought they were new videos. But many of them were like 2-3 years old videos. Releasing a let me say this about it. You can't get mad at Chuck Schumer for releasing statements. And then all you do is release statements. Oh, what's Chuck Schumer going to do? He's going to do a strongly worded statement. Cool. That's not good enough. Cool. The lady calls herself a civil rights lawyer. Kamala Harris went to Howard. She was supposed to be this attorney and prosecute everything. Where's the speech?
Yeah, I saw her.
Yeah. I saw her at Al Sharpton's thing, speaking in a black accent. That's cool. She should do that unless political. I saw them showing up for Reverend Al's thing at the National Action Network. Where's the speech? If she wanted to do a speech, counter program, a primetime speech, MSNBC would run it. CNN would probably run it. If she wanted to do a town hall on the Voting Rights Act, MSNBC would run it. You know why they don't do it? Because I don't think they actually care about this stuff. That's my larger point. I don't think they actually give a fuck. I'm done. I know y'all, that's y'all favorite, so.
So you know what, man? I'm gonna be honest with you. After we played 107 days, I think she would have been. We all know that she would have been a better president. Whether MAGA wants to admit it or not, we all know she would have been a better president. But I don't think she's mature. Like some of the shit that she released, I get it, right? Some people was like, "Oh, when would have been the good time for her to release this information?" She knew in her heart of hearts, because now it's like, I might run. If you have that I might run again in your heart of hearts, shut the fuck up. Stop blaming everybody else and just take responsibility. That's what leaders have to do, right? Take responsibility for what failed. And instead, Listen to 107 Days. It was everybody else, not her. Even with the choice of not choosing Mark Kelly, it was everybody else, not her.
So I was wondering, I mean, like, and this is, I guess, more so to bands. I mean, couldn't this same argument be used, like, when it came to the argument about, you know, needing a replacement of, like, Chuck Schumer? And I know the other day, like, it wasn't posed as far as, like, Hakeem Jeffries being, you know, needing a replacement, but, you know, with what Patty has just said, and I think we all would agree that, you know, typically the responsibility falls at the head of the leadership. I mean, wouldn't you take that into consideration when it comes to issues like
black people? I'm talking about black people. This is the voter. I don't need to hear from Chuck Schumer about the Voting Rights Act. The Jews did their thing in 1965. I'm talking about black people. I'm not even talking about this. I'm saying as black people, Negroes, Negars, niggas, jigaboos, porch monkeys, sambos, negretos, everything. I'm talking about us. I'm not talking about them. I don't need to hear Chuck Schumer talk about the Voting Rights Act. I don't need to hear Kamala Harris talking about it in terms of running for president. I want to hear her talking about it in terms of being a leader for something that she says she cares about as a black woman. That's what I'm talking about. People say, how come black people don't have any leaders? Because they don't have any leaders. Sorry, it's a tautology. That's what I'm saying.
No, that makes perfect sense.
I want to hear from Jasmine Crockett. The people went nuts about the case. James Tallarico released a statement. You know what I did? Read it, went to the next thing. I want to see a leader who's not doing it for electoral gain or to partisan points, explain to the American people in cultural terms, in social terms, in intersubjective terms, why this is important to them. And the reason why I think we don't see it is because it's not important to them. Now, Raphael Warnock, to be fair to him, he just is totally uninformed and totally overwhelmed. He doesn't know what he didn't know what he was. He didn't mention Section 4. He didn't mention the formula. The lady got the formula wrong. He didn't explain what pre-clearance was. Many of y'all were listening to that and had no idea what it was. It's his responsibility to explain it. It's complicated, actually, but he should be able to do that.
But you don't think he's doing that because he is in Georgia and it's a thing of like his messaging towards the people that have to vote for him in Georgia?
He didn't. What he's on? I don't know what you're saying.
Like how he framed, like when you talk about, for him, I think it's more of like, they're focusing on like, what it looks like for the state of Georgia. Even though this should have been, I think he should have changed his messaging because now he's talking to, he's on, not Meet the Press, but he's on a whole nother platform where we're talking about the entire United States. But I think he uses the same messaging that he used within Georgia when it comes to their Policy First Georgia coalition or as they type statewide shit to a national audience, and he forgets that it's just not Georgia. You're now talking to an audience of everybody. So I think he's trying to adopt the quote-unquote populist conversation when it comes to like what it looks like for Black people or minorities, period. And he is trying to build some type of coalition, but he's not talking from a national standpoint. Like when you brought up, it didn't just happen in the South. For him, his focus is the South, is in Georgia, and that's where his constituents are. I think I agree with you, he should change that messaging to make it make sense for the entire United States because of the platform he's on. It's not like he's on local news in fucking Atlanta or in Savannah or in Augusta or fucking Athens. He's talking to the nation. So he should have changed what it looks like for what coalition building looks like for the U.S.
I don't know if he knows that sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act pertain to the nation. That's what I'm saying.
I think he does. It's just not.
Why do you think that?
He can't not know.
You think there are people? You you think okay. All right. Okay. Why could he not know? But listen. Okay. Based on what he said, I don't think he had any idea what he was saying. He also said we see an expansion of turnout gap since that. I don't know if that's true in Georgia. I'm gonna go check the numbers. I don't think there's the racial voting gap has expanded since 2013 in Georgia. That's virtually impossible. The white population has shrunk. But I'm gonna check.
If you look at so the reason why I do think that there is a gap is because there's a bill that they just passed in Georgia that's affecting only the counties, and Fulton is one of them, which is one of 10 votes within the within the state of Georgia. So it's Fulton County, Clayton County, Gwinnett County. It's all the black counties. It's 5 counties that they passed a bill that takes the party off of it. So they're doing this for a reason.
One second. Georgia sees record black turnout. I mean, I don't know. All right. I'm not gonna. Okay. But now you had a question for me. You put a question mark. We just put a question. I don't know what the question is. You see that question? What's the question?
There's no question.
Oh, what was the question mark for?
I think you said something about Jasmine Crockett. I can't remember, and I was just like, what?
Why don't any of the black leaders, who calls them leaders, do speeches or major town hall and speak to people about the effects of the voting rights, about Section 5 and 2. I mean, you got to kind of do both, but recently 2. Like, a statement doesn't do anything. I just don't understand why people don't utilize media. The right uses media. That's all. And I was really saying, why not give a speech in the House? You could get to do it. C-SPAN will have it. I don't know what y'all do online. You can clip it. It'll definitely get virality. But if you're a civil rights lawyer, why wouldn't you use your time in the House to give a speech on the Voting Rights Act?
So we're not going to hold the white senators and reps to the same standard, just the black people?
I'm talking about as black people. I'm saying as black people, why aren't black leaders doing it? That was the context of the conversation. I do not expect Steny Hoyer to get up and do it. No, I don't. I expect black people to do that, but I do think that I have seen more from white people. I just said it. I've seen more from white people talking about it than black people in the House and the Senate. Or did his whole big one. He went to Yale Law School. Has anybody seen Cory Booker's big thing on the Voting Rights Act? No, he didn't. Wait, did he go to? He went to Stanford College or Yale Law School or vice versa. Either one. He was at number 1 or number 1A law school. That is, according to the rankings, so they say, it's supposed to be the smartest people in the world. He said nothing. Have you seen anything from Cory Booker? I haven't seen anything from Cory Booker.
Yeah,
I haven't seen. He gave a speech in the Senate?
No, not a speech in the Senate. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't know. I just think there are certain things that are precious to the Negro. And Negro leaders, or African American leaders, Black American leaders, whatever they want to call themselves, seem to not be interested. It's only reactive. And in that interview that we listened to, Raphael Warnock didn't say anything compelling that would move me if I was somebody in the middle. Why is the Voting Rights Act important? Obama became president. The lady said there was a record number. It seems like racism is over. A Republican guy says he represents a majority of white. They never laid out the case. They didn't do it with USAID. They didn't do it with the federal. They didn't do it with federal workers. They haven't done it with the CDC. They haven't done it with NIH. Maybe they got a little bit better with the NIH one. I'll give them that one. But I have not seen any concerted and choreographed choreographed, staged, theatricalized, whatever event, series of events of people saying why these things are important. It's just that the Trump judges come in and do a thing, the judges do a thing, they say, that's horrible, that's fascism. On to the next one, freeze.
But Cory Booker did go through a media outlet. He was on Morning Joe the other day.
Who?
He talked about it.
Who?
Cory Booker. When you brought up Cory Booker, that's why I was like, I just seen him the other day on, let me look it up, Morning Joe.
Okay.
Was it Morning?
But when he gave his filibuster speech that caught the nation's attention, that wasn't Morning Joe. He could take to the floor and speak for 24 hours to filibuster that. But this one, he goes to Morning Joe, which 8 people watch, and 3 of them are in comas because they put it on people's TV. Beep, beep, beep. That's like many people's last words. Beep, beep. Donald Trump will hit a thing, pause, over and over and over again. Now, Stormy Daniels says he runs out of PP because he got the mushroom dick. But outside of that, he'll hit a thing over and over and over and over and over again. Videos. They had, when the thing came out with the, oh shit, I forgot what it was. The ballroom. They got the American people talking more about a ballroom than the Voting Rights Act. A ballroom that none of you people will ever go into. I'm definitely not going in there. So I know I'm not going in there. People will talk about a ballroom. A ballroom. Exactly, Don. That's exactly right. We're talking about a ballroom. Sir, would you care for red or white? We have a Chablis and we have a Pinot Noir. Pinot, shout the tightest verse. We got people talking about a ballroom. We got people talking. Oh my God, Donald Trump changed the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center. You ever been to the Kennedy Center? Oh, I don't like that. That's gay. You ever see opera there? I don't see operas. That's boring. You ever see ballet? Oh, opera's gay. Ballet's gay. You ever see a play? Oh, that's gay. But Trump changed the name, and it really hurt me in my heart. Oh my God, Patty. When you get a passport, Donald Trump's face is going to be in it. It's so horrific. People going crazy about a fucking passport. Can't afford gas to get to the next state. You ain't going nowhere. But a Voting Rights Act, one of the main pillars, I just mixed metaphors, excuse me. One of the main features of the wolf of the contemporary American liberal democratic order, small L, small d, pause, don't went around the PP, go deeper. One of the main elements of the Wharf and Wolf, nothing. It's just horrible. Jim Crow. I listened to a white man who's a conservative, never Trumper, on a podcast, who's not a lawyer, I don't think he's a lawyer, David French, give more robust explanation of the importance of that and how it's being utilized. Let me give you another example. Do people in here know that a black man who was in prison for 30 years or so for a crime he did not commit, police lied on him, won an office in Louisiana, and the Republicans of Louisiana just passed a bill and signed into law getting rid of the office? He was meant to go into office today. They passed a law to eliminate the office. That's what Republicans are doing. Well, people worry about the ballroom. The man was in prison for decades for a crime he did not commit. Oh, Goat's just making it up. This, that, nigga, he got people checking on the computer to see if I'm lying. That's what's going on. But we want to talk about the ballroom. No. Shout out to Myra and her feet. I'm done for the day.
missile attack from Iran. They closed the airspace. We don't know how many of the missiles have been intercepted. Israel does their missile interception system with UAE, including a laser featured anti-drone system.
Well, talking about the voters' right, the gentleman on CNN, I think Thursday or Friday night, was arguing and saying that, he understands why they did this because, at that time there was a lot of racism and racism doesn't exist anymore. They had 58 black people in the house. Between 58, black and brown people. So racism doesn't exist. I guess that's the reason why people don't want to talk about it anymore, because it just doesn't exist.
They are talking about it. They're just not. What Barron brought up was them going in front of the Senate and having a conversation. And that's why I said he talked about it the other day on Morning Joe.
I mean, I know the guy got Me Too'd, so maybe you can't bring him in. But if this happened, and when it happened in 2013 with Section 5, if people always say Section 5, but the problem was really Section 4, for those of you who know the law. Parts of Section 4. So obviously, Section 4 is still in there. I think, for example, the part about, maybe literacy tests might be in Section 4, but the formula was rendered unconstitutional and therefore made Section 5 nugatory. Not nugatory, null and void. Sorry, not nugatory. Apologize. Null and void. It's one thing to go on a show. I give Cory Booker credit for that. It's another thing. You have called the CBC, right? CBC can't get time. The CBC presents, Congressional Black Congress presents. So they can't get time. They can't get time to talk about why this is important. They should have made time, because about half of them will be out of Congress next year. I guess they'll have time next year when they're out of Congress. They couldn't find a time to have a panel discussion, to do a 30 minutes. I don't know, Jonathan Capehart. I don't like Jonathan Capehart, but somebody like that, they have a TV show. They couldn't do a whole special CBC Presents. Now, when Marjorie Taylor Greene was feuding with Donald Trump, everybody could find time to bring her on here, there, and everywhere, like she was, Vanessa Williams, and we had to save the best for last. Sometimes the sun goes round the moon. Sometimes the sun goes round you. Just when you thought the day would pass, we're gonna sing our best. We can find Marjorie Taylor Greene was here, there, and everywhere. You mean to tell me we can't find anybody to have a TV show 30 minutes? I know I said leave Obama alone, but they told me Obama was a constitutional lawyer, the smartest man in America. They told me that he went to Harvard Law School and was the first black president of the Harvard Law Review. They told me that he taught law at University of Chicago, which is where the smartest people go, University of Chicago generally, including the law school. That's their discussion. I wish I was intelligent enough to go to Chicago. That would have been a blessing, but I wasn't at that level. I ran out of PP. Gotta go deeper. Anyway, if only the Obamas, if only he was married to another lawyer. I don't know. Maybe Michelle Obama is a lawyer. Maybe she went to Princeton undergrad. Shout out to the Tigers. Maybe she went to Harvard Law School. If only they had a production company and a contract with a streaming service like Netflix only they could produce a thing in politics, like if they had the power to do a 45-minute thing, if only we didn't know the Voting Rights Act was going to be done 3 years ago and they had this in the can. If only the Obamas knew law, they were former presidents and had a production company, maybe we could get something done. If only. I know none of that's possible. So instead what we have on Netflix is Savage Beauty, Fatal Seduction, and Blood Legacy. That's what I watch when I watch TV shows from South Africa. Where are the Obamas? Oh, I know where she is. Oh, she's having a podcast with her brother, who looks like her, bald and inflamed, talking with middle-aged men and women about their sex lives. That's what the Obamas are doing. Shout out to Trump.
Not too much on the show. Yeah, that was violent. I love this show. Why don't they do anything? This is like in their wheelhouse. Why don't they do anything? But Michelle made it clear that she doesn't want nothing to do with politics. I don't know. No, I mean produce it. No. I don't mean she needs to be in it. I'm saying, hold on, they have don't they have the Obama's Netflix? Look it up. Y'all gotta correct me if I'm wrong. Obama's signed a multi-year deal with Netflix in 2018 to produce films, documentaries, and series through Higher Ground Productions. Yeah, they have a production company. It's going to go independent, after, says Hollywood Reporter is reporting here, this is last, it's going to go independent after the Netflix deal ends, which I guess is the end of this year or next year. They couldn't produce something so it gets out in the atmosphere, not only that the presence of the Lord is here, but also with the voting. This is like their thing. At least that's what they told us. Pretty Ricky, what they called them. But where are any? I mean, I'll be honest with you. I have so much. I am so incensed at these people who get mad at Chuck Schumer for sending out statements, and then they send out statements. They had a whole podcast, her and her brother, right? Looked like he'd been on his head is so inflamed. Looks like he's been on a 3-week bender. If he keeps going, he'll make Roland Martin's hand loaf look like a piece of bologna. That's how inflamed that man's head is. He walked into Sephora, they turned the turnaround. They said their BHA doesn't go that high. They will bring people on to talk about all of the stuff that they talk about. Getting bucked down by young men. Obama telling young men they need to have a gay mentor. I don't need Obama telling people. He never read. Where was your daddy? The Obama giving people parental advice? Go talk to your own daddy. Your white family sent you all. We don't need you telling young black people how to stay kid. Go raise your own kid. She running around with a bunch of shit from free people smoking cigarettes, looking like a washed out model from 1983. Go find out what she's doing. I shop at free people. Not too much on free people, but I get it. That's what she look like. Go find out what she's doing. Why don't you do something? These people don't do anything. Conservatives are steadily knocking down everything that the liberal that fought for
in the civil rights movement, step by step, day by day. Shout out to TGIF. Did I do that? And there is no response. I saw somebody interview Nicole Hannah-Jones. Nicole Hannah-Jones could not find her way out of a constitutional law class or a statute if they were giving away free red hair dye. And we know how much she likes that. Why are you asking her? She doesn't know anything about that. You looking like Bozo the Clown, sound like Boo Boo the Fool. Anyway, nobody cares. Shout out to James Tallarico.
Mine is non-binary.
Okay, so well, maybe they just haven't thought about it like how you have. Huh?
They have people on their team that tells them what's the best interviews to freaking do, or where they have people on their team that reaches out to certain networks. So they have a team of people that's supposed to make sure that their message is out there. So
They could just quote from the Supreme Court dissents. They could use those arguments if they wanted to speak up on the matter.
And I really don't expect Michelle to come out with anything. She has been against this politics thing forever. She hasn't even showed up to freaking major. She hasn't showed up to shit because she tired. She didn't want nothing to do with this shit. Her husband put her in this situation.
So why have a production company? That's what I'm saying. I don't expect her to say anything. I'm saying you have a production company and you're a lawyer who went to Harvard Law and you care about civil rights.
But have you seen what shows that they have on there?
Yeah.
Most of their shows are like, I know one of them had to do with the national parks. I watched them, American Factory. I watched
Rustin.
Most of them are like,
Rustin was good.
I didn't see Rustin. I think National Parks and I think Crip Camp. It's about the disability thing. An American Factory.
They just don't give a fuck. That's all.
Rustin is the civil rights thing, right?
Yeah, it's about there, Rustin.
Yep. And then they do Kevin Hart's movie. Yeah, they did I think they had something to do with fatherhood. Let me look it up real quick. Wait a second.
The point is that there are any number of documentary filmmakers whose career would be made. Netflix did Ava DuVernay did a thing on, I think they called it the 13th, and they went around and got a bunch of people up in arms about slavery in prisons around the 13th, and then that's all people seem to remember about it's a pro-blacker, that's fine, whatever. But just give me a panel. I mean, it doesn't have to be Tavis Smiley, but remember the Tavis Smiley panels back in the day? I know many people here are young, but Tavis Smiley sees things called State of Black America. They did this thing all the time. You could just do a panel. You could have Randall Kennedy. You could bring in a bunch of old law professors from Harvard and elsewhere around the country. Read from the dissent, like somebody said. There's all kinds they could do. All kinds of things they could do. Obama went out and did videos and campaigning for the Virginia redistricting. Cool. So he is capable of doing something besides having dinner dates with everyone but his wife. Got it. He can do things. 4 hours to do. Jasmine Crockett, nothing. Gregory Meeks, nothing. Cory Booker, nothing substantive. Raphael Warnock, an interview, nothing. Nothing. The only person that's been on this has been Hamloaf Head, Roland Martin, in a t-shirt so big that if he jumped out of a plane, he could use it as a parachute. He's the only one that's done it. Nothing, nobody.
Cory Booker did speak on VRA, bro.
I'm talking about something substantive, not a morning joke. Patty, I know in your mind going on a morning joke. Okay, you're right. All right. I apologize.
I just think I've been in other rooms where people say that Cory Booker doesn't speak enough. Hakeem Jeffries doesn't speak enough. And I see them speaking all the time. They're on
cable news. I'm saying an actual substantive speech on the issue, not a 3-minute hit about conservative justices. Why is it that how will they redraw the maps? Why is it these places had trigger laws? Do people know there were trigger laws? Most people here had no idea. Quite literally, there were trigger laws. What are trigger laws? They don't explain to Americans what this is. Where's the left-wing funder for a left-wing version of the Federalist Society? Not just the Constitution, not just the ACS or whatever the one is, but a real one that's high profile, that positions itself as such. And there's an American whatever. And it doesn't need to be in law schools. What's the think tank response? Where are the black think tanks? Who's going to give Jasmine Crockett $20 million to start a black think tank like they gave Podesta $20 million or whatever it was for Center for American Progress? I don't know the numbers. I'm just saying generally. They have to answer to the Federalist Society. Why don't people know about it? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But my larger point is this. These people pretend they care about civil rights and the Negro. They don't. They don't. Where's Linda Blunt Rochester? Many of y'all don't even know who that is. That's a black woman in the Senate. She's from Delaware. Where's Angela Also Brooks? Miriam, it's not more money. It's not, they have plenty of money. They need to put more thought behind it. But the reason why they don't is because they don't care. They've got plenty of money. Get the View to do a whole thing on the Voting Rights Act. You want to do mainstream media? How many black people have shows at night? Abby Phillip, Lauren Coates, Jonathan Capehart on weekends. What's the boy's name? Al Sharpton. Who else has their own shows? Harris, she's not going to do it. She's doing her thing. She's probably happy the Voting Rights Act is called. She's whatever. The whole show. Whatever. I'm living in another time period. Nobody gives a fuck. I'll meet up. Y'all got a good time.
So I looked it up. There have been 5 that came out right after, outside of Booker Talking the Morning Joe. You got Shamari Figures, Yvette Clark. Y'all don't know who she is, then y'all need to go bury yourself. Hakeem Jeffries, Cleo Fields, and Terry Sewell. Y'all don't know who Terry Sewell is. Maybe I need to bury myself.
She's a representative from Alabama whose district's about to be drawn.
Yeah. So those are the 5 that I see that has spoken in the last 48 hours. Any other comments in reference to the DRA before somebody shifts the conversation? All right. I know Igor brought up something about, you wanted to talk about, Igor, about one of our major platforms being hit, one of our ships being hit. Oh, Igor's gone. Anyone else have anything they want to bring up?
I'll say I didn't know this yesterday. It was a true social. Our fabulous Rudy Giuliani, a true warrior and the best mayor in the history of New York City, by far, has been hospitalized and is in critical condition. What a tragedy that he was treated so badly by the radical left lunatics, Democrats, and he was right about everything. They cheated on the elections, fabricated hundreds of stories, did impossible to destroy our nation. And now, look at it. So sad. President Donald J. Trump, 7:17 p.m., May 3rd, 2026. I mentioned this yesterday. So.
Y'all didn't mention him being hospitalized yesterday?
Yeah, we mentioned about Rudy Giuliani being hospitalized. Yes, that part. But not this true social.
But y'all close around 8, so that might be why.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess. Mm-hmm. Well, it was some confusion in the beginning because Matt C said he was in the hospital, but RIP. So we were trying to figure out if he was right. Matt told us he was RIP, but in critical condition. So yeah, we were trying to figure that out for Matt.
Miriam, your karma's going down. She had 2% the other day, and we were trying to get at least 1%. Now
I don't actually pay attention. I don't pay attention to that, so I don't know.
You must have been attacking people and got some thumbs down. You were in just the other day. That's why I was like, everybody love. This was about a week ago.
No, I might have just been standing on a position that Marvin refused to accept. So one legislator ended yesterday after a 34-hour marathon. They passed a bill that would ban mailing any type of abortion-induced medication. Basically, you'll have to go to a doctor and get it dispensed in the state with prescription from your doctor. But you can't have it mailed in. Oh, another blow to reproductive rights for people who live in the state. Then, because they are so afraid of what's going to happen in the elections, they decided to pass legislation that would put something on the ballot requiring 2/3 majority to any type of legislation that changes tax. And this is going to be on the ballot when people are voting this year. I mean, there is a lot damaging and a disaster to people. For instance, changes to who is going to get access to SNAP, which is going to decrease the number of people who currently get SNAP. All of those things, all those bills passed them getting waivers from the federal government so they can decide what is considered as healthy foods. Even if anyone is accessing SNAP benefits, these are programs that come from the federal government. The state gets to decide which foods on the list are considered healthy food. Otherwise, they're not going to take those funds from the federal government.
So wait. So what you're saying is pretty much like they're the food that they can buy and they can't buy?
Yes. And it will be based on the director.
You know how expensive it is when my daughter is at home when she comes home for the summer for her food because she's weird.
Yep.
And to even have these weird foods, like she's like she watched too many YouTube videos. I hate it. Since she's been in high school, it's been a milk thing, it's been a organic fruit thing, it's been like what does organic fruit really mean thing, and that shit is expensive.
No, it is. It is expensive. The cost of developing all these systems and setting them up, would be up to $15 million. In fact, a lot of money is going into setting up the IT systems that will monitor and determine what is considered as healthy, who is eligible to access any of those foods. All of that is beyond the amount that they could literally just give people for SNAP.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I do think that there are certain things that we need to introduce into these social programs to help people get off of some of these benefits that they receive. And that's why I always bring up like how Norwegians or like Denmark, how they have really strong social programs, but what it includes that we don't include, like the mental health and the case manager. I know it's going to be expensive, but I do see like how it can actually help take people out of some of these programs. Like they have, y'all, believe it or not, they have nurse case managers visit homes. We can't get a social worker to check on a fucking abused child, but they have nurse case managers visit a home if you're on dope. The child has mental health issues. If you can't secure a job, they have actual nurse case managers visit you and talk to you. That doesn't happen. We can't save children around here that teachers say that they see abuse on. But it's a smaller country. I get it, but goddamn.
Well, we don't even have the funding to hire those people that are needed because we've closed down a lot.
So why not give tax breaks to special needs? So why not give tax breaks to people that have certain specialties where they can actually contract themselves outside of their own job? Why the government don't do that? Let's say they give them, a $5,000 tax break if they contract themselves to do certain things, and the city has certain positions where they can do some part-time work. Because I know one of my homegirls, she's an actual doctor, and during COVID, her ass was fucking Ubering whenever she had the time.
Patty, so with that, some states do pass legislation that somehow, for instance, if someone is a firefighter, they are volunteering, they give them deductions or certain breaks, but this happens at the state level. People have to campaign with the state legislators to pass legislation on that.
Right, so there's a girl they used to be in the audio app. She's a nurse practitioner, and she used to do state audits, like for the these homes that older people pay like $7,000 to go to so they can get their medication and all this other shit. Their family's paying all this money, and because they're missing a nurse case manager, she contracted herself because that would have been detrimental to them losing their facility. She contracted herself to actually be the nurse case manager while still being able to audit, but then excluding them as one of the places that she audited because it was her quote unquote contract.
Yeah, so
we could do that. Like,
well, I was just so I saw there was that discussion Aisha Preston, and then I stated that what passed legislation that's going to ban people getting mail-in abortion medication. In session ended yesterday. They also legislation related to citizens get. So that's the update that I was giving in case people are wondering how that tied in. Everything happened.
That's crazy because that shit's gonna be expensive. I don't think that food stamp's gonna be able to pay for it. Because I have, with the one child that was acting crazy, when I was in Hawaii, it's a little bit more expensive. I was paying almost $200 a week just for her groceries alone.
I'm talking about food stamps?
No, so she brought up, Miriam brought up that they're talking about having a very strict list on what can be bought with food stamps. And it had all that being around healthy food choices.
What's wrong? Okay, what's wrong with the restriction on food stamps, Miriam? What's the point you're making? I can't. It's hard for me. I can't follow. You started with abortion access, and then I heard nurses. It's hard to follow. What are you saying?
So let me start where I started. Spiritus had put an update from just about Mifa Preston. Then I said, in fact, yesterday our legislator passed legislation that would block mail-in of any form of anti-abort medication to the state. And on that same day, they also legislation that also is just not more restrictive. So that's then Patty was thinking about they could update how those what are considered healthy foods and in ways to help people get off SNAP. And this is when Patty brought up the case of, I think, Denmark. Denmark has a way of supporting people and helping them get off SNAP by looking at improving their livelihoods and doing health visits and those things.
It's like, people use their food stamps to buy what they can afford, right? With the food stamps that they're given. And if I'm talking about one child, and maybe it's just the state of Hawaii, it could possibly be cheaper. But with my daughter being home, I only could buy 2 apples a week.
Patty, no, I think I was asking how those two got tied together. So I was just explaining that I was reporting on the restriction that I also applied to Mavoprestin and other abortion medication, and that on the same day they did that, they also included strict rules on access to SNAP. So that's what I was trying to clarify.
Do you have an issue with the rules on SNAP? Well, what are the rules? I mean, what does it say?
Yeah, so first off, they are going to remove refugees from SNAP. They want to only make green card holders and citizens as those who can access. They are also restricting how household income are calculated. Before it would be head of household, now it's going to be everyone in the household. So if you have family member who is disabled and gets access to SNAP, they live in that house, everyone's income is going to be calculated on them. They will not be eligible to access, including restrictions that were already passed that require to work 20 hours a week. So a lot of people are going to fall. Then the way the foods are categorized, some of them are very confusing. For instance, they would have some energy bars that as acceptable. And from that same company, there would be a few items there that they would say it's not acceptable. It's become a nightmare of grocery companies to work on all of this changes that are happening. In fact, the state is going to spend almost $1 million or so to upgrade the system. They can do close monitoring of the foods, reset the whole system. Then they remove foods that, so ready packaged foods that you can just in a microwave, those ones have out of that benefit. You would literally have to buy main ingredients itself, individually, as opposed to, for instance, if you got noodles, just water those out. Then you have to that you've worked and you have to report every 3 months to 6 months for you to keep your staff.
Ambassador, let her finish.
Well, yes, so they've just made it more restrictive and more difficult for more people to act.
So wait, so not being able to buy, I'm a little confused because your connection was a little in and out. So I heard the last thing they weren't able to get was like TV dinners and Stofers. What else was there? I didn't get it.
Well, you don't think that could be a problem, man? Like for someone, like say, I'm a single mom, I'm working 2 jobs, and then I have a child at home that has to survive while I make sure that the lights are on so that child can study. You don't see how that can be an issue? I get it where you want them to have organic foods or more healthy choices, but it's hard to use the healthy choices if there's no one at home to make sure that these meals are available.
I mean, I have to see. I mean, I don't. Maybe. I mean, it depends. I don't know. I have to see.
It was hard for my mom. So my parents weren't married when I was originally born, right? But even with her, she wouldn't, because at one time she was trying to become a citizen, and with her being a citizen, she didn't want to be in charge, so she didn't take food stamps. But how she made meals for me and my sister had to do with, she's talking about getting rid of noodles and then frying an egg and putting it in the noodle. That was my protein. Like, it was the cheapest way she can afford to make sure we eat without relying on the government, because she didn't want to be in charge and them using that against her for her citizenship. So then you have people that are, when she talked about them cutting off refugees, people on green card, a lot of people that's on green card, they don't really use the program like that because there is a goal for them. And if they are using the program, a lot of times that's because it's like a desperate measure. And I don't know, a lot of people argue about immigrants on these social welfare programs. A lot of y'all really don't know fucking immigrants then. I really believe you don't. Because a lot of these immigrants don't they try their best to stay off these programs. That's why there's like 50 million people living in one fucking home. And how they feed their family, let's say if they come into desperate measures, if they cut off certain food choices, I don't think food stamps is going to be enough to be able to supply what it is that they need to feed their home. I'm just telling you from my perspective, and Hawaii is a little bit more expensive, but taking my daughter to Whole Foods to get 2 apples, her freaking crisp that she needed, her goddamn bullshit fake ass meats that used to cost me like $200, $100 and some dollars a week. And I had to go weekly because we only bought so much. Because the first time that we started doing it, most of that shit will go bad by the end of the week if it wasn't cooked or.
So if I with the pops.
So I'm looking it up, Miriam. I don't see, but I see that they restricted sodas, candy, and hot in-store prepared foods. That's what I see.
Yes, hot in-store prepared food. So, for instance, if you want to buy, not TV dinners isn't even the biggest problem. For instance, if you went and you said you wanted to just get the fried chicken, you couldn't.
So
those are now out of the list.
So I saw someone complain about the sodas because when kids are sick, a lot of times people will give them like ginger ale or like Sprite. And listen, this is what the people said. I'm just relaying information to you right now. So they complained about that because it would create a hardship on the parent in that instance. I'm just telling you what I read, not what I believe.
So why not just use the money to buy
ginger ale? No, my mom used to buy ginger slices, pickled ginger slices, and we chew it.
No, I'm just saying, if your kid needs ginger ale, a can of ginger ale costs 60 cents, 80 cents. I mean, even food stamps, you can still use money. That's what I'm saying. Like, these arguments, I know it's not your argument. But these arguments are terrible.
So bad.
They're terrible. 1 second, Marianne. Let me just finish. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that when it comes to sugary drinks, yes, there is a discussion on. I think the thing about it is that some of these prepared foods that someone can buy, for instance, a sandwich that you can buy, it's already a sandwich and just eat it. You can go and buy chicken that's already cooked and eat it. You know, it's very easy and convenient to buy something ready prepared versus buying fresh chicken and going to cook it.
Are you serious? You guys have to be joking.
But the part that I'm really confused about is that they were trying to introduce a hot rotisserie chicken bill because under the current guidelines, people couldn't buy hot food. They can only buy cold food. So how does this even fit into that?
Well, I mean, her state. I don't know if you know what her state is. It her state you're talking about? She's talking about her state.
She's talking about her state.
Talking about Iowa. Yeah, Iowa is more restricted.
But I think rotisserie should be added. It shouldn't be added on there.
But what I'm
Mom used to buy them all the time. She used to buy rotisserie all the time, and she'd put it inside the oven, and we'd come home from school, and I'd have to freaking cut it up for me and my sister. It was the easiest way for us to have a cooked meal. And yeah, we had a freaking rice cooker that had already we can keep 2-day warmed up rice, but that's how we ate. Like, my mom didn't want me touching the kitchen stove at freaking 8, 9 years old.
But the bill that I'm talking about just passed the House like 4 days ago. So I'm asking, how does that fit into all these new restrictions?
So I'm going to just add another part to it. The issue here is that the way the products are identified is even very confusing and making it difficult. So Iowa now has the strictest rules on SNAP access. Essentially, anything that's taxable that has a sales tax is ineligible for SNAP. Now, item that has flour in it, for instance, okay, when it's taxed differently if it has flour versus if it doesn't have. This is just looking at items. If it's taxed, you can't purchase that. The type of items in the list are mess because it's one little ingredient that could change one from the other and it's thrown out.
I don't get it. Why can't you just cook the chicken? I don't understand. So a lot of places that have pre-cooked chicken, the markups are insane. Why not just get a chicken, season it yourself, and put it in the oven? I really don't understand why you need to get pre-made. We don't know what they put in the chicken. I'm really confused. I don't really understand. It takes about 40 minutes to cook a chicken. You can cook it the night before, which I don't have any children, as I found the other day. But many people with children cook at night while the children are asleep, and then they have it the next day. In fact, if you're a cook, you know a lot of food tastes better the next day anyway. They're not working 24 hours a day.
So I told you when we came from Europe for me to go to school in New York City, my mom wanted me. I went to Sacred Heart. With her, we couldn't afford Sacred Heart. So with my mom, she was working during the day, and then she was cleaning the school during the evening. So she really did not have the time to do the prep. And then on Sundays, she was doing the bingo for the damn school. And that was part of my tuition. So you have parents like my mom who are working these multiple positions so that they can secure a future for their own kid. And she just didn't have the time. So she would buy the rotisserie chicken. She would pre-cook the noodles, and then we'd have to sit it in the microwave to heat up the noodles that had a fried egg for my protein. I had the freaking rice cooker, and that was bought by my dad at the time that just would hold rice for 2 days. And that was the same rice we ate the day before. So it's not, I don't, unless you lived in those conditions, I don't think people really understand how hard it is for a single parent who's by themselves make a way for their kids. Now, my mom had my dad to assist, but my dad was still in a whole other country. So she still was, quote unquote, a single mom. So her being a single mom is really hard, and she did the best she could, but she didn't have enough time to do a pre-cook on a Sunday because she didn't have her Sunday. Her Sunday was prepping to go to work to make sure I can go to this damn private school, and my sister go to a private school, so that we can fucking have what she would consider some kind of education. And she was volunteering all that time to pay for our tuition. There are parents like that. So rotisserie chicken was a thing for my house. I hate rotisserie chicken as an adult because I ate it all my goddamn life. I hate it.
And then sometimes the warm.
So what I said was, at nighttime, when the children are, first of all, I make chicken all the time. If I do a fancy version, maybe it takes me 20 minutes to so-and-so. To prepare rotisserie chicken, a raw chicken, you take the chicken out, you clean the stuff out the inside, you put salt and pepper and paprika on the outside, whatever seasons you want. You then put it on a pan, and you put it in the oven, 400, 425, depending on what recipe you use, for 45 minutes to an hour. It takes less than 10 minutes to prepare. All I said was, at nighttime, while the children are sleeping, one can cook. Single mothers have done it. Non-single people can do it. People cook. And so if this is a thing that these people are doing, I'm saying this is a bad argument on behalf of food stamps politically, because people don't buy it.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you what's so sad about this situation. You're making it seem like it's that easy.
It is easy.
No, it really wasn't for my mom. So even for her to go to work during the day, our daycare didn't open early enough, and she used to leave me at there's this pizza spot she would go to, and they were really friendly, these Sicilians. Let me stay there, and they would actually watch me in the fucking restaurant. wanted from my mom, but that 10 minutes wasn't available for her. Because not only did she have to do that, she would have to like make sure that I was able to go to somewhere else after I got out of school. And the girl's house I would go to stayed in the building that we stayed in the project across the street from us. And her father ended up killing the mother. But I would stay at her house while my mom was still working. And when she got off from work, her ass had to fucking go pick me up, go, have me sit in there while she's fucking cleaning the school I attended. It's not that easy. Unless you lived in that life and understand how that fucking works for some of these single parents, it's really hard. As a kid, sometimes I was fucking 7 years old going into certain offices. This is her job, to take out trash, to help her make her day early. I had to sit and study on the floor and at my own school while she was cleaning up. It's not, 10 minutes sound easy, Paprika Salt. It's not easy for a single mom that needs to sleep to wake up early in the morning to get to work. And guess what? She was a teacher at the time.
Hello, everyone. One second, neoliberal. So first of all, a lot of people on SNAP don't work. We're talking about SNAP benefits. We're not talking about single mothers as such. I'm specifically talking about people.
She probably could have got SNAP, but because at the time she was a green card holder, she did not want to be a charge. A lot of people don't realize that these immigrants, or some people don't want to be a charge on the government. She didn't want to be a charge on the government. Because her whole thing was, I'm going to end up getting married to her father, and I want to be a U.S. citizen. So in her mind, being a charge on the government, SNAP wasn't an option.
Okay,
So
but can I say this one thing? Can I just say one thing? So, as far as the rotisserie chickens, a lot of the times in certain areas, the hot chickens will be on sale. The cold chickens are not. So there's a particular place that I go, that I shop at every day, from 4 to close. They put the hot rotisserie chickens on sale for $4. Literally $4 a chicken. If you were to go to the cold case and purchase a rotisserie chicken that is literally cold, that was once hot, it's actually $6.
Okay.
So it would actually cost people more. Okay. So this is why the hot part is more important.
Okay. So then why not buy it, TT? You still have money. You guys say they all work, right? Then the chicken, if the SNAP doesn't cover the chicken, then you could buy the $4 chicken, right? Or if you're on SNAP, you don't get cash. It's food stamps. So people use food stamps. They use both, right? So you can use cash to buy your ginger ale and your prepared chicken. That's all I'm saying.
So in Iowa, you have to work to access now SNAP and healthcare, and then you get a card. You don't get cash at all. It's a card.
I'm talking about their jobs, Miriam. I'm saying that people work. So you have a job, you get paid. You get supplemental. If they're not paying for your prepared chicken, and that's the only thing you can have, because as I'm learning today, nobody can cook. Single moms can't cook. Then pay for the chicken.
Nobody's saying single moms can't cook, but I'll tell you.
You just said we couldn't do the 10 minutes of the paprika.
Check this out. I wasn't even eligible for food stamps when I first graduated from college.
Okay.
I want you to understand this, right? And I didn't do what my mom did, work all these extra bullshit just to fucking make sure my daughter went to school. But I was living from check to check. And I can tell you there were times where it was cheaper for me to buy a goddamn meal at the fucking local Chinese store where I split it between me and my daughter and it lasts for 2 days. So I don't care about anybody's extra conversation when they have not lived that life. I've lived that life as a single mom. I've lived that life as a child of a single mom, and it's really fucking hard. If you haven't lived that life, y'all really don't understand. And guess what? Prepared meals is what happened. You know why? Because I told y'all before, as soon as I graduated from college, the first job I said that I can do that I knew that would hire me immediately because I had no fucking experience was teaching at one of the poverty-stricken schools. Me teaching there was to pay back my loans, thinking that they would hire me immediately, and they didn't. Off of a fucking stupid-ass general education practice exam. And me taking that job, I was broke as fuck. Somebody told me, go see if you can get food stamps. I couldn't even get food stamps. So feeding my child when I only had $30 before I got paid that Monday and it was a fucking Saturday, I fucking went and bought a fucking meal that was hot with my little $30, and she had to drink water, and we had to fucking split that between two and make it last for 2 days because I still had to have gas money to make it to work because I wouldn't get paid until maybe when the bank opened at 7 o'clock that morning. It's hard.
I didn't say it wasn't hard. I'm talking about political arguments around food stamps. But now I know the rules. If you don't have an experience, you can't speak on it. So
I'm not saying you don't have the experience.
You just said that.
Speak on it. What I'm saying is,
that's what you just said to me.
No, that's not what I said.
That's literally what you said.
You're over I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I know what it looks like for me. I know what it looks like for me as a child. I know what it looks like for me taking care of my child.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that's the same for everybody. But I had a job. And when you're saying like people didn't have jobs, like I had a job. I wasn't eligible for food stamps. If God wouldn't let me say just opened it up to $3,000 more, I may have been able to get food stamps, but I wasn't able to get it. But I still had to get to work. I had to make sure my kid ate. And there are parents that are right at that brink where those food stamps mean everything. Like for my mom, it would have mean everything.
I'm not against food stamps. What's the conversation now?
Okay, never mind.
No, it's not.
We're talking about the restrictions on food stamps.
I think those restrictions when it comes to prep food, if you're using something like rotisserie chicken or something, okay, I get it. Everybody needs to be healthy in the United States. That's it.
My argument is if you could use the money that you have to still cook chicken, that then also frees up food stamps to buy other things. That's what I was trying to get to. If they restrict what you can use it for chicken, on the chicken, that means you have more food stamps to buy other things. That's why it doesn't matter if you can't use it for chicken. The money's fungible. That's what I was trying to get to. So if you had $100 and you were using $10 on the chicken, and you can't use it on the chicken, that means you can use the $10 on other things. That's all I was trying to get to.
I got you.
Sometimes
we don't have the $10. I barely have the $10.
The $10 aren't food stamps.
I'm talking about my money.
Okay.
I barely have the $10. Bro, I remember what it looks like for me and my daughter.
But you want
there was times that I actually, let me tell you something, there was times that I actually delivered fucking pizzas with my daughter in the backseat of a car, fucking having her watch fucking movies and like begging to take the next fucking pizza out. Just so I can have extra money to pay for daycare so I can go to fucking work. I've lived that life.
Okay.
My daughter, you know what's so crazy? They talk about your neurotransmitters fucking connecting at 3 years old. It's so fucked up that my daughter remembers. She told me, I remember when you used to do that because I used to be scared sitting in the car. And I was like, fuck, your neurotransmitters don't fucking connect to you around 3 years old. But she was like 2 or turning 3. And she remembers sitting in the car waiting for her mom so I could go deliver a fucking pizza. But at the time, I'm supposed to be fucking having a job. So I can fucking make sure that she goes to daycare.
So, to close this argument, I was bringing out the fact that Iowa has the strictest NAB regulations in the whole country. It's worse than any other state. And now they're going to ban all taxable foods. And so if you go and buy anything, if it's food, don't buy anything that's taxable. And that would literally let you know what people are going to be allowed to buy if they're on SNAP. It also requires that people work 50% of the time. But then the restrictions on household income means everyone who lives in that household, if you're disabled and you're living with family, the income of all those family members would be included in your income level, and if it's above the threshold, you will not get your access to SNAP. It's also going to impact your access to healthcare. But I was just explaining that it's one of the strictest that the country has ever seen. And this is a state where things are already tough. Employment is at its lowest. Access to good jobs are limited. Payment for what people get paid for jobs are limited. Access to housing, so those who are on SNAP are usually living with family, or their other income goes into their rent and all their other needs. And it's gotten strict for a lot of people.
Maybe I need to read it more because I don't understand the argument.
Can I just?
I want to say something. Ada, I don't know what you're talking about. We had money from McDonald's because I didn't have fucking money from McDonald's. My daughter didn't get to eat McDonald's as a treat every fucking other day. Fucking clowns.
Hello, everyone. I think the food choice arguments, again, about the messaging, I think everybody from the last speakers are pro SNAP funding, right? From the Trump administration has positioned itself as if all of this is pro-health, right? Which is bullshit. So food choice arguments politically are weak, because you run into the argument that, you don't want Americans to be healthy. Well, in reality, what the policy does is it poses such severe administrative burdens on this stuff, right? What is healthy, both on the states that are going to need to implement it and also on the private sector, that it's virtually impossible to comply with this. The law also will penalize, and they have a sliding scale on penalties recorded in this year, and then the funding gets dropped if there are penalties. There are going to be a lot of penalties due to non-implementation, because implementation of this is virtually impossible from the get-go. The estimated cost only for the private sector, not the public sector, not the states, right, of implementation of this labyrinthine system is $1.6 billion. Nobody's going to implement this stuff correctly. People are going to get penalized for it. The states are going to get penalized for it, and the funding is going to get cut. It's just the funding wrapped in a health argument.
I was going to say, I looked it up, and it seems as though they're going to ban in Iowa, of course that goes out the window, marshmallows, packaged popcorn, dried fruit, any juice that doesn't have at least 50% of actual juice within it. Wow.
Yeah, so taxable. So any food that has tax applied to it will not be eligible for SNAP. Any food that has tax. They are changing the whole IT system. Millions of dollars are going to update everything. So all the grocery companies have to break down the exact products they have. For instance, if a cereal bar doesn't have flour, it's not allowed on SNAP. If it has flour, it's considered non-taxable. It's a nightmare. It is a whole nightmare, and it's going to cost millions of dollars to do it, because every item at a grocery store is going to be updated and divided between falling under these new guidelines versus not. And they are building a whole new IT system just to do this.
Disfavorable of itemizing. The food czar himself, Robert Francis Kennedy, came on board, I think, saying no monosodium glutamate, no mono and Douglas ride, don't take the shot, the stab, or the jab, whether it's flu, COVID, etc. So all of these things are strain on the economy. When you go to itemize now, the misplaced sentimentality and the frustrations of the people exploited. They exploit the frustrations of the people through just politicalizing everything, including the war. So it's just one of those, another mess as far as I'm concerned. I think Pope Leo put it best, man, that you're wrong on the war and wrong on the economy. And if, I guess for sure fits, but those in the political bedfellows of Donald Trump are the ones I think most dangerous for politicizing everything. And then they will use their propaganda machine to sell you something that they're not buying. And I just land my plane saying bye. Oh my.
At the risk of courting being dragged again, what's wrong? Well, two things. WIC already has these kinds of restrictions, as Adal said. There's already restrictions on. I mean, first of all, the chicken thing has already been restricted. The chicken thing is not a new restriction. That's been restricted. Hot prepared foods have been restricted. I'm looking it up since Indies because it's food stamps, not service stamps. And you'd be incentivizing people to pay for the service of cooking it. So now they're cheap. But I don't know how I'm going to go into that. But I don't understand what's wrong with marshmallows, fruit juices with less than 50%, and whatever the third one was, being
Dry fruit.
Dry fruit, yeah. Miriam, if the funds cut childhood obesity, it's worth it. Y'all can't be liberal and want to spend money for things.
I support cutting things related to high sugar content. Okay. It's that the restrictions are making it much more tighter and difficult to keep up with, and I support not having access to too much candy. But there is a challenge in trying to administer how this is going to really work, because you have to go into, it's not the normal restrictions you see in other states. What you're seeing in all your states are, and then all of you see that that's different. This is worse than everything any state has. It's much, much tighter, and it's going into specific ingredients that are challenging to identify. And so within the grocery industry, they have to reformat a lot of things to really get to a place where they even meet these requirements. And so a lot of funds go into trying to set up all these IT systems as opposed to even just letting people have access like they do in other states.
So what's something that's not allowed in Iowa now that's allowed in other states? Can you just give like an example or two? Because this is my own personal thing. I have not found anything outrageous from anything that anybody has said. Personally, I mean, I don't really care. Probably it's fine, but I don't see the outlook. Like, what is the?
So even buying
what's the difference?
food, I don't know what the difference is with Iowa. Let me say something real quick. So even with buying cooked food, right? So let's say you bought some cooked whatever, clams or whatever. I'm just going to give you an example. You can pay for the clams and they charge you dollars to have it cooked. Okay. You can still buy pre-cooked food with your food stamps. You guys have to buy the actual food and they charge you for the cooking. And a lot of times the cooking is anywhere from 50 cents to $1. I've never seen anything over $1. Has anybody seen anything over $1 to pre-cook some shit that you're trying to hurry up and get home so your kid can fucking eat? I've never seen anything over $1. Even with goddamn crabs, it's a fucking dollar. Anybody? Somebody can put it in the chat. Because I've never seen anything over $1.
states, they still allow access to soft drinks, to certain energy drinks. In Iowa and a number of Republican states, all of that is restricted. That is not allowed at all under their SNAP. Those are banned items. And you will see that a lot of these restrictions are in Republican states, not in Democrat states. Restrictions on what's considered as processed foods. You'll find that that's not there in a lot of the Democrat states. They're not on the list at all. The 50% natural juice, if something goes below 50%, you can't purchase it because it's considered unhealthy. Those are restrictions that exist. Other things include if an item if an energy bar has flour on it versus if it doesn't, okay, you can't buy it.
Good.
So, and let me remind when I use crabs, I use it as an example. There's more than just goddamn crabs. There's also the goddamn cooked chicken. The fuck? Because that's all I'm saying. It's pre-cooked food. I use crabs because a lot of times that's what people do. I've seen that in the fucking these damn seafood stores. Do you understand?
It's okay.
Because you got to think it feels. I use that so people can understand when they see the pre-cooked add $1. Because a lot of people do that.
It's the you buy, we fry mentality.
The fuck? Like, what are poor people doing buying fucking crabs? You know what? I don't give a fuck if they buy crabs, cookies, or ice cream. If it's pre-cooked, I just use that as an example. That's not the only fucking example. Rotisserie chicken is one of them.
Okay, so I was naming items. So if you buy a cereal bar, if it doesn't have flour in it, it's considered a taxable item. And so you'll not be able to buy that. So your cereal bar, your energy bars, you'll not be able to buy that. Dried fruits. If the dried fruit has a sweetness, so that would be like your M&M or anything like that, you can't buy that. Prepared food, you can't buy that.
Well, that's normal. That's always been the case. It's food stamps.
No, but there's some prepared foods that are like just vegetables, right? It's not like cooked food. It's like packaged. That's what I mean. So like if something is packaged, you can't buy it. If you go and get, for instance, a sandwich and it's wrapped and there is mayonnaise and ketchup wrapped in that, you can't buy that. That's not allowed under it.
Good.
If you're buying tea, it has any label that says supplement on it, you can't buy that tea.
Good.
And then you can't buy vitamins and minerals because those are considered dietary supplements, so you can't buy that.
Okay, let's say all of that is good. The argument is not that. The argument is that the administrative cost of implementing all of the stuff for retailer participation in SNAP is mandatory, it is voluntary, right? So the issue is that while the argument for health benefits may sound okay, let's say for a minute, let's park it, right? For me, it sounds okay. I don't want to get into that. The administrative costs imposed on retailers, many of them would rather not participate in the SNAP programs and not accept EBT whatsoever, right? This is why majority of stuff that I read that try to forecast and analyze it says that it's going to increase food insecurity, right? Because of the retailer participation in imposed administrative costs and also provision in the law on the penalties, right? Both retailers and the states, if they do not comply, if it's a different administration, that may be fine, right? But under this administration, pretty sure the whole point of all of this policy is to use the penalties and the threat of penalties to just defund it. and reduce SNAP participation, right? Which is what forecasts show.
That is very true. That is exactly what it's going to do. I mean, if it's going to cost you over $20 million to just administer it, and then if you go to areas where they don't have the big chain grocery stores, they're going to have very, very limited access in some of these rural areas where their next Walmart is 30 minutes away. That's really the only place they're going to be able to get some of these foods, because any of the small stores around them will not really do all of this work. But then there was something else that I didn't mention. So if you've got kids, if they ever get sick or anything like that, you're told to buy Pedialyte and give them Pedialyte for dehydration. If they're throwing up or anything like that, you're told to give Pedialyte. You can't buy Pedialyte on SNAP. Pedialyte is now restricted of it.
Where?
In Iowa. This is how restricted it is. And then it's so weird that, for instance, a Snickers ice cream bar is eligible, but a yogurt covered raisin isn't. The way it's set up, it is confusing, because you'd sit and think, why is a Snickers ice cream bar allowed? Why yogurt covered raisin isn't? You know.
Has anyone worked in retail on the supply, on the purchasing side? Can you imagine the burden of having a weird SKU list that has to be aligned with your own in-product designation? Some of them are universal, not for every retailer. Not every retailer is the universal SKUs that are. It's insanity.
You know what, neoliberal? They tried that with the United States government when it came to DDoD. So if anybody Google, they did this thing called yellow, green, red. And we changed this yellow, green, red because we tried to keep everything within green so that soldiers only ate what was considered quote unquote nutrition. Nutrition-based foods. You know what? We couldn't do it. And a fucking budget that's crazy. Trying to pay contractors to do what they need to do to make sure that we get the most nutrition-filled meals for our fucking soldiers. So instead of just doing green, we had to change it to green, yellow, red, because we couldn't afford to do it with the budget that we were given that y'all complain about. We couldn't afford to do it. So we did green, yellow, red. Green is nutrition, yellow is borderline, and red was we got grilled cheeseburgers and what do they call it with the bread and the fucking cheese, whatever. But it didn't work for us, and we live under. I've been living most of my life under this socialist type fucking project, and it didn't work for us. So just imagine, and that's a small population. That's less than 2% of the nation, and it couldn't work. Imagine the nation trying to do this, or even just red states trying to do it. It's not gonna work, bro. We couldn't even do it for our own fucking soldiers. It was too expensive, and a lot of contractors said they can't afford to make it work for us the way they wanted it to work, the way we wanted it to.
No, you're right about that, Patty. So there's a difference when you say it's all based on like health, nutrition. This is literally just foods banned based on being taxable. And so when you go to the store, just look at all the items there. Anything that's taxable, you'll not be able to buy that on SNAP. Any food item that's taxable, you'll not be able to buy that using SNAP.
And I only use the government as an example because the food that they receive to feed these soldiers is their, it's an income of free food for soldiers that live in the barracks that don't live off post or whatever. And even a reduced meal for those that don't live in the barracks if they want to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner there. We could not maintain green. We couldn't. It was too expensive. It was too expensive, was just doing straight green. And green means these balanced meals that y'all are talking about. I do have breaking news. I said the Supreme Court has temporarily restored full access to the abortion pill.
On the last tape, I believe the cleric that they interviewed, he covered down, and the Pope, I've been paying a lot of attention to what he has said, and that he really paints the road towards negotiation being the higher road, the higher moral road, which is, again, I think the word of it, because as a fellow cleric, I was a chaplain for 50 years in Washington, D.C., so I had to look at him as a fellow cleric that would point the direction of the urgency to return to a moral position, the human position, and to not declare war, to look for roads to negotiations. And I think that Trump has ignored it. I think he's made fun of it, as I think the earlier tape talked about them exploiting the aspirations of the frustrations of the people are being exploited through propaganda. If the Pope made one comment, he said, well, the Pope is for Iran having a weapon. The cleric says, well, the Pope said no such thing. And so these are the things we have to look at in public deception, and then and just a waste of the resources, the billions that are put into the war, and the economy, the mismanagement of inflation, et cetera, that we covered this morning, is indicating just a nightmare of an administration and a president that really needs to go to a guy like me. I mean, he's just somebody in the way of the moral development of the modern times, especially for America. Wants to paint itself as a moral compass for the world and a military compass for the world, and they have failed miserably in both attempts, in my opinion. I just land my plane just saying my.
restrictions on food vouchers in Europe. Okay, but not here. Well, why if you're on food stamps, is denigrating the poor to not say you can't have sodas? I live in New York City. Bloomberg said I couldn't get a big gulp over a certain size. People were fine with that. They took the what's the fat called? Trans fat. They took the trans fat out of French fries. Well, maybe not. The conservatives were involved in it. How is this any different? I feel like they have food vouchers, food boxes in Europe. They don't give those people Coca-Cola. But only here, I looked it up, 1 in 4 black kids is in obesity. You add another 10, 20% near obesity. They should not be drinking juice if they're on SNAP with less than sugar water. Well, I just don't understand that. Europe, everybody wants to be like Europe. Oh, they have, but one reason why their healthcare system is better than ours is not only the system, but it's also the drain of the system. We drain the system because we have a bunch of people running around drinking sodas all day. I don't understand that. Change the culture young. Healthier eating, exercise, activity. I would love to see Congress put physical education as a requirement back in. And then we'll hear, well, that's not fair because some schools have uniforms and the uniform costs, we could. I don't understand why. If I'm saying, I don't think that you should be able to buy airheads, nerd ropes, warhead Sour Patch Kids with food stamps. You can't do that anywhere else in the world. So you get a kid.
Yeah, but in Europe they give you cash. It's not like the United States where it's an actual quote unquote.
They're vouchers.
They do give
vouchers.
They give cash. I can call my mom right now on the phone and she'll tell you they gave cash. We had neighbors. They got a deposit where it was cash. Maybe that was back in the days they gave cash, but they gave cash. And then how these companies have already, when they look at the overall, what the rules are in Europe, that's the overall rule, period. Whether you're on food stamps or not, what they accept as like that red dye that they're talking about, that's already accepted as a country whole. So there's a benefit for that company to fucking be able to do that. So they gave cash back then. It was not like
about that then.
No, but you just said I don't know what they do now because I'm not in that fucking country. But I know back then, like my mom's neighbor would get a deposit as cash.
Okay.
And that was towards her food.
But I'm talking about the food stamps.
And they still do that in some European countries.
But that's not what I'm talking. So you
food stamps in the United States is not the same as what they do in European countries. Especially when they have already said that this is not going to be acceptable in our country and we will not have that in our country. If they already have certain things that for everyone, whether you purchase it with your own cash or you purchase it with food stamps, that's totally different. Right now, the United States doesn't have that. We don't have that. We don't have a ban on certain dyes. We don't have a ban on what fructose looks like in your food. They have that in that country.
What country?
I think is the issue. Is that they want us?
It's called the Fund for European Aid to the Most Deprived. That's what I'm talking about. $3.8 billion to support basic food and basic material assistance, and they have limits on it. That's what I was talking about. It's exactly like the voucher program. You can get it through cards, just like the SNAP cards.
Okay, but most of it just bans alcohol, non-food items, and tobacco. Most of it is allowed for. Like there are different countries do it differently, but most of EU, France, Germany, Ireland, outside of alcohol, tobacco, any food item is allowed.
Okay. What does that have to do? But don't some countries have limitations?
Rarely.
Okay. So I just looked it up. They still do cash deposits. You have a special credit card. There's a cash deposit, and there's no food policing system. It's not a special food policing system. They can't just buy tobacco, alcohol. It says income verification, employment status, but it is a cash deposit. It was a cash deposit when I was a kid. Back then, I don't think it was a card. It just was deposited in their account or whatever. But it was not a fucking... what the United States do is totally different when it comes to their food stamp program. It's not even a good comparison. It's not a good comparison.
Why is it not a good comparison, Patty?
Because they get cash deposits. Now,
what's the difference?
Okay, now they have cards where there's a cash deposit, but it doesn't limit them because it does limit them on certain items, like what neoliberals said, but they already have it established in their law that there's certain things that can't be included in their food. So what are you restricting them on? Fucking Cheerios?
So
fucking Fruit Loops where they're not using the red dye, they're using fucking, I don't know what the fuck, they're using some kind of fruit to make the red dye look like what it needs to look like. It's already there. We're not there with our population, Procter & Gamble is not going to do it with the minute, small few that are receiving food stamps when the bulk of the American public is already fucking... Unless they come up with some law that makes it a law for all within the United States, that's the only way they're going to change it. They're not going to change it for the small, minute population.
They also regulate the ingredients in European countries.
That's why
and it seems like they're trying to...
They regulate ingredients.
Yeah, and it seems like you're trying to regulate poor people here.
So what I said was the whole approach, ingredients, exercise, activity, all of it. I was just regulating poor people. What and the point I made was when the Democrats did it, well, I guess it was Democrat, in New York, people thought that was a good idea. That wasn't just poor people. I was talking about a whole approach. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in regulating poor people. But what I'm saying is, and it's very clear, there's an issue in this country with weight, obesity, diabetes, etc. According to neoliberal, it's not worth tackling because of the computer SKU system. Oh, okay, I got it. Everybody be fat and die, early. Got it.
I agree with the policy aim, so just...
It's okay. It's a black thing. Don't worry about it.
Well, I thought you were talking about SNAP. Like, you're just...
I'm using Europe as an example.
Yeah, they
have a food voucher program. What's the difference between between something deposited in a food voucher card in Europe and on a SNAP card? It's all cash.
Because they have a law that's for the entire country. It's not like a law just for those that receive it. When it's for the entire country, Procter & Gamble knows when they send fucking Fruit Loops that their Fruit Loops can't have red dye number 5. So then they fall within that fucking guidance that keeps them healthy. Maybe the government needs to come up with some kind of law, and then we need to jump on fucking Junior's ass and say, we're down with what he's saying, and that's what needs to happen. It needs to be a fucking law across the United States, and then they'll be willing to change. Nobody is really willing to change for the minute 2 or 3% of people that may be receiving these goddamn food stamps. We do it for that country because that country has a law. They have
Oh, I got it. So it's only 3 people. Cool. Next time the government shut down, we should talk about food stamps since there's only 3% people on it.
Something.
You don't get it.
So
no, I didn't get it. I don't think that people should buy soda on foods. I think you can buy soda with money.
Guess what? I don't think so either. But when you're regulating most foods, and I know that some of these foods I depended on, my daughter may have depended on only because her mother had to work, or my mom had to work. My mom really, really worked. I didn't even work like her.
What's the difference?
I was delivering goddamn pizzas. But I could tell you this, whatever little bit that I had to fucking live with, I had to live with, and I had to fucking survive. My daughter had to survive.
That ban is bringing up. So
regarding the food dye, so what's happening currently in the US is that the states have to ask for waivers from the federal government because the federal government allows some of these things to all exist. And so each state is literally now deciding how restrictive it wants to change its food, especially those that are under the SNAP limits. In terms of the dyes that you guys are talking about, NOAA now has that for school meals. In the new law, school meals will have to be created without any of those food dyes. They have to remove all those food dyes. But that will only just cater to the school meals. It doesn't cater to every island. So I think if there is a policy that comes out of Congress, federal government, that really states, okay, we need limits on sugar in drinks, it's applied widely. We need to remove all these food dyes, it's applied widely. So everyone also gets the benefit of eating food without those dyes. If it's done that way, it's coming out of the federal government, then that's easier. But when states have to develop their own legislation on it, then yes, that's when the administrative challenge actually comes from the fact that now each state has to do something different versus if it all just came as one process from the federal government, then every company that produces any of those products, then will ensure that they do that for the whole country, not for specific states. But what's going to happen now is it's going to be for specific states, and then each state has to come up with funding on how to manage, administer, and do all the changes, because this will only apply to products someone buys here and to their card. If they go to another state, their card will not allow them to buy any of the items that people in that state have the freedom to buy under their stamp. Then in terms of the exercise part, schools are also going to be required to do workouts twice in a week versus just one PE. It's still also state related. If it comes out as from the federal government that this is what we're going to institute everywhere, then I think that makes it easier and workable.
So one of your critiques is that if you're in Iowa and you go visit somebody in South Carolina, you can't buy. I didn't get it.
Oh, so with the EBT card, your card is going to be restrictive. So for instance, other states might not have the same restrictions. If you go to that state and try and use your card to buy items, the items you can buy will still be restricted from what someone in that state can purchase with their EBT card.
Good.
Yeah, so I was just saying that it would be so much better if it's applied all across the country, where it actually comes as one national policy versus each state to apply a waiver on these items.
Why?
Because if it is a general policy coming out of the federal government, then companies that produce these products and all the grocery entities would all be under this. If it's a healthy food plan, they would all be under it. So it would be everyone has that restriction on, so that everyone has that restriction on, whether the items have flour or not on it, everyone across the country. But what I'm saying is the problem now is that each state is the one developing its own plan and requesting a waiver from the government. So the government's program allows for such a wide variety of items. If you want to restrict it and make it, for instance, healthy, for instance, without the food dyes, your state has to pass its own policy and require for that waiver from the feds. But instead of just the states doing that, this could be a full national policy that the federal government has, and Congress passes it, and every state is under the same healthy plan, low sugar access,
Now, I can buy into it if there was some type of federal policy, because then then these companies, these big corporations like Procter & Gamble will fucking say, you know what, we got to change our practices. They're not going to change their practices for fucking Iowa when you have fucking 49 other states. You want a healthy America, then maybe the federal government needs to do something. It can't just be an individual state, because then that's where food scarcity is going to come into play on what I can buy and can't buy if I do have to use my food stamps as an alternate funding to make sure my child eats.
But do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I disagree. There are federal guidelines. States have different needs. They have different crops. I think states should have the flexibility, as long as they're working within the federal guidelines, to tailor their various campaigns and outreaches to their states. I think having it controlled, something like food control, essentially in a country this big, doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I get it. I just disagree.
But the issue is, so can I help clarify what I was talking about? So, there is federal guidelines, but those federal guidelines are actually wide when it comes to SNAP. What the states are doing, they're requesting for waivers. And so when you were talking about the ban on the red dye, you say that exists in Europe. That's not in the federal government. The states have to request that. And so they're requesting that on foods that people, for instance, buy on SNAP, that these would have to be ones that do not have certain things in it. Now, with school meals, they are requesting that they want a waiver for the funds they receive from the federal government on school meals, that those would not have the red dye or any of them. Okay. I was saying that instead of just that being a waiver that the state requires, since banning those dyes are important, that should then be something that's part of the federal guideline. But it's not part of the federal guideline. And so even with the sugar, that could be that applies all across. It doesn't need to only be restricted. It could be all the state just agree and it's passed as a law in the federal government, and then the federal guidelines, that there is a restriction on how much sugar is put in certain products, versus the state requiring a waiver for its own state when it's something that's at the end healthy for everyone.
Okay. I mean, when I was talking about bans, I wasn't talking about food stamps. I think this stuff should be banned for everybody. The stuff I was talking about, I didn't bring up the red dye. That's the RFK thing. I think that should be illegal. If it's bad, people say, for everybody. I don't think it's just for people on food stamps. Okay, then Congress could do a supplemental thing to the it's funded through the Farm Bill. Okay, but I think states should have flexibility. It's a big country, and the needs of South Carolina are different than the needs of Oregon. What's available in South Carolina is going to be different than Oregon, so they need to have flexibility within. I got it. Okay.
I'm just worried about the states using food as a prescription, not as a thing to reduce like what hunger looks like in certain households. Because they don't have the purchasing power to even like do this prescription type food choices. That's the only thing I'm worried about. That's it. Unless there's some type of you brought up the federal guidelines, those guidance that's provided, like the dietary guidance that's provided, is not something that's quote unquote like really enforceable. Like when they do if you Google the My Plate recommendations, that's not something enforceable. It's just a tool to say what is best for you to eat. Like this isn't no clinical nutrition program, and that's what they're trying to do in Iowa, and that's what I think is being done in Iowa if you want to get food stamps.
restrictions on high fat, sugar, and salt items for the European voucher program?
Across all Europe, or
in the Iowa of Europe? Yeah, whatever the Iowa of Europe is.
Okay, good for you.
Okay, so they do have restrictions on food. You said it was tobacco and gift card or lottery or something.
Mostly it is. Yeah.
Okay, but that's what the American one mostly is too.
Look, I was only participating in the conversation on specific policy of Trump administration on SNAP as a whole, not a particular idea or a policy aim to make Americans eat more healthy. I'm all for it. I'm only discussing the particular technical aspects of SNAP's reforms proposed by Trump administration. Those I'm critical of. I think the aims are good. The implementation is going to backfire on those aims. So that's where we disagree. I think at the end of we'll see. I don't know, what are your expectations of that particular policy? My expectation is that, I don't know, a good benchmark for it would be whether people that have been at least once on SNAP benefits in a particular year, if there is a study that follows them, that change their habits and choices and whether they have achieved some more healthy, I don't know, nutrition, right? And another metric would be whether there are more people on that SNAP eligibility has widened or decreased, right? I believe that SNAP eligibility will decrease. Millions of people are going to be off SNAP, and I believe it's not going to achieve any of the nutritional goals that I actually support. That's my belief of the actual policy.
So I'm reading the restrictions. The restrictions actually have to do with institutional food, and that's where the strict rules come into play. It says the restrictions are with what the schools, hospitals, or provide. It says it's direct control in those areas. So they include sugar taxes on things that have more sugar. They have a neutral where you may have to pay out of pocket if it's outside of that neutral score. It says very few regular on what can be purchased with the funding provided, and it's still cash payments. And back in the days, it was directly to their bank account. Now it's to an actual card.
So, Neil, one of the things that has come out of the Iowa is that almost 50% of the people are going to lose eligibility to SNAP.
Yeah, that's obvious. Now, if there was a separate policy, like an ideal type policy where health challenges were tackled and the retailer mass was either subsidized or there were carrots rather than only stakes to ensure retailer participation, I would be full for it. This one, I don't think it's going to achieve its policy aims.
So Bonnet was asking what's the difference between SNAP restrictions in Iowa, Louisiana. It's very structural. it's taxable versus not taxable, while Louisiana, it's soft drinks, energy drinks, and canned was much more restrictive. It restricts a lot more items than Louisiana does. It's beyond soda, energy, and candy.
I put a link in the website that actually goes state by state who has restrictions. Another interesting thing that I learned from the same website, I didn't post that, was that if you cross state lines, you can then use your benefits to purchase those things. The ban is actually only effective for the state. So if you were in Iowa, but then you go to a neighboring state that has less restrictive guidelines, you can then purchase those things.
So Iowa is actually working on tackling that. They are working, what they are working at is the code. And the codes, this is where a lot of that code is even coming into play, will not allow you to buy those items when you cross state lines. It doesn't matter where you go. The card is going to state what is acceptable for you to buy or not. It will not allow certain items. So they're building a whole IT system that's going to be providing these EBT cards, and within it, it's going to only accept items to be purchased through it. And this requires the retailers dating their products so that those same products are the ones that appear when someone uses their cup in terms of their SQ and all of that. If you go to another state, it will not allow you to purchase using it. That is how tight their restriction is as well. This is where a big part of that administrative cost is coming in. It's that they literally want to restrict. You can only use it in Iowa. Anywhere else you want to buy something that's not within it, it will not allow you to purchase.
You know what, Miriam, I agree with you. It's small things that fall through the system that people aren't going to see. It's people trying to compare their state to what's going on in Iowa. It's the small things. It's the small things that we depended on in my household when my mom was taking care of me. And then people not really understanding how the European system was set up. And I really don't give a fuck at this point, because people can read unless they actually sat in that situation. It's whatever. I don't care, honestly. My mom didn't purposely not cook meals on certain days. It's because she didn't have the time and she wanted to sleep sometimes. There's a lot of sacrifices she had to make sure that I went to school. There was a lot of sacrifices she made so she can make sure my sister went to the right school. So it is what it is. I don't care at this point. Child, ain't nobody said I'm talking about my mom. It is not personal. I'm just telling you what it looks like from some people. And this is what it looks like for a lot, not even some, a lot of kids that live in these households that have parents that want to freaking do the best for their kids, and they only have what they have.
Patty, I'm talking about candy, not big boy.
I got it, and I'm okay with that candy thing.
No, but you're talking about me.
I'm 100%. I'm not talking about you. I'm okay with the candy. I'm okay with.
But you said I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm okay with the ice cream. already pre-cooked. The pre-cooked food was a thing in my home. I had no
Food
choice.
has never been allowed under food stamps. I'm not
So
talking about
actually,
your
it has been. The only thing you pay. That's
It's
why I
never
brought up
been.
the ban. That's why I brought up the dollar, right? So you could buy the chicken, but you only had to pay an additional dollar because it was pre-cooked, and that came out of your pocket. And that was the moments that parents have time to buy that pre-cooked food. I can tell you, a rotisserie chicken in my house, for me and my sister and my mom, it's just 3 people. That lasted for maybe 3 days. And it may not seem like a lot of food to some people, but that was enough for us.
What does that have to do with my comments on food
But
stamps?
it has nothing to do with cookies, has nothing to do with sodas, it had everything to do with when she brought up the pre-cooked food, and then people even went by and making her comment, well, we do it in Louisiana. I don't care what you do in Louisiana. We're talking about what's going on in Iowa. We're talking about, yes, pre-cooked food may be banned. Certain companies not saying that we're not going to fucking support this program because it doesn't make any sense. It's one state out of the other 49 that's already allowing it. So what does food scarcity looks like for people that are on these food stamps, that have these busy parents that may work 2-3 jobs? My mom worked 2 jobs, but even that one job was probably 40 hours a week. I don't know. I'm just making this up in my mind, but I know when I came home from school, she wasn't home. I knew I had to study sometimes in the school I went to because she was cleaning up. I know on bingo nights, she was fucking working bingo nights, and on that Sunday, they would let me sit in the back where the fucking priest would talk to me sometimes, and I had to do my homework there. There are kids that live like that, and I had to live like that as a kid.
I am from Baltimore.
That's fine, but I'm telling you my experience.
Did you grow up in Iowa?
No, I didn't. But if that rule was in play at the time, and say, for example, I was one of those kids that depended on those food stamps, and there's a food scarcity where my mom just can't fucking cook those meals, who the fuck gonna cook me? Because my mom wouldn't let me touch a goddamn kitchen oven without her being around.
Pre-cooked food has been illegal nationally since the 70s.
Right, but you can still buy it with your food stamps. That's what you don't realize, man.
You cannot buy it with your food
stamps. I
stamps.
don't care what you think you see on paper. You can buy it. You just pay an additional fee because it's already been cooked.
That's illegal.
It's not illegal.
Hot food.
Pre-cooked chicken.
You buy the chicken, they charge you for the chicken, and they charge you an additional $1 because it's been cooked.
I know that. That's different than the cooked.
For cold meals, you could purchase, then you would have to reheat them. But my earlier point was the bill was making its way through Congress to actually allow people to get hot rotisserie chickens. Yes. So my original point was that is going to conflict with what Iowa had proposed because it was excluded. That was my original point.
Iowa has to allow it.
Then they have to allow it. Yeah. So that was my whole point. But cold foods that you could purchase them. Now, a lot of places in Michigan, I'm going to talk about Michigan for a second. They do have, you buy beef fry. So you literally purchase the meat and then you pay a nominal fee for them to actually fully cook the item for you. So that's what Patty was discussing.
I understand that. That has literally nothing to do with what Iowa's doing. Literally nothing to do with what Iowa's doing. They can still do that in Iowa.
Okay, can I clarify?
One second, Miriam. Let me clarify, please, respectfully. You can still buy the fish in Iowa, take $1 of cash that you have, and they'll fry it for you. Nothing in Iowa changes that. Right?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
So the confusing part about it is that, for instance, you could buy a rotisserie chicken priced and sold by the chicken. Yes, but you cannot buy it if it's sold by the pound. That same chicken, if it's not sold by the pound. If it's sold by the pound, you cannot buy it.
Huh?
Yes.
What's sold by the pound?
The rotisserie chicken. So you can buy the rotisserie chicken if it's priced and sold as a whole.
As a what?
A whole chicken.
Okay.
You can't buy it if it's priced and sold by the pound. It's the confusion of it is how they are categorizing the items. This is what is making it very difficult for people to figure out. So they've been trying to narrow it down to state what you really can buy and cannot buy. So for instance, you cannot bake and bake pizza, for instance. You can't get that. But cold pizza slices, you can buy.
Yeah, that's a federal rule. You cannot buy hot, ready to consume food. Yes, that's the federal rule since the 70s. That's what I've been talking about. Correct.
Yes, and then your Chinese food. You cannot buy Chinese food if it's sold with utensils. You can't buy it.
Yes, because that means it's ready to be consumed. That'd be against federal rules.
Yeah, if it's sold without utensils, you can buy it. Those are confusions that a lot of people have been having. So they've been trying to narrow down. Now granola. You cannot buy bulk granola scooped by the buyer and sold by the pound.
Miriam, I have to ask you a
I
question.
think I've seen when I was looking
Can
at
I ask Miriam a question? Okay.
Yes.
Miriam, and I mean this all due respect. So what if you can't use food stamps to buy Chinese food with utensils?
So the issue here is that some of these items were allowed to be purchased, which is what a lot of other states have. For instance, if you're in New Jersey, there is minimum restrictions on what you can buy with your SNAP. But now those restrictions are tight. So what people used to purchase previously are now they can't purchase those same items the way they used to in the In some of the states, the only things they're really restricting are just your sodas and your candy. But this one tightens the items that you can buy.
Okay. Well, now you also used to be able to get an abortion, but you can't do that either. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I gotta be honest with you. We cannot have policy discussions at the level of plastic utensils at Mr. Wong's Happy Chinese Buffet.
Yes, that's the thing. That people feel they're wasting time trying to tighten all these things to this level.
One thing I seen was
Because we
that
shouldn't.
chips were going to be allowed. However, packaged popcorn is not. That's a little weird. Because, like, if you think you can have packaged chips, why wouldn't you be able to have packaged popcorn? But when I was reading, that was one of the restrictions.
I don't know. So you have to use your 80 cent to buy a bag of popcorn.
I just read that you could buy prepared food if it wasn't hot. So
We already said that.
I'm not sure if I heard that.
We did ready consumable hot foods.
Yes, we talked about it in detail.
Yeah.
So if you bought if you had a chicken that was already cooked but it was room temperature,
Yeah, we talked about it.
you could buy it and heat it up at home.
Numerous times.
Yeah, thank you.
Really? How many times was it? Or do you not know how to count?
80 times.
Okay.
86, actually.
86. It seems like you had to repeat it over and over again because
100%. No, 100%. It was consistent.
You didn't catch the 86.
You mean the seashell reference? No, I missed that.
You were talking about the rotisserie chicken regulation. So what Iowa has is a ban. What they do is they ask for a waiver from the federal regulations. And they receive their waiver. So regardless of what could happen in Congress, the state would ask for a waiver from the federal guidelines.
And if the Democrats there, the Democrat will say no, or they could write into the law no waiver.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. So even if changes happened regarding the register and the state is going to keep its waiver?
Not necessarily. Democrat could come in 2029 and be gone.
Yes, I agree with that. If there is a change, yes, that would happen.
It's another reason why I don't like the feds. Y'all like federal power for certain, but like, who knows what the feds would do? Imagine if they had control, the current administration had full control over food stamps in each state. Many Democrats wouldn't like it. In their democratic states. That's one of the virtues of federalism.
Actually, Brian, if you look at the new pyramid that RFK has, one of the things they're trying to push states to do is to prioritize the foods on top of his pyramid. And his pyramid has mainly grains, has starch, I think starch and grain. And so they're already trying to push other states to that level where if you are following this pyramid, you get points, for instance. If you increase exercise in your school programs, you get points. The more of the things the Maha bill has that your state is doing, the more points your state gets. And if your state continues, it would be eligible for more funding from the federal government. But if your state is not meeting those requirements, they will start losing some of their funding.
Okay.
So they're already using those restrictions. And how they give funding to states. The federal government is already putting a plan in place to do that.
Yeah. So I'll scroll up. So if you're in Iowa with the new restrictions, you can use food stamps for
milk, eggs,
vegetables, fruits, pantry staples, poultry, beef, dairy, fish, grains, baby food, and formula. That sounds great. No, are you here? Oh, she left. Okay. Sounds great. People say, oh, prepared food is also better. You know what else not are cheaper? Let's have some rice and beans and a piece of fish. That's what I'm having tonight. I got a piece of fish, rice and beans. No, well, I don't have any children. No childhood obesity issues here. I don't understand what the arguments are. You can't get packaged popcorn with food stamps. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, on the list of things to care about in the world, that's probably, in America, that's probably number 599. Just use your cash or use your food stamps to buy, what's the name popcorn? What you call it? The kernels. I cook mine on the stovetop. Put it in the little, put a little oil at the bottom. You can pop it. Have the kids come, they get the little salt, sugar, cinnamons, make your own thing. Sit down, watch a movie as a family. Wow. What a horrible idea. Well, let me guess. Too busy to spend time with the kids. Pop, 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 boom, pop, pop, pop. Little sugar, you can make a little kettle corn. Oh, mommy, that popcorn's popping. Using food stamps? Use cinnamon on food stamps? Cumin powder? I want to go to the Middle East, mommy. I'm going to use a little cumin powder and some star anise. All right, little Jerome, come on in. Pop, 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 pop. Make it a family affair. Make it a family event. I'm not saying you say that, TT. It's just about packaged popcorn.
Just so you what I
Niggas
read.
still buy the packaged popcorn?
I'm just telling you what I read.
No, I know you was doing it to compare it with the chips. No, I know. I'm just saying. Mom tired. You got a kid saying, hey girl, I'm tired. Go up there. It's time you learn how to cook. Teach your daughters how to cook. And how the hell? Let's get an atmosphere. Huh? A little salt. Little pepper. Rub it down, some butter. I don't know. Get a lemon, which you can buy from your food stand. Stuff it in the middle. Get a little garlic, hit in half. Stuff it in the middle. Tie it up. You can get fresh thyme. Put it on a rack. Set it. Watch this. And forget it.
Okay, Propel.
I don't even understand.
Fine.
How you gonna do that?
The issue here is the cost of administering. So let me break it down again. When the federal guidelines come as federal guidelines, all the retailers who work on it have a simple guideline on what is considered under SNAP, and it's national. But when each state requires different waivers, then there is a cost of administering those waivers and a cost of categorizing those new items and running that whole process. And that cost spent on it could go into providing other more important services.
Okay. Someone said spices are expensive. I just looked it up. Ground cumin from Target costs $1.19. Ground cumin, that size, the 2-ounce thing, will last you probably 6 months. That's a spice. Cinnamon, $1.19. Not cents, cent. I'm gonna be honest. I think many people do not have. It's ironic. I'm the one being accused of not caring about the poor and policing, etc. It's not me. It's many of y'all and other people in the world. Because you treat them like they are incapable peons. That's the issue. Spices are expensive. $1.19. I don't know what it means you have a life. Certainly reading is not part of it. Okay. You can't get the bag of popcorn. Can't get sodas. Good. How much does the soda companies get from food stamps every year? Why are we subsidizing soda companies as a society? No one wants to have that conversation. What about what we're subsidizing? Subsidizing soda, subsidizing corn, subsidizing sugar. That's part of the issue. But I'm sure Donald Trump has a tweet we can talk. Since no one's speaking, why have a restriction on alcohol? Why shouldn't I be able to use my food stamps on alcohol?
The same way you shouldn't be using it for sugar content.
those are delicious. And all that, and candies, and somebody said dried fruit earlier.
Yes, but
dried fruit is full of sugar.
No, they say you can get dried fruit, but not if it has, the ones with the M&Ms, not the ones that have M&Ms. You can't. You can only get just simple.
The list literally said dry fruit.
Full of sugar.
And then they moved over to candied fruits.
Yeah.
So it was a separate.
Yeah. Dried fruit is just full of sugar. But anyway, that's why many of y'all put it in your quote salads. Girl, I had let me tell you what I said, girl. I had a little lettuce. I had dried cranberries, dried craisins, girl. We put like a ranch dressing in there, and then I had like fried chicken on top, girl, and bacon bits. Let me tell you, I'm gonna lose this weight, girl. Yeah, that's the kind of salads people like to do. Anyway, by the same logic, in the order of not punishing the poor and hating the poor, they should be able to use the vouchers of food stamps for tobacco and alcohol, right? Thank you, sister. And then let's go to the weed. Shouldn't we be able to use food stamps for weed? By the same logic, if it's legal in the state.
Biggest part is the cost. Groups that rely on healthcare state services, the cost of treatment of the system.
I'm trying to understand the logic. So, so I'm interested in the discussion about. I wish Adele was here because she feels this way. If there's a government program and you restrict people from getting things that are terrible for them, that help usher them to premature death, that make their life outcomes demonstrably worse. Excuse me. How is that a form of hate? If I want to keep people from something that's bad, how is that a form of hating them? Hey, boy, stop drinking all them sodas and eating all that candy. I don't want you to die of a heart attack or get diabetes. I hate you. How's that hate? Hey, boy, stop drinking all them Coca-Colas and fried fish. You're going to die at 55 from stress, boy. Oh, Dr. Cassie said it's stepping on their dignity and worth. That's true, because in America, your worth is determined by a Coca-Cola and a Reese's peanut butter cup. Hey, boy! That's right. That's your dignity. That king-size Reese cup. any food. And your dignity would be Kit Kat bars, Ben and Jerry's, and Sprites. Dr. Cassidy said the government shouldn't stop people from eating terrible foods. If they really cared, they would. Well, the government's not stopping you from eating terrible foods because the government still allows you to use your money to buy the terrible foods. This is a particular program. It's a supplemental program. I mean, by that logic, I guess people disagree with the restrictions on WIC. Hey, boy, look, get that baby some Kool-Aid in his bottle. Fuck the milk. Take the titty out of the mouth. Give that boy some Coca-Cola so his teeth rot out before they grow in. That's what people should be doing. Baby's been sucking on sodas and bottles so long that when the teeth come in, they come in as little black lines straight down because they're all rotted out.
Actually,
hey, boy, I'm going to prevent you from that. You're going to have nice teeth. You're going to be healthy and want to be active. We're going to get you off. That's how much I hate you. Get off that pacifier, boy. Get off that titty. Go suck it off and enjoy. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Pause. Hey, boy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is insane. Oh, God. Oh. That's what freedom is. I've done a lot of research, my own personal deep dives on some of the great black abolitionists. And I remember, if Brother Sinet is here, he may remember as well. Henry Highland Garnett gave a very famous speech in, I believe it was Troy, New York, where he talked about they should arm slaves to create a revolt, the way to end slavery, because he was tired of the constitutional approach. But what people don't know is that the next speech is where he outlined freedom. And he said that freedom was drinking Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb, and dignity was contained in a Kit Kat bar. Hey, boy, we're gonna rebel so you can get free and get your dignity. Oh, you think your dignity is educating yourself and raising your family and having autonomy to pursue your own God-given or created and socialized talent? That's not dignity, boy. You think your dignity is be able to move and freely and without a think, conscious association? That's not dignity, boy. Your dignity's in the bottom of a fun dip and some bubble cake. There's going to be this thing called Big League Chew. That's what freedom is. Freedom is not the vote. Freedom is not the vote. Boy, freedom is a Coca-Cola. Freedom is a Dr. Pepper. That's what freedom is, boy. Freedom is a Hershey bar. Hey, boy, you think we want a 13th Amendment slavery, a 14th Amendment for citizenship and equal rights, and a 15-minute to vote? No, we want 3 Twix bars. We're getting free for Twix bars. That's what dignity and worth is. Twix. Add another 3. Make the 3 Musketeers. Add it all up, you get a payday, boy. This is insane. Look at Clarissa's about policing the poor. It's amazing to me. How is this policing the poor? It's a government program. These are the same arguments that conservatives use to say we should not have standards in admissions, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, boy,
criticize Dominicans for saying we're not black.
Speaking of Dominicans and not black, you see that one who was suing Verizon? You see the one who was suing Verizon for being called black in the fucking team meetings?
Yeah. You gotta get it right. We Dominican. That's why my name is.
They're consequential populations.
Yeah, I'm the exception. Me and my family are the exception. We are the richer Dominicans.
Okay, you can talk. 1 in 4 niggas, bandinos, negritos, black boys. To be young, gifted, and black. If Nina Simone came back today, she'd have to change the song to be young, gifted, and fat. But nobody gives a fuck. We'll be dead soon. To be young, gifted, and fat. These kids are, it doesn't matter. I'm the last one to care about the babies. Y'all don't care about the babies. Y'all want the babies to have Milky Ways. I'll just put a Milky Way in it. Let me have a snack at lunch. That's why, around Halloween, I just go to Walmart and buy a big bag of a variety pack Snickers, Twix, Milky Way bars, Reese's peanut butter cups, and for the baby, I'll put a Butterfinger for a snack at school. I guess if Mondani doesn't have enough chocolate bars and caramel sticks in the free grocery store, it'll be racist against poor black people. Incredible. I'll bring up Dr. Cass. She said something that I said was something deep. Maybe not what I said, but the thing she was saying.
Yo, and hop off the nuts, por favor.
Hold on. Actually, Democrat states do not have any restrictions. It's in Mamdani country, you can buy a lot of these items that are banned in other states.
I was about to take a final. Good luck on the final. You know what really helps bring bad foods? Wait until people read about the relationship between cognitive development and giving children bad foods early on. The inability to sleep, perhaps to dream. There's the rub. Shout out to Hamlet. That's my homeboy. Should have stuff a little earlier. That's their discussion. Yeah! Got him later. Yo. Imagine thinking that people should have these foods while the baby's brains are developing. You hear these Negro males come on stage and they can't hold conversations. They're impulsive, domineering, impetuous. You wanna know why? Too much fucking candy bars growing up. The food has gone straight to the head where the brain should be. They got Skittles stuck in there. Taste the rainbow. They talk about lead poisoning. What about Skittle poisoning? I've seen babies walk around with those bottles full of red Kool-Aid. I'm gonna quit my job. I'm fucking Marion Wright Edelman. I'm the last Negro that gives a fuck about the babies. The baby walking around with a Kool-Aid bottle, a bottle with Kool-Aid in it, carrying it like a 40 in a fucking stroller, but it's 3 years old. Teeth rotted out in the side. Oh, don't worry about that, man. That's juicy juice. Hey, sister, juicy juice is only 8% juice. No, it say juice in the title. That's got juicy juice. That's what the holler is about, Ashley. The babies. Y'all don't care about the black babies, so that's why I gotta holler about it. But it's got a just a juice in it. Oh, the baby's eating. What's the baby eating? Don't worry, man. What is it? Oh, it's fruit snacks. Oh, you cut up some fruits. I like to cut up some apples and when I can to get some berries and put it in there. So no. Welch's fruit snacks. They got 25% fruit juice in them. You got strawberry, you got grape. Yeah, that's fruit snacks. Do you see that the baby's tooth that's coming in is already rotten? take a bottle. I've seen it in Baltimore, New York, all over the country, except the Great Plains and the Midwest, the two shithole areas of the country I will not go to. The child will take a nap, will fall asleep, and the baby fall asleep with milk in their mouth, let alone sugary drinks. We have to get the children off the crack. And if the food stamp versus thing is what gets the conversation going, let's have the conversation. If single moms cannot have time to cook, then single moms should not have to work. Fuck it. Or find a program for them to get, the children are hurting. They are dumb. Well, water literacy, a lot of it is around nutrition. A lot of it is around sleep. They are in environments of chaos, and they cope with food, sugary snacks. 1 in 5 Negro children, 1 in 4, is obese. But you know what? The implementation is going to be tough. Fuck it. I saw a child who was 9 years old. His chins were bigger than Sherman Clumps. Hercules. They were at a fast food. You think the child was ordering the kids' meal? Mommy, hey mommy, I want a number 4 with large fries, and can you give me the high C orange? Big ass high C orange. Just slurping the motherfucker. Oh, he liked it, yeah. He might go outside later, but he got his tablet. I wanted to take the baby away. That is child abuse. But man, it's not only the black kid. Those communities will have to worry about. I can only do so much. You don't run into a meeting of the American Heart Association and ask them why they're not dealing with lung disease. Huh? Yeah. We can only deal with so much. My bandwidth is limited. My bandwidth. Watch this. Bandwidth. You go into a store, you have a child. Why is the child's order bigger than the adult's order? Incredible. I'm done.
Why are we giving kids our credit cards to order food?
I don't know what that means. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've seen a whole bunch of parents on TikTok, Instagram. They come home, their kid ordered $100 worth of Domino's and shit, stuffed bread, cheesy bread.
I don't know about that. That's crazy.
Can't afford knife.
No, he's right. It's the thing. My ex did it. My sister's doing it. It's weird. I don't get it. They let them just order whatever.
Well, maybe they're too tired to cook. That's what I mean.
Well, order the shit they sell. They letting the kids order.
Then they want to give, I get it. Not everybody like RFK, but hey, you got to give it to the man. He's trying. He tried. That's why everything that has red 40 on it is on sale right now. Because they're trying to get rid of their chemicals. So guess what? They got to get rid of their batch. They got to let it off easy, cheap. That's why you can go to Walgreens. There's a section, $1.25 section right now. Everything in it, if you read it, because I read it, red 40.
Risha, are you there?
It's a rich. It's a rich.
Oh, Risha, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we have childhood obesity, don't you think the way that is to start with parenting?
Boy, I'm from Switzerland.
What?
Best system of the world
was doing. That's what I'm doing. Did I answer your question?
Not really.
You asked me what I was doing. Parenting was the most important. That's what I'm doing. They don't eat that shit.
Of course. Look what I do. Just an example. I don't have. My son hasn't microwave. Microwave
I'm
is.
talking about childhood obesity, like little kids.
This is the thing. This is the subject. You have to teach them eat good food, not junk.
Yeah, not microwavable bullshit. I understand.
Microwave is really bad. I don't know what people in America think.
Yeah.
All this shit is
terrible.
Do you have a son named Peter?
Peter. Very nice.
Go ahead, Jamie. What do you want to say? Go ahead, Jamie. What do you want to say? Jamie, say what you want to say.
Well, I don't want to say nothing.
Okay, cool. David, what you want to say?
I'll say, I think niggers make 6% of the population and 50% of violent crimes. Something about it.
What the? Hold on. I think they make 12%
Males.
Oh. Well, they don't make up 50% of violent crimes because when you say violent crimes, are you talking about homicides?
Gang violence, typical like niggers.
No, that's not.
Nah, we gotta be serious.
Hold on. You know why? Be quiet for a second. Because rape is a violent crime, and white men are vastly overrepresented in that and other forms of sexual assault. So when you say violent crime, if you mean specifically homicide, I think it is slightly under 50, but the 6% does not of all violent crime, because that would also involve assault, battery, rape, sexual abuse, etc.
If you look at all the statistics, you realize.
You know why?
Wait. No, hold on. You said, but I just want to say this one real quick. If you look at the statistics, you just know that humans are pieces of shit, no matter your race.
Cool.
So you stop trying to single out a single woman.
Man. Go ahead, Davey. Did you want to respond to the violent crime point? Because
I'm not thinking about it. You guys like what other community likes hip hop or music just like focus the kill and all that? Come on now, King Von, like where's he at now? Look at rock music too. Where is he at now? You know, Tupac and King Von, where are they at now?
I think Tupac got killed in the 90s.
Exactly.
And I believe King Von, can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Cool. I believe King Von died a few years back, so they're dead.
Young Dolph?
Yeah, all of them are dead. Yeah, some people died, but what's your point?
From what though? Black on black crime, right?
I think they were
black on black
murdered by. Oh, so you asking me the questions or you have the answers?
Yeah, why is he? You one of them uppity blacks?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The upper echelon, if you will.
A good house nigga. Okay.
Yes.
Got a great house.
You want to contribute?
I've been spreading facts. I don't like the facts.
You didn't spread a fact. You were wrong on your first fact. Anything else you'd like to contribute?
How come blacks' IQ level is lower than white?
Oh, well, it depends. Depends on the type of test. It depends on. But one reason why they're lower, if we take the numbers as they are, is for a whole host of factors. But why were Jews' IQ lower in the 40s?
Well, Jews are subhuman, so we don't got to talk about them.
Oh, well, you think? Oh, so if they're so if you're a Jew, can you mate with a non-Jew? Can you reproduce with a non-Jew?
I mean, yeah, but why?
I mean,
this is
like do that. 1 second, sir. I'm one of those uppity ones, so I'm not gonna boot you for being. I'm gonna.
What about? But
1 second, sir. Let me ask the question. Okay, conversation. Fine. Cool. So if they're subhuman, why are they able to procreate with other humans? Break that down.
I mean, they were kicked out of 109 countries. I mean, the Holocaust was a lie. It wasn't 6 million. It was more like 300,000. I mean,
okay.
That is better, so
So not what I'm asking. Why did he kill non-Jews?
Who was non-Jews he killed?
Lots. He killed blacks that were there. He killed Romani that were there. He killed those who followed his program.
He did not kill blacks. He did not kill blacks. He did not kill.
Would you like to give me a? Would I like to hear a book? Would you like to hear a book on? Huh?
What the Jews?
Russia, you're not involved. So he was trying to. I got it. So if he was trying to save the human race, why did he invade other countries that didn't have Jews in it?
Because that's what they need.
Or small numbers of Jews. Excuse me.
Why was he communicating with Mexico using Morse code to go against the United States?
Small numbers of Jews. Why did he invade? Why did he annex Austria in 1938 if it was about Jews?
Because that was Hitler's from Austria. So, Davey, why did he communicate with Mexico?
Why did he annex it?
Because
if it was about Jews. Be quiet, you know why? I don't understand.
Oh, you need my help. You need my help. All right, you don't need my help. Because sticks are cool. That's why he did in Mexico. Like I like a little. Yeah, he was using Morse code to communicate to Mexico to get to us.
You know why you're off the stage now? We told you to stay out the way.
Yeah, I don't understand why you have to be involved. So why did he annex Austria, Davey?
Because that's where he's from.
No, I'm talking about in the project of cleansing the country from Jews.
Why wouldn't he? Like, look at the history. Why would he? What sense does it make not to annex Austria?
Because they were already right wing and fascist. They had taken over. You had I think it's called the Studenstaat. It formed in 1933. Are you familiar with that?
But they wanted to be more.
Are you familiar with that?
Well, listen. This isn't
the hip hop,
brother. This isn't the hip hop king.
It didn't work. It didn't work. It's not working for you, brother.
George Floyd died of a heroin overdose, but
anyway. He may have. That's true. Where do you think he got the heroin from?
Probably in Mexico.
I'm Mexican. Cool. Anything else you'd like to add to the room so we can move on?
Rest in peace to Carolyn Bryant, the girl who got Mateo killed.
There you go. Cool. You see, you ran out of material because people don't know that you get
material. Material. You fucking nigger.
Yes. Anything else? That's it? I guess you ran out of PP.
Man,
who's next in the queue?
Man, I just wanted to know, how do you feel, since y'all was talking about kids and food and shit, how do you feel about parents giving their kid a choice in foods and not eating what they cook for the night?
I think it can be used to teach certain lessons around negotiation, about compromise. I think that if there are options, you can make it like a healthy exchange, but I don't think that children should dictate. But I think it's important to ask kids questions as a general matter. And if you say, do you guys want to have? I'm gonna make fish sticks. Do you want sweet potato fries or regular fries? Or I'm gonna make fishes and regular fries. I want sweet potato fries. Oh, we're gonna have regular fries. I want sweet potato fries. Why do you want sweet potato fries? So you might actually have, I think there's ways to use it in a very in a healthy way. I don't think that it's useful to use those kinds of conversations as punishment or to exert authority. And that's what a lot of parents do. That being said, the child's not going to dictate what we eat.
Mm-hmm. What about, and the other question that I had in the chat, how do you feel about kids?
Davey left. 1 second. Davey left.
He left.
Y'all see how easy it is? All you gotta do is know a little bit. Actually, he ran out of material. The racist said go deeper. No more PP. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I mean, he needed a better white accent to pull that off anyway, but how do you feel about kids that still drink the bottles and at like 2, 3, 4, and 5?
And this is a very personal thing. I think it's awful for many reasons. One reason is the dentist will tell you they should not be doing those sorts of things at that age. It has all kinds of ramifications for teeth growing in, all kinds of ramifications for teeth movement and placement. I think it also has some psychological issues. While it might be useful, but I'm not a big 4-year-old having a bottle. I think that's absurd. I think it has socialization issues. I think it's a problem. But
One time breastfeeding, I had a friend, her 4-year-old was still breastfeeding.
I think that's fine. I think that can be fine. There's reasons for that. I don't have so much of an issue with that because of the long-term benefits of breastfeeding for the mom and the baby or the child. Now, I don't think the child, 4-year-old out in public should ask the mom to pull the titty out. But if they do it at home, it's between them and it's a thing, I don't have the biggest issue with that. Just because breastfeeding is very, very healthy.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks.
That's just my own personal thing. But I never breastfed anybody, so I'll shut the fuck up.
I breastfed 2 of them.
Somebody said nipples gonna be chewed up. What you think the limit should be? Like what? Somebody said 12 months. I'm thinking like 18 months. You give them 6 months to wean off of the bottle. But anything after that, I feel like that's child abuse.
Ben, may I ask you a question?
You said me?
What did you say?
Did you say you wanted to ask me a question? I was chilling. I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the question?
Did you hear about like these 2 boats? Did U.S. get through the strait? Like, did you hear anything about that? 2 flagships got through.
Yeah, I can't follow it.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand what's going on. I can't follow.
Me neither. Okay, cool. Are you still eating those plantains?
Mm-hmm.
I got some the other day from a Jamaican spot. It was like this lime, I don't know, lime chili or something.
Is that taxable? Vote.
Fine. Oh, wait a minute. So they say 3 dead, 3 others sick after suspected hantavirus outbreak on the cruise. 17 Americans are on board. Oh Lord. Stay away from people that's been on a cruise ship. How do you pronounce this? Honduras virus. Where you at, American CIA?
Are you talking about the hantavirus?
Is that how you pronounce it?
The new virus?
It's HONGIUS. You said it's Hunter? How do you say it?
That must be a different one. They had
No, it's the same
they
one.
had 3 people on the cruise ship that died. Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gene Hackman's wife also died of that same virus.
What?
Remember
No.
when they were in the house?
Okay, so now I'm seeing a different way of spelling it. I see the hantavirus, HANTAVIRUS. But I guess it has different names or something. They said it usually don't make it into humans. Spread through, oh my God, wait a minute, hold up. Spread through rodent urine droppings.
Right.
Rare person-to-person spread. Fever, fatigue, breathing difficulties. 38% of people who develop respiratory symptoms may die. Lord Jesus. What? What was you going to say? Tizzy?
Yeah, Gene Gene Hackman's house had an infestation of rodents, and that's how his wife got.
Oh, and then he offed himself?
No, remember he passed away, or she passed away, and then he was sick with dementia and literally didn't know how to call anybody, and then also had health issues, and then he passed away.
Oh, okay. So they just both died of their illnesses that they had. Got it. Wow. Nah, I don't want to go on no cruise. Okay. I got it. I'm good. It sailed from Argentina. Oh my God, for real, fish belly? No thanks. He said if you're not paying $10K for a Viking cruise, then you're just floating in hell. Okay. There's no specific treatment or vaccines for it.
Now, did you hear about the nipple virus? That's NIPAH.
No, what the nipples do?
It was an alert because it can spread from animals to humans, but it does cause like respiratory issues, and people have died. Yeah.
Oh, where are they getting that from? Oh Lord Jesus! I'm gonna stay in the house. I'm just gonna stay in the house. I'm gonna stay in the house. Not Nipplegate. Roger, you play too much.
Roger, so.
Yeah, Lefa, he did say that. Well, I heard him say it yesterday. He was like, Oh Lord. I said, oh no. Yeah, they got Igor saying that. That's insane. But this is also coming from animals, you said? TT?
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of the symptoms are similar to COVID, like diarrhea.
You got diarrhea with COVID?
Some people did.
Oh wow. I don't even say those words. I shouldn't even say that.
What did you just ask me to?
Hey, yo, I got a question, bro. Since everybody wants to, I know you think this shit is fake, but you know how everybody was testing in the quote unquote pandemic? Everybody had to get tested. So what if all of you guys that got the shots or whatever, what you're really testing for is not to see the bombs what they test in China when they was in China? You think it's, I mean, that's what I see. So
is that a complete thought or sentence?
Listen to what the fuck I'm saying, man. That you always try to belittle me. I know you have, motherfucker.
I've never.
That's
I've
why
never
he
spoken
keep
to you.
telling. That's right.
That wasn't.
That's because he has that pink badge on him. That's all.
No, dude, it's.
You gave an incomplete thought, and then I asked, was that a complete thought? And then he thought,
I don't.
really hard. This is why I don't have a ticket. And this is why I have a ticket.
Nah, bro, I'm asking though, why is there only like bombs and like all about war stuff? You know, who controls what others see?
Who's controlling you right now?
That's what you're asking me.
Yes, that's what I'm asking you.
You know, I notice that everything is very provocative, but when, you know, and there's a problem when you're not like that, because you're not like, you don't do that, so.
You know, y'all gotta sweep from the on this, and when you see it.
I told you so.
So first ladies, with the Nipah virus is people developing brain infections.
Oh no.
So that causes confusion, slurred speeches.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, this is awful.
That's insane. That's insane. Good afternoon, everyone.
Brother, you have a back channel message that needs revealing. Appreciate you, brother.
I responded.
That will be my next sermon. Thank you.
That's a pleasure.
Yeah, First Lady, do you remember how I didn't have all the commotion in my chat? Like my chat was just a chat on this account. The commotion is not in the chat. Joy.
What chat? What chat?
So
Oh, yeah.
Say
You got it.
That's been, yeah, they put that back about 3 weeks ago now. I thought y'all was liking it because nobody was complaining about it.
It just came.
I just said something in the chat over the weekend. I said I have joined 5 houses and at least said hi to 3 people I don't even know. Yeah, I hate it. I just like it. I can't complain no more. Just gotta let it be. That's gonna be. That's gonna be. Yes, Mimi. It automatic. If you click on that say hi, it sends them an extra message. If you go to your back channel message, you'll see you sent somebody a message. No, 2 soldiers are missing in Morocco. How they come up missing? What happened?
Bud being on the left and the beach being on the right. Then the beach.
Hey, Devon, you finished with them kids? Or are you still working? Nope.
Those are the grandbabies, and he never finished with them.
What'd you say?
I said if you with the grandbabies, he's never finished with them.
No, I was talking about at work.
Oh, the kids. see you came back. Are you there? She's not there. Oh, you can't speak. Can't speak. No, just what to say.
Did you see that Britney Spears is like under legal something again? They said that she
conservatorship? She's back under conservatorship?
I don't know. She's supposed to be appearing in court today. But they said if she get in trouble one more time, they're gonna throw the book at her ass. She could possibly catch a felony charge. I thought she was getting herself together. I didn't know she was still caught dry.
Brother, are you there? I am. I'm here. Do you know if there are any sociological studies, any ethnographies? Well, I mean more than ethnography. Well, maybe. Anyway, on single mothers in America in terms of their home lives. Have you read any large scale? Do you know of any large scale studies, not sort of individual ones?
Yeah. Off the top of my head, no. But I know I know some exist.
Okay.
I can look. I know there was well, it doesn't matter because it's not what you're asking. But yeah. Give me a sec. I'll look.
Oh, take your time.
Yeah. So I was sort of looking up the opposite recently. You know, there's a sociologist who's looking at two-parent households. Black woman. I forgot her name. Was it Ada? No, it wasn't. She might have been out of UT, but she was looking at the difficulties of the struggles of the two-parent household. It was really interesting.
I'm mainly interested because of the conversation earlier in how often weak single mothers cook.
Yeah, I heard that conversation.
Yeah. You said that they don't have time to make 10 minutes for the chicken. Single mothers cook all the time.
You have to be really careful about some of these narratives. I understand the intention.
It literally takes 10 minutes to prepare. Oh my God, I'm talking about the active portion is 10 minutes. The non-portion, not the oven. What's going on? Obviously, if the chicken is in the oven, you don't have to do anything because I'm talking about the preparation. Literally takes 10 minutes to prepare a raw chicken to be cooked. I mean, y'all just don't cook, to be fair to you, so I understand why you wouldn't know. I don't know, man. Those kind of conversations always get me riled up. That's the most I've been riled up since I saw an Instagram reel. This Ethiopian the other day, and that got me riled up because she.
Was it the diabetic finger?
No.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can put a chicken in a slow cooker, Alexandria, like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, these great cooks, but but now nobody got no time to cook. It's incredible. Yeah, you missed that whole back and forth first stage.
I'm glad. Glad I wasn't in the number. Glad it wasn't that. She said, hold on. Why we holding? I can't. A wonderful president says Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement. Project Freedom, including a South Korea cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korea ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. That was today at 1:16 p.m., May 4th. I don't quite understand that. Is he trying to get Korea involved? Or why are we trying to get anybody involved if it's over? Okay, that's all. Adele, you there? You ready? You got anything?
She's real busy.
May I be heard?
Yeah, we can.
That's not the point. The point wasn't about it's more convenient to have cheaper.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Well, between you and brother, who got the long fingernails? Because I hear click, clack, click, clack. What's going on?
Y'all didn't hear?
No, Adele, you cut out. Oh, he's cutting out. Oh. No, you cut out.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, I said, like, hold on, my phone's connecting. I was saying is that the convenience is better for pre-prepared meals for mothers who are busy all day. That's it. It's not saying that they can't cook. Like, who said that?
Patty.
She didn't.
And others. Literally said that she doesn't have. Oh my God. She literally said they don't have 10 minutes and mocked the paprika. Like, literally said that.
No. So are
That's
you
literally what she
trying
said.
to say that pre-prepared meals take just as long as cooking non-prepared meals with all the ingredients and stuff? You're saying it takes the exact same time, or does it take less time?
I didn't say anything about meals. I was talking about the chicken. Obviously, pre-prepared meals take less time. That's obvious. I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was people need to be upset about chicken. And I was saying you could just cook a chicken. It takes 10 minutes to prepare. And it usually tastes better.
Yeah, well, what takes 0 minutes is buying a rotisserie chicken and just eating it when you get home.
I know. What's in it? On it?
Rotisserie?
Yeah.
Seasoning? Butter?
What seasoning? What butter?
I don't know.
Exactly.
What's
So
the sodium?
I'd rather take 10 minutes to know what I'm putting in my children's body than some rando crackhead at the Publix. So I think that 10 minutes is worth it.
Okay. I really don't think it takes 10 minutes, but
Have you made a chicken from scratch?
I have made chicken, yes.
It took you more than 10 minutes to prepare it?
I mean, are you just cooking chicken, a meal when you get home from work and you're very busy and you just don't have time to just, sometimes the chicken's not defrosted because you didn't take it out the refrigerator. So now you got to wait for it to.
That's a different argument.
It's a lot of, the argument is it's just more convenient.
Okay, so you want to sacrifice your children's health to
I don't think it's that much of a difference, actually.
Oh, you don't think the sodium? Oh, okay. When you have kids,
because you should let them eat chicken.
You should let them eat prepared foods and see how they act after eating pre-prepared food. It's full of sodium. This is why I don't think banning. I mean, I'm not against it really. I don't really care. But I don't think banning all these unhealthy things from SNAP is going to decrease obesity in children because they can just add all the unhealthy ingredients. That's not how it works.
What do you mean? All the unhealthy stuff.
So, if you make a chicken for a child, let me tell you, if you have an 8-year-old child.
I know how to cook chicken.
Have you had an 8-year-old child before?
I've taken care of 8-year-olds.
Have you made a chicken for them?
Yes, I actually have. I have 2
Okay, how much salt did they add to it?
I do not measure my stuff.
No, I said how much did they add to it?
Oh, they didn't have to because mine's delicious.
Exactly. And the salt you put in it, I'm not even exaggerating, was probably a tenth to at most a quarter of what's in the amount of sodium, just sodium, that they put in those because they have to preserve them is insane. The amount of sodium in prepared food, usually one serving, can be up to or beyond the daily recommended amount. It's massive. That's why I think the 10 minutes is worth it. It also tastes better.
Really? Okay. I get it. I don't think it's that much of a difference. Especially when you can just simply make the chicken unhealthy. People cook their chicken in pounds of seasoning. You don't think that has a bunch of sodium in it with salt?
It does. It can, but it's still going to be less than what they do. Just prepared foods generally have a lot more sodium. Prepared foods generally have a lot less sodium. I'm sorry, home cooked meals have a lot less sodium than prepared foods as a general matter. It's just a fact.
Is that you have evidence for it?
Yeah. You just look at it.
Yeah,
because they don't just
look at
salt.
Black people prepare food, and especially in the South, and they just be dumping butter and lemon pepper on everything. So
yeah, that's a different argument. I'm talking about a rotisserie chicken.
You said as a general matter that it's just going to be less sodium infused, whatever.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's true.
Okay. Well, then if you think that, when you have your children, you should not cook for them and have them do prepared foods since your foods are going to be more sodium.
No, I think if you want to reduce child obesity, you have to consider how much food that they're eating, calorie intake that they're eating.
I know. And prepared foods lead to more cravings because of the sodium and other additives that they put, and they end up eating more. Another reason why they shouldn't have things like candy and soda.
Well, if you're not measuring everything that you're putting in your body, and you can and here's another thing that's also better about some of these prepared meals, which I'm not 100% against or for, but they actually tell you how much calories and how much of the stuff that they put on it is in the meal. When you go home and you're not like a professional chef who measures everything, you're just dumping things on your food, you could be eating more than what you probably should. Rather, the meal prepared stuff already tells you what's going in your body.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think people that eat... I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I was just going to say it's scientifically proven that prepared foods have more sodium in it.
I know. It's fine. Everybody knows that. She knows that. She's supposed to argue with me. So, are you making the case
No, the question wasn't about that.
Okay. Do you believe that if you eat more prepared foods because they tell you how much calories are in it and all the things you said, you have healthier outcomes than someone who eats more home-cooked meals?
I think that, if you eat less calories, you will not be obese, and obesity...
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes. Okay, then yes. Yes, I am saying that.
So you're saying that people who eat more prepared foods that get from the store, does that include processed as well?
less calorie intake and trying to get rid of obesity, which causes.
I'm not talking about calorie intake. The calorie intake is nugatory. I'm not talking about that. I'm not.
Yes, better
nugatory. It's immaterial. It's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying, as a general matter, do you think you're saying that people who eat more prepared and processed foods have healthier outcomes than people that eat home cooked foods?
If I'm allowed to explain, I'm trying to say that if some, I mean, I'm just thinking about how Black people cook food, but if you are someone who does not measure how much is going into your body, which people don't when they cook their food, versus you can simply look at a pre-prepared meal and see what's going in your food, that's probably more helpful than, you yourself who doesn't really care about that stuff. And I mean, maybe there's like a study out there that compares Black people's intake versus non-Black people's intake, because maybe they're not controlling for that type of stuff. Because the way that our relationship with food is actually very horrible. And if you're trying to increase better health outcomes, the only issue is the thing you need to tackle, and that has to do with calorie intake. All these
I know, and prepared and processed foods,
sodium and salt and sugar, like.
What do you think has them craving more calories? So when you eat processed foods, you end up eating more calories.
Okay, but I mean that has.
Processed foods also lead to cancers and other things. This is the first defense for processed foods I've ever heard.
Not defending processed foods. I said I don't really care. Like if y'all want to ban that, I think it should be a national thing. I don't know why you would say you should not, like, that should be a national thing. But
I didn't say anything about that. I agree.
I mean, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I said there should be federal guidelines, but depending on the needs of the state, they should be able to move in the guidelines. I think all sodas should be federally banned. I think all processed food should be. The processed food.
I think it has a lot to do with personal choices. That's what I think. And if people can read what they're putting in their body, then maybe there's a better chance that they know how much calories that they're intaking. But people don't actually care about that.
But it doesn't matter for kids. Like, as a matter for kids, don't you think that the candies and stuff should be included in food stamps?
I don't think candy should be included. I think the companies putting this into the market should be regulated.
What does that mean?
Like the same way that the companies in other countries in Europe are regulated. I think the whole thing about
candies. They have candies all over Europe. What are you saying?
Yeah, but I'm sure like certain types of candies that have too much sugar or too much type of, flavored stuff or colored foods can't be, or they're heavily regulated. Maybe they're not banned, but they're heavily regulated. But here in America, like, they're not regulated. Instead, we're punishing people who want to buy it instead of the companies that put it out in the world.
What's the punishment?
Punishment, whatever, like, I don't really care what you want to call it. But that doesn't really make sense when people can just buy it with their money.
There's a thing about Europe. I don't know if people know this. It's like the cane sugar, high fructose. Coke could switch to pure cane sugar. You're still going to get diabetes from it. This is the thing about Europe. People have it's just a general lifestyle. But I'm interested. So what about all the other stuff that comes with processed foods and pre-prepared foods, like cancers and hypertensions and stuff like that?
I mean, cancer, like...
Yeah, from processed foods. Cancers.
Yeah.
You made the claim that processed foods were healthier.
No, I said that if the goal is to lose weight, to reduce obesity, and you are someone who does not measure your food, and how...
What do you mean by measure your food? Break it down. What you even like.
Yeah, the ingredients that you put in it. So, like, because you're saying, like, processed foods have more sodium, blah blah blah. Which
for sure.
I'm not exactly sure. Like, when you foods, are you talking about like
TV dinners?
General matter.
TV dinners. Like, people go get those Stouffer's lasagna. You can go make a lasagna You can go make a lasagna at home. I mean, you can load that bitch up with cheeses. It is not going to come anywhere close to that Stouffer's because they have to put all that sodium in to preserve it in the freezer.
I think this has more to do with personal choices, to be honest.
What does that mean?
Because like that's one of the easiest ways that I have lost weight is doing the frozen food stuff.
I agree, but I'm talking about for food stamps though. So if it's about personal choices, I mean, wait a minute. So you don't think we should have cigarette bans then? If it's just about personal choices. So as a society, as a taxpayer, we should be funding people.
I really have a strong opinion about that. But
so as a taxpayer, you feel fine funding people who have poor personal choices that are drinking soda and that use all their food stamps to get soda.
What I'm saying is I don't think it's going to make a difference. Like, you're going to ban all these things when they can just use their money to buy it. It's still out there.
Of course, it worked with cigarettes.
What? Oh. It worked with... Wait.
Did it work? It worked in New York with the big gulp.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't live in a state that has cigarettes banned, so I'm not sure.
No, I'm not talking about cigarette ban. I'm talking about limiting what people can do, raising prices, excise taxes, etc. There's all types of ways.
I don't have a problem with that. I started off with that. I'm saying that I just don't think it would make a difference.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Even if it doesn't make a difference, I think at a certain point, given the shit that we go through as a society, we should stop subsidizing people buying sodas. Sodas are really bad. Nobody here thinks sodas are good. I don't think as a society we should be collectively subsidizing soda consumption.
Well, I think the government should regulate the soda companies.
What does that mean, to regulate the soda companies? Like how many they can sell? What do you mean? What are you saying? They have soda in Europe.
There should be like a rule on how much sugar is in each soda that they put into the market, or how much corn syrup is in whatever. Like these things that make people addicted to sugar, they need to do the science on that and then regulate it accordingly. Or I don't know, ban sodas. I don't care. I don't drink soda, so I don't care. Y'all want to ban sodas, ban sodas. But if like they don't regulate that here as much in America, but they do it in other countries. And also the infrastructure.
Wait, what in Europe is regulated with soda? The high fructose corn syrup?
Isn't there? I mean, yeah, that and
it metabolizes the exact same thing. So if you get a bunch of sugar, if you get a big gulp in France and a big gulp here, and you drink 3 big gulps a day, you're still going to develop diabetes. I think one is like 51, 49 fructose versus the other. The other one's, it's literally the same thing. Well, not literally, but it's effectively the same thing.
Yeah, but people won't be addicted to sugar as much.
They would be, because it's the same thing.
They profit. Okay, so there's no difference between sugar addictions in countries that regulate it versus America? Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean by regulate? I don't know what you mean by regulated. Are you talking about high fructose corn syrup?
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about...
So again, it might be 51.49 one way. The other one's just 51.49 the other way. So the issue there is not what's in it. It's that people there drink other things. This has nothing to do with... It's the same. It's effectively the same. Here, let me get the numbers. Something I said.
Okay, so now you're saying that there won't be a difference in So we shouldn't go after the companies that put these unhealthy foods out into, like, there should be no regulation on these companies that put the food out into the market. Because like you're gonna ban food stamps from getting these foods, and then the people are still just gonna buy it with their own.
They'll buy less of it.
Okay.
Here it is. High fructose corn syrup and table sugar, sucrose, are nutritionally and metabolically nearly identical. Oh, I said 51.49. I'm sorry, I was wrong. One is 55.50. I was off by 4 percentage points. I did that from my memory. I apologize. For the chemist in the room, I was off. Ed, I know Ed was probably ready to check. Both contribute to fatty liver, high triglycerides, and metabolic issues. I'm just saying, what I'm saying is Well, this is a different argument. I'm just saying that if this is the beginning, and by the way, people saying they should do more. They are trying to do more. They try to prevent the presidential fitness. I don't know about the pyramid thing, but they try to do things with pyramids. I think they need to bring back physical education. I think it's multi-dimensional. Someone says the portions are smaller in Europe. I don't know if that's regulation.
Oh, that too.
I don't know if that's regulation. That's cultural. So, for example, in Denmark, in Copenhagen, nobody has a car. They all ride bikes and walk. It's been that way for 100 plus years. I don't know if it's regulated.
I also mentioned that the infrastructure is different there. Like you're saying this is the SNAP rule is going to do something like, we need a whole like infrastructure redux when it comes to obesity in children or in people. Like that's not going to do anything.
Okay.
I think it's just a way to punish poor people.
What's the punishment? Telling them that they can't eat bad things?
You get to, no. The punishment is everybody who has money can do the thing, but you, poor person, you can't do the thing, even though
they can't do the thing.
It's basically.
Poor people can still buy it. They're not. Wait a minute. If I'm not poor and I want to buy a candy bar, it costs 80 cents.
You treat people differently. That's the point.
Well, they're already different because they're using food. How are you treating them differently? They can literally still buy food stamps. Buy candy bars. If a candy bar costs $1 and they can't use it on a food stamp, they can still just spend $1 and get a candy bar. How are they being treated differently?
Okay.
I'm just asking, what's the difference in treatment? Everybody can spend $1 on a candy bar.
They're being regulated, which really doesn't make sense because again,
they can just buy.
Again, I'm not against it, so I'm not going to argue against. Okay. I'm not against it, but you're regulating what they can do.
Yeah, we do that. We do that in everything.
Yeah, but if the policy goal of this is to reduce obesity, it's just it's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. It's like, you can't do something because we feel good when you don't use our taxpayer dollars to buy.
No, but it's part of a larger movement.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
No, this is not the only thing they're doing. It's not like, if you do this, it's going to change obesity. It's part of a larger thing. But I'm interested in this. So if I'm on food stamps and you're on food stamps, but if you're on food stamps and you have rules, how are we being treated differently if you're not on food stamps? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's essentially the classes are different. If you're on food stamps, you're likely poor or you are poor. And then the people who aren't on food stamps, probably still poor, maybe but most likely not poor. And they're not being regulated the same way. And a lot of people,
they're not on food stamps.
They're not. The policy goal is just it's like what is it called? Trying to virtue signal to people when it's not really anything there that it's doing. So I told you I'm not against it, so I don't even know why you're trying to think that with me.
Let's change the classes. So if I buy a car and I get a rebate on the car because I make less than 150. Say I get an EV and I get a car and I get a rebate $5,000 back because my household income is $140,000 total. Me and my husband make $70,000 each. Would it be fair for Elon Musk to say, well, we're being treated differently because I make more than 100? I don't get the rebate?
No, the thing is that people are saying we're funding them to make themselves fat. But every day we fund the government that allows these companies to make our country fat. It's just now we're going to regulate. We want to somehow regulate a program that helps poor people because that's somehow going to change it. It's not. It's just virtual signaling.
But we regulate every program.
Yeah, but it needs to make sense.
It does make sense. So
it doesn't.
So obesity crisis. You have an issue with parents buying juice that's 5% juice. I mean, you think they should buy juice, 5% juice with food stamps?
When they can just buy a pound of sugar and throw it in there anyways?
But nobody, but see, that is, I mean, that may be from saying, that's actually not what most people do. So if you buy...
Black people have the highest risk of obesity and heart disease and all these things, and that's definitely what niggas do. So
it is not. No nigga has taken honest juices and opened it up and said, nigga, give me an honest juice. It's 100% juice, nigga, and put sugar in it. That has never happened.
What do you think Kool-Aid is?
I said juice. I'm talking about the juice.
Yeah, but black people put sugar in everything.
No, you gotta listen to what I'm saying because you're not listening. I'm saying you can't buy the juice box. Like, so take the juice boxes. Honest juice, I think, is like 100% juice. 97% juice. No nigga cuts it open and puts sugar in it. So if your kid is taking, oh, I got lunch, I got a field trip, I need a thing for a snack.
Yeah,
they don't. The nigga doesn't take the juice box, the honest juice box, and put sugar in it. They just get to get the juice box.
Okay. All right. Cool. You gotta win on a juice pouch. That's gonna reduce child obesity.
You know what? Juices is a major problem for childhood obesity, actually, because kids start drinking juices, sugary juices, very early, and they become addicted to them. And it's a transition into full-on soda by the time they're 10. It actually is a big deal. I don't know if you have seen kids, on playgrounds and stuff, but like, dang, like when we was like kids, I ain't doing the work. Like some just have full-on juices. I'm just telling you. So yeah, I actually think for kids, juice consumption, sugar water, the Indians call it fire water. The kids have sugar water. I think it's a big deal. I do.
Yeah, because
I think it also, real quick, I think it also shapes their taste buds. Because a lot of people who don't like sugar, who don't like soda, they had to be, people that like soda, you had to be like, shaped into liking soda because it's so sweet. Starts with kids.
There's a lot of people who drink soda, who don't drink soda, and think that the fruit juices are better when they're not.
They're not.
You mean better health-wise or taste-wise?
Health-wise.
Health-wise.
Because they do taste better. So, but yeah, black people just put sugar in everything. So.
No, they do. I agree with you, and that's a problem. But the problems that we're having now are made a lot worse by people drinking, eating processed and pre-prepared foods. It's really bad.
Yeah.
So we took the average black household. The average black household that cooks and processed food. Do you think it would be significantly different in the amount of sodium and sugar that is in the food?
I bet you the people would live 10 to 20 years longer. And I bet you they would have healthier. I bet you their bodies would have sodium's effect. What?
They'll still be obese.
No, they wouldn't.
So if you're overeating and you're putting all this sugar and all this sodium in your body and you're already overeating.
The average.
Yeah,
the average black family that cooks is not all obese.
Well, the risk of obesity is very high in black people.
And sugar and processed foods is what drives it.
And salt. Yeah. And salt. Sugar and we put a lot of that in our food. It's not just. It's like all black diasporas. Like we put a lot of salt.
It's not from cooking. Well, if that was the case, why didn't we have this issue in health like 50, 60 years ago?
Food has changed over time.
How so?
The food industry. I mean, there's like a whole documentary about
cooking preparation.
What about cooking preparation? There's a documentary about this.
What's the
Like
documentary?
it started like in the like 70s and 80s where the sugar companies started figuring out like how to get people addicted to sugar and profiting off of that, and it led to like all these very high sugar products being in the market. And if there's more company,
even more reason to not subsidize them through the
no,
food
it's
stamp program.
even more reason to regulate the companies. That's my point.
But regulate how?
What do you mean how? Under HHS, under, I mean, shit, that's the main one. Under the FDA, under, in so many ways, like,
No, it has to be constitutional, as you know.
Oh, yeah. There's,
so, like, that's an example of regulations, what I'm saying.
There's many rules that are put out that, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure there's ones, like, the FDA has a whole bunch about food regulation. Like, you think that it will be unconstitutional to regulate sugar?
How? I'm asking.
Through agency regulation.
You know what I'm saying? But what would the regulation be?
Oh, I have to have the whole rule in my head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because a lot of the stuff that
it would probably, that there's scientific studies about how much sugar over time creates an addiction. Like, I don't know, look to the scientists and do it accordingly. Yes, and convert it into public policy. Like, I'm not.
So that's what I'm asking. So, like, 8 ounces of a thing can't have more than X% grams of sugar.
Like, the way that they put, like, servings on labels and stuff.
Wait, I just gave you one. So, 12 ounces of a soft drink can't have more than X grams of sugar. Is that something like that?
Sure, if that's what the public policy requires.
Do you think that would be constitutional?
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be. What?
I didn't know why the voting rights act would be unconstitutional either. But here we are. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not saying I agree, disagree. I was just asking because you want me to give me specifics. Labeling things doesn't matter.
I mean, I can't. I don't have a whole rule in my head ready. 50 pages ready to go.
I was just asking a possible rule. I just came on one in my mind. That's all.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, everybody.
Because labeling doesn't matter. You go to McDonald's, it'll tell you this thing's got 1,700 calories. You go to, Burger King. Not Burger King. Wendy's, the Baconator. Triple Baconator has like 2,500 calories in it. People still ordering them shits. So I don't like labeling. I don't.
I mean, it wouldn't just be. No, what I was going to say is that the way that they measure, like, how many servings each of chips or whatever bag package something has, they can measure how much servings of sugar or whatever, how much ounces of sugar, I don't know, whatever, would decrease likelihood of addiction to sugar or decrease likelihood of obesity. I don't know what the science says. If the science says that, then translate it to public policy. Like, it's not hard. Other countries do it.
What is other countries doing have to do with America doing it? Different laws.
Because America has the highest rate of obesity in the world.
No, you said other countries do it. I'm talking about the law. Just because another country does doesn't mean we can do it. I mean, that was weird. That was kind of strange.
I mean, that's not what I said, but
you just said other countries do it.
Okay,
why can't we?
What I meant to say is that, like, we can look at their results.
Okay.
I'm not saying we have to do it as they do it, but if it works, like, I don't understand. Why can we do what works?
Because it might not be legal.
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be. Why would it be illegal?
Huh?
The Supreme Court gonna come out? I mean, I guess.
Well, because versions of what you're calling for have been struck down by courts before.
Oh, really? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me know what case that is.
Yeah. So, you said that like I don't have one. I don't just speak out of my ass. So the big one was New York, the big go. Would you like to know it, ma'am, or not?
Go ahead. Wait, is this about
the
to be
big
the?
go?
I already know which one you're going. Okay, go ahead.
The big go ban. That they had done 16 ounces. It's at restaurants, theaters, 7-Elevens, etc. And it was ruled unconstitutional. Well, not unconstitutional, they exceeded their regulatory authority and therefore unconstitutional.
That they that the ruled that the Board of Health overstepped its authority, which is not the same thing as saying that the law.
Yeah, regulatory authority.
Yeah, regulatory authority. Whatever, pass the law. Whatever, go to Congress. That's the whole point I'm saying. I don't.
And you think it'll stand with it? You think it'll stand?
I doubt the Supreme Court will. Well, you know what? I don't know. But I doubt the Supreme Court. I mean, how can you disagree with a law that tries to help obesity?
I don't know. They could talk about how they could say it violates some of the Interstate Commerce Clause. I don't know. They could say all kinds of weird shit. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way to deal with it would be through interstate commerce and do stuff on taxes.
Or whatever. I don't like. There's plenty of avenues to do this. I don't understand.
Okay. Well, there's plenty of avenues. No one's taking one. So.
Yeah, because they profit off of obesity and people being unhealthy in this country.
I don't know. Well, some people do, that's for sure. But the country as a whole is not, in fact. And that's why they probably should do this, because the country would make more money.
I mean, especially in the age of Maha. Like, now all of a sudden they care about that. So this will be a great opportunity.
Maha's fake. I don't know. I just the idea that single moms cannot cook chicken. Was just so insane to me. Well, I mean, it was just insane. I mean, I apologize, man. It really, that's kind of threw me off.
It's not what was said, but
that's literally what she said. She said she didn't have time. Her mom was volunteering.
Dragging for lying on her.
That's quite literally what she said. She said they didn't have time to do it. The irony of you talking about virtue signaling, and I'm not accusing you of this because I don't think you care, is that many people who are up in arms about the restrictions on food stamps are the ones virtue signaling and not the people on food stamps. That actually is the irony of ironies to me. Is a lot of people who are upset who are not on food stamps.
Yeah, they're both virtue signaling.
I think you feel like you're looking out for the disadvantaged. Not you. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that. But it makes people feel that, well, I'm looking out for our poor. Looking out for the poor and the suffering by having the kids drink a bunch of Capri Suns. Come on, man. We gotta do a little bit better than that. That's just my own personal observation. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of people, my colleagues, say, oh, I got policy papers and the politics and the sociologies of the political scientists and the Jell-O pudding pops. It's just, wait a minute. You just told me you was at the Whole Foods and bought $800 worth of groceries because you got 3 colleagues coming over to roast beef or watercress sandwiches, so you got 18 platters of each. Huh? What's going on? Well, I was just looking at the ways in which the conservatives banned the so-and-so, but you like the big golf ban when the Democrat did it, or the liberal, or the independent did it. You like that one. You like the cigarette ban. That's how I feel, so I don't know.
The individuals that were talking about it talked about their personal experiences with it, so I don't know who you're talking about. Patty, she talked about how
she wasn't on food stamps. That's what was weird about the conversation. She was on food stamps.
Well, no, she said that her mother worked and went to school, I think, and so she didn't necessarily have time to make dinner every night.
She wasn't on food stamps. I'm talking about people on food stamps.
Okay, well, these are two separate arguments. What you just said was about mothers not having time to cook like full-on meals from scratch.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
Okay, cool, but it's
The kid wants to smell the house cooking. How you know your mama love you? Because she cooked for me. Mama, you know I love you. That's because Big Mama burned her arm up cooking for you. Cook for the babies. If your nigga came over and piped you down, oh, we got fried chicken, we got candy yams, girl. You know, I made pasta on the side. I made it. You cook for a nigga. Cook for the babies. Huh? Girl, he came over. I knew he was going to throw it on me, girl. I had to give him an extra calorie boost, girl, because he was going to pipe. Girl, he was going to crack, rack, and throw down on my back, girl. He was just going to crack. So, you know, when he came over, look, I know he liked this thing, right? So I went and got this roast. I like slow roast. I think he like a little time in there, you know, so an oat juice. You know, I think it's called oat juice. Girl, they got oat juice. I made macaroni and cheese. And then when I handed it to him, I made my ass clap. When I handed it to him, I said, hey, baby, here's your plate.
Oh my God. Sir, please.
Girl, I handed to him there, girl. And then I made, you know, a fresh strawberry lemonade, girl. You know, I took strawberries and juice. What'd you give the kid? Oh, girl, we got McDonald's. Huh? Cook for the baby. Save the children. I believe the children are future. Make them well, let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty that possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Outside long ago, everyone in anyone shadow. If I bet, if I succeed, go cook for the baby.
Oh, I was waiting for They Can't Take My Dignity. Oh my God.
Please. Go cook for the baby. You can cook for a nigga. Don't cook for the baby.
You see how
there's no babies want? You know what a child wants? I don't have any children, as Anthony said the other day. But you know what a child wants? Turn the oven on. Get a dino nugget. Put on a pan some broccoli. That's the chocolate. Put a little oil on top. Put a little oil on top. Put it in there for 12 minutes. Halfway through, stir it. Mix it up. Mix it up. 400. I just did it yesterday. Good and terrible. Reverend Brown. He did my Reverend something like little boy, Reverend Brown. Oh, look at y'all so lovely. It's so lovely here. Everybody's there. And while we're at the round of applause, give a round of applause for my man, Special Chocolate. They play so fine, don't you agree? And you know what you do? You pull it out. And you know what the kids love? Watch this. Take a wedge of lemon. Take the chocolate. Take a wedge.
Run out of PP. Are you done?
Does it sound like I'm done?
So you got more than me.
Just getting started.
Yeah.
Take a wedge of lemon. Onto the broccoli. Watch this. Use your food stamps or your money or your crypto or whatever you got for giving hand jobs at the 7-Eleven dealer's slurping machine.
My God.
Get some berries. Put some berries in a little container. You know, the baby's got the plates. The baby's got the 3 container plates. You got the big one up there for the main. You got the 2 up top. Put the dino nuggets. In the top left, put the broccoli. In the top right, put your berry, strawberry, berries, raspberries, blueberries. Babies don't like the blackberries. And then you come to the babies. Hey, Nicholas, where you want your ketchup at? You want it next to the dino nuggets, or you want a little bowl on the side? I want it next to the nugget so that I can dip it, and then when you dip the drip, and I like to dip and then take the bite, and sometimes, depending on the shape of the nugget, I can eat the whole nugget, and then I can sometimes I take a bite. And I was watching Seinfeld, and George called it double dipping, Mom. Exactly. Then they take it, and they dip it. And as they're dipping, they're looking at you. And you know what they're saying psychologically. I've always loved my mama. She's my favorite girl. They're saying just the two of us. They're looking at Daddy's hands. It's not that the food tastes good. It does. It's not that the food looks good. It does. It's that you spent a moment with the child. You prepared the child's food. As opposed to you throwing something that was pre-cooked and then go watch TV while you eat. Sit next to the child. When the child gets old enough, now I don't have any children, but if I did, I might have bought them little step stools. Little step stools. Hey, Mom, hey, Daddy, when you making the chicken with the lemon and those green things that you like, they're called capers, nigga. Yeah, with the capers in it, could I stand next to you and get the skin off the lemon that you put in the end that gets the really refreshing and bitter taste? You know what, baby? Come on up here and grate it. Grate it. Okay. And then you can make it an activity with the child. It doesn't have to be a chore. Nourishing, I don't have any children, as Anthony said. But nourishing the child is the love language of parenting. Huh? That is the love language. You don't cook for the child. You don't talk to the child. You don't interact with the child. Well, I pay the child's bill. How does the child know you love them? L is for the way you look at me. Look at the child. O is for the only one. They see the mom. They see the dad. Excuse me, wrong room. They see this food. Could I make it? Oh, you don't want what I cooked, but you found a solution that you're going to do yourself. So you decided to take responsibility. Go make the sandwich. That's how children learn responsibility, problem solving. Go cook for the child. Cook with the child. Don't go buy a rotisserie chicken and throw it at the child. Oh, well, man, you're just saying that because even though you're unemployed and have no children, you've got money and all this kind of stuff. And what? He's going to be more tired. Everybody's fucking tired. Go spend time with the child. I was tired. You're tired and you will get your reward. Everybody's tired. Go with the child. Now, you can't do it all the time. I understand that. Everybody's tired. Oh, I gotta go get you some Chick-fil-A nuggets, Nicholas, because it's not. Well, remember, I can't eat the fried ones because I have a peanut allergy. And even though the allergist says maybe we could try it because the peanut oil that is fried in is so refined that it probably won't activate the allergens. And so, therefore, you won't have that kind of response whereby we might need to get Benadryl or we might need to get an EpiPen. Don't worry about it. We'll get you grilled nuggets. That's fine. That's cool.
Gluten is worse.
Oh, damn, man. I'm about to crash. Instead, go and take it. Not take it, excuse me. Go and make it. And if you need to, bake it. And some of you black women in here, because you can't cook, fake it. The point is not the child's, whether they love the taste. The point is not the nourishment. The point is the intersubjective connection between parent and child. And as human beings, as beasts that come from dust to dust, as beasts that are birthed through a canal of urine, feces, blood, piss, and amniotic fluid. This thing of food is how we connect. So if you can find time to doom scroll, if you can find time to walk around Zara's, you can find time, 20 minutes, for the child that you created because you had your ass piped up over your bed stand. You found time to make the child when your legs was behind your ears and you told him go deeper and he did not run out of pee-pee. You found time for that. You found time when you put your leg on one side of the bathtub, he had to use a step ladder and put the dick up through the side. You can find time for that though. Then you need to find time to cook for the child. That's all the child asks for. These beautiful black babies, boys and girls, they don't ask for shit from us except a little bit of time. I saw a niglet ride that niglet's bike for the first time in their life. I cried for an hour. It was the most beautiful thing I've seen since 2020. What I see in 2020, that was beautiful. Some wild animals came out that I'd never seen before. I said, where are these coming from? They came out for 2020 because of the pandemic. All these animals came out. The earth was healed. It was incredible. You can find time to make a drink, a cocktail. Girl, you know what? Girl, I'm talking to this guy, right? And he really likes cocktails. So, like, I signed up for this, like, online mixology lesson. Like, girl, I was talking about, like, he likes Manhattans and, like, old-fashioned. So, like, I went to World Plus Sauce Market and got this thing where, like, you can, like, warm it up. And I got his initials, so
opposing to it.
I just wanted what people, if anybody wants to build on the conversation.
I mean, I think you're dropping
We can't find time to cook for the child.
Okay.
But we can find time to give a two-handed dog. Girl, nobody can find time for anything when it comes to the child.
Except mothers.
We can't find time for the child, but you want to break your riding record of 8 minutes and 12 seconds without stopping.
You know what would help with finding time to cook for children?
What?
Another participant parent.
I totally agree. Don't feel bad. I agree more. That's why you do that before you open your legs. I totally agree. But what's that have to do with what we're talking about? They're not there.
They do think about it and men still don't do it. So.
The men aren't there.
And even when they are there, they don't do it. So.
And if they are there, most of them don't do it. Low caliber. I don't know how that has to do with whether or not we got 10 minutes to cook the chicken, but that's fine. I totally agree. I'm gonna have that conversation. We can totally look at that conversation. I totally agree. The men that would help
it's a mindset. It's a mindset. But people have to, want that. Growing up, my mother, she barely let me get fast food. It was always cook. Is that just how she was? Huh? Juicy, is that you? No. Oh, okay. No, I thought that was Juicy. Or, I don't know what this person, I don't know. I just saw Dominican.
Yes. May I help you?
Lil Trump?
May I help you?
Why do I follow you?
May I help you?
Fix that.
Yeah, please do.
Oh yeah, that's not Juicy. That sounded like Juicy, like.
Yeah, I bet it did.
What did you say last about women not being attracted to what? Okay.
I'm looking at attraction.
No, not you, Ben. This person, anti-Juicy. He said something about women not being attracted to men who cook or actually participate in child rearing.
No, I said to elaborate, most women suck at picking. You know what I'm saying? So, you want the great bomb, you want some nigga to fucking dig you down and shit, you want the thug.
I really appreciate
how
I appreciate how you just talked over me while I was in the middle of speaking. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead. No, you know what? Please have a conversation with her.
I respect the mod. So, First Lady, if you was
I'm going on mute. It's already been done.
To not take too much time off, on the mods, I just said you guys look at picking. Not you, right? But the women that have to go through that, unfortunately for them, they were sold a movie. Probably over the weekend, Friday night, they were sold a movie, right? Nice clothes, you got a gangster, he got all this jewelry. Moissanite, not real diamonds, by the way. He made you think that he was a money-getting, hustling motherfucker. And, he had a big day, so you wanted to fuck him. And then you did, and then you ended up pregnant. That's not,
Why do all...
And that's what happens. And you don't know that the nerd could have had a big piece himself. And he's educated. Yo, Ada, do you want to say something? I'll mute up so you can talk.
Yeah, you're trolling. You're unserious.
Nah, my name is Brian. I'm right across the street from City Hall right now in New York City. I'm life safety director for 2 properties in New York City. And yeah, I'm not a troll.
That's my real point of view. And if you want to cope and call it trolling, then you can cope. So cope.
Wait, how old are you?
How old are you?
May I ask a question?
Nah, I don't know you, so I'm not giving out, I already said my name, I already said my fucking profession, I already said where I'm at.
Okay.
You're
Logic, man. I like the logic.
Yeah, bro, listen, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not, because we know a bunch of high school women, that we knew in high school, that they're beat up right now. Their best years are behind them. It's the same thing Samuel Jackson was saying. Or what is it? Samuel Jackson, right? Am I saying that? Samuels. No, hold on. Kevin Samuels, sorry. What the fuck am I talking about? R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. He was, obviously, I'm not going to agree with everything, but he was on point. The best years of a woman are behind them. And you really got to watch who you give that sexual energy to. Real talk.
Yeah, bro, you sound better, bro. I hope you heal.
No. Look, check this out. I'm not bitter. It's just that it's corny. It's funny how those guys. You said what?
The content that you're consuming is not conducive. It doesn't do.
I'm not consuming any content.
You just spoke about Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, because I'm highlighting somebody who touched on that briefly. I'm not consuming his content. You know what I'm saying? But at one point during COVID, that was very popular. And it's true because we see it. All the kids that were popular in high school, they're nobody now. Chances are, maybe 7 out of 10. Let me be nice. They're not hitting on that level no more. You know what I'm saying? Because they focused on the wrong things early. And now they got to be working at Dwayne Reed. No disrespect to anybody who works there. Working at whatever. And they're perpetuating this lifestyle. And then they wonder why they're all fucked up. Guys bragging about, I fucked 1,000 bitches, I fucked 100 bitches. Okay.
Anecdotal or your experience?
No, it's not my experience.
It's not, it is, obviously, because you don't have any numbers to support it, but that's not true. The guys that I knew who are popular playing football and basketball are still fucking popular and fine right now.
Well, then that's your experience.
What?
That's not the majority. It doesn't represent the rest of the world.
Anybody who's playing sports, can I finish?
You said that's facts?
Anybody who's playing sports or playing, you might be crazy too.
I played baseball. Oh yeah, you're right. I played baseball in high school, and I'm
successful. See, now you're fine.
But that's not that's not. Lisa, you know what? Yes, agree. To each his own. Because I have a beautiful partner. I have a beautiful woman in my life.
You do.
Who cooks. Y'all know it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't. But I feel for the guys and the women. I feel for the women who got played. And I feel for the guys who didn't get a chance. I feel for both of them. Because now they're living their 30s. Imagine spending 10 years, your 20s, and wasting it with a bum. A bum-ass nigga that you thought had it all. And you supported, you stood up with it. You probably even put up with domestic violence because, you like the sex and y'all had a couple good moments. But when that's all said and done, he's a bum. Like, what?
Different definitions of bum. I'll give it to you in a minute. Bum is subjective because I might think you're a bum and you're probably not.
That's fine.
My standards might be low and they might be high, right? So
that's so let's all agree.
Stop. Just say
objectively, if you're in a society and you can't your family, you can't support your kids, and you don't have any type of means of supporting them, regardless of everything else that you might put in that metric, you are a bum foundationally. That is a foundational bum. Now, if you see me as a bum, that's your opinion, and that is subjective. Guess what? You're right. Okay, so you can call me a bum. That's fine. When we stack up the statistics, like when we look at it side by side, is this guy a bum? Then you might think I'm a bum. Thankfully, I'm not put on this planet to please you. You feel me? Because every fish got everybody got somebody for them. So maybe you're going to find your Prince Charming if you haven't already.
I have a question for you. Why is someone who is in a relationship, I presume happily, maybe.
Very happily.
Who has a job, maybe.
A profession, yes. Licensed by the fire department. Youngest have 2 licenses in New York City right now.
Okay, we heard that. In a relationship has a job, has everything going for them. Why, as someone who has all this, are you feeling people who are not doing well in life, and why are you talking about them being?
Because it's just like Ben. Ben talks about people that are less than him. Why? Because he has time to kill, and he has educational things to say, and he has real feelings. And we're human, and we can kill time. Because in my job right now, I'm working on the clock, and guess what? I'm talking to you right now. You know, it's just things in society that piss you off that you see, and we have the right to talk about it. You know, we pay taxes.
If I'm happy with my life, I don't have to.
So why are you here, Ada?
I don't have to shit on other people.
No, I'm not shitting. I said I feel for them. I feel.
No, that's what you're doing.
I feel bad for them. That's what I said. I'm not shitting on
The
nobody.
conversation was about men not participating in child rearing, which they don't.
That was one part of it.
It does. No.
Yeah, that was one part of it.
No.
Because he touched on the mom first, right? He touched on the mom first. Then he moved on to the father. Correct or not? Right or wrong?
No.
Oh, so what conversation? So then you just walked in here. You probably should have. I get you. Yeah, this is typical.
No, men don't.
You want to pick a little argument? You want to do some matches? We can do some matches. I got time. It's all good.
Y'all talking at 3 and 5 is a headache. One at a time.
It's semantics. I feel like.
No, I was just trying to point out that men on average do not participate in child rearing the same women do. It doesn't matter if you date a thug or if you date a quote unquote good nerdy man who has a job and pulls his pants up.
Look at that.
Like
poking fun at that.
They just don't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, that's your experience.
Men don't like kids.
Sorry, that's your experience, you know?
It's not. It's facts.
No, it's not facts. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You can't be everywhere at once, so you can't say it's facts, because you're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're a human being. You're not omnipresent. So, cut that bullshit out. It's facts.
It's called...
Americans love doing that. Oh, it's facts. Factually, it's objectively true. Like, bro, you don't know that.
It's called conducting research.
You didn't conduct research, Ada.
Yeah, the research.
Stop playing with people's intelligence right now.
What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
Do you know how to like?
Just let it go. You're not convincing me. Like I'm not a little fucking kid. You're not gonna sit here and lie to me.
You're talking
You're not gonna sit here and lie to me. Okay?
You talk about.
But you know you got the right to that. That's your opinion. So say my opinion is, and I back it with this Google. Could say that.
You clearly are talking about high school. Like, who cares?
Okay, it's all good. Anybody else you want to spar with, or you just want to spar with me today?
Because he wasn't doing shit in high school and all. So
right.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Who talks about high school if you're like a real adult? Like, you're clearly like.
It's an example. You guys are driving. It's an example. I use it as an example. Okay, you're more of an adult than me, Ada. Are you happy now? Can we move the fuck on now, or you still want to try to pick my brain psychologically and try to play these little games? Come on.
He's triggered.
No, she doesn't need your help. She doesn't need your help. Oh, she does, because she wasn't able to do it herself. So, but you're not gonna help.
You ran away from me. I didn't.
You're not gonna be of any help, trust.
Let's move on.
You know that's Lisa you were talking to, right?
Yeah, you got the wrong one. But
Sing it. Can you
okay, why are you guys
No, you got a beautiful voice. You sing.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Say. I appreciate you. Tenzin, you came up to talk to someone?
Not really.
Beautiful.
Another word that I wish they would have never taught y'all little niggas is incel. Yo, y'all niggas is retarded, bro.
You can't use that word.
Now because you don't agree with a man, he's an incel. The fuck out of here.
Hey guys, can I get an
just sorry ass song?
No. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So
listening to the conversation, very spirited. I appreciate all the perspectives. My fiance is a wonderful Filipino woman. She's amazing. She turned me on to a woman named Teal Swan. And I don't know if the room knows about this gal, but Teal Swan is quite amazing. She's extraordinarily research-based. And she's been going around the country the last few years sharing these statistics. And again, I'm just repeating her information, but I've seen this play out a number of times. And this, again, statistics-based, so don't attack me. I'm just the messenger here, y'all. But her perspective and what she shares is she comes out and says, look, ladies, sorry, I got bad news to tell you, but this is the truth, and you're probably going to hate me for it, but statistics show that a single father does much better at raising a child than a single mother. The statistics are there. There's been a ton of research on this, and I'm not here to say one is better than the other, but I will say something about a proper masculine presence that gives guidance and boundaries is very important. And I'm 47. I look at the world around me. It's changed drastically from when I was in high school. And I see many peers of mine, many women who have chosen an extraordinarily liberal lifestyle who are now not happy. And they're barren. They can't have kids. And they skirted this more traditional role of
15 seconds
for a liberal adventure of the self. And I don't see that there's very many happy women. And Candace Owens even has been arguing this, that women are actually happier if they're in a healthy family role versus if they're just chasing a career. I've seen it myself. I compare my friends who are married with kids.
15 seconds. Time. Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to I think Teal Swan is a great resource for everyone to look at and research. So thanks for letting me share. My name's Rain. Bless.
Thank you, Rain. Thank you for your experience and information that you studied. Hey, Miss, how are you? Good to see you.
I got questions. I know y'all don't want to engage, but I just really have questions. How are you?
No, I'm fine, thank you. You've been engaged conversation about food and cooking.
Are you talking to me, brother?
I'm talking to you, Miss.
Oh, no. I've been in and out. I'm at work, pardon me.
Oh, okay. Well, do you cook food? Do you cook? Or do you order food?
For the most part, I cook. I wanted to ask a question. My spouse is cooking. Oh, shit. I just shot my damn car.
Oh, wait a minute. Your spouse? What's going on? Okay, no need.
Where's the trash for this, please? Oh, thank you kindly. I appreciate it. Can I ask my question? Because I
was in the middle of speaking. No, you're not coming back up.
So I can't ask my question? I just want to know if you guys just go back in the audience.
If you want to speak to Rain?
Yes, I want to ask him a question to what he said.
Sure. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Who did you get this research from that men do better?
Yeah, so her name is Teal Swan.
And how long has she been doing this research? What is the number of men that she researched? How many years? Research done?
Yeah, so she's sourcing from a myriad of different research pools and different studies. Just sourced a lot of information from prison relations. And the majority of the prison populations, male prison populations, are men that had single mothers. That's the majority of the prison population.
But how would
So-
you do that? That's between them two. Let them go.
Yeah. So
How do
again,
you get?
I don't arrive.
Reason
I don't
from
arrive.
men being in jail with others. I don't understand that part.
Okay. Let me zoom out a bit. So, in my own personal research, not Teal Swan's, I've been researching the environmental assault on our endocrine system. BPA's in the water, all this bullshit they have in the vapes that everyone's vape lording is just blocking for men and women their ability. And there's just all kinds of shit. The food system that's doing this, it's not just water bottles or vapes, it's like everywhere. It's even in the curtains that you buy at Bed Bath & Beyond and hang up. That off-gassing shit you smell, the new car smell, all this stuff is blocking your endocrine system. And so since Operation Paperclip, which was after World War II, the United States brought 6,000 Nazis, scientists, into our country here and sent them to work. Now, my family has suffered from this because I have a long heritage of farming families. We've had, in my own lifetime, I've seen over 24 miscarriages on my family farm. And testosterone and hormones have been a big issue. Now, I'm the least affected because when I was 18, I wanted to come to the city and live the city life. And so I avoided a lot of this chemical exposure. I'm the healthiest and most regulated.
I'm trying to
So I want to get
one thing, and you're talking about something else.
I understand, but again, this is a nuanced conversation. It has many different facets to it. But one thing that I've seen in my own research is there's a decline in testosterone in both men and women. Testosterone is the hormone of boundaries and logic. Estrogen is the hormone of emotion, to emote. And so when you're raising someone in a volatile emotional state versus a grounded state with boundaries, like I grew up with boundaries and I grew up with goals. My father gave me tests, goals, tasks to do, and I had to get through them before I was given more responsibility on the farm. If I didn't get through them, I wasn't given that responsibility, but he didn't shame me for it. He taught me how to get through it. Now, that is a proper transmission of masculine through the generations. A lot of people aren't getting that. I feel like I'm kind of like a rarity among my peers because of that.
How old are you?
I'm 47. So, and my picture's from last year. But anyway, I've been watching this for a long time. It really breaks my heart because I see the assault on masculinity that's been happening. I see the assault on our biology and testosterone in men and women. And it's creating a lack of boundaries. It's creating a lack of focus to get to a goal where we as humans are evolving together. We as a culture, we as a society, we as a community, we're going to a mutual benefit. And I just feel like we can all agree that our leadership fucking sucks in every space. And so there's almost no good examples out there. And Teal Swan talks a lot about this stuff too. But overall, what I see is we are atrophying in, like anytime someone says patriarch or masculinity, it's almost immediately associated with toxicity. And so it's unfortunate because if women want to rise up, I feel like we need to have a mutual benefit, not equality. I think what we want is equanimity and reciprocity, not equality. Like, I don't want to be the same as a woman, and I know a woman doesn't want to be the same as me. And if we're doing that game, then we lose the ability to create reciprocity between our differences. And that, to me, is maybe one of the most ignorant programs we've ever been given in society, is that we're the same. No, we want equanimity and reciprocity. We don't want equality. Equanimity and reciprocity. Yeah, we want equality at the voting booth. We want equality for pay. That all makes sense. But, I don't think that women want real equality because women aren't getting jobs doing, building bridges. Women aren't doing jobs.
How long have you been a part of the manosphere?
I'm not
Who
part of it.
exactly do you watch when you get on YouTube?
I write research, but I'm not consuming these things like you guys are. But so you guys are using the term incel. You guys are using the term manosphere.
I'm calling you.
I'm not saying anyone. I've heard these terms, manosphere and incel. These are terms that limit the ability to.
Your rhetoric is manosphere like.
But you've been programmed by YouTube to say that. You wouldn't have said that 20 years ago. You wouldn't have said that 20 years ago. You wouldn't have said that 20 years ago. You got programmed.
I called you stupid as fuck 20 years ago. So there's that.
Okay, so then you were programmed to call 20 years ago, and now you're being programmed to call manosphere and incel to shut down any kind of conversation.
Somebody please take the meat. The meat is burning, please. Thank you.
I have a question. Ren. You said, oh my God, you said so much. It's just all ridiculous. But
all of it.
You said that the majority of people. This is so easy. The majority of people in prisons were raised by single mothers. Whatever. Majority of people out of prison raised by single mothers, or are those all two households?
I don't have that statistic. I can't answer.
Oh, but you have right.
Oh, you got me, girl. You got me. I'm sorry, I'm not an encyclopedia for you.
That was just so easy. Like,
you got me. So it's about gotcha and not about a conversation.
Gotcha. It's
but you are. You're not. We're not having a conversation. You're set up to try to get.
Why are you upset?
I'm not upset. I'm just holding my space, girl.
You clearly brought that up to make an implication about single mothers.
I didn't. I'm talking about research. I'm talking about research.
But you didn't research that.
I'm talking about other professionals who've done research, and I'm sharing that research with you.
Teal Swan is a professional?
Yeah.
Spiritual influencer and author?
She's an author. Have you book?
Okay. She's a professional in what?
I mean, she's a public speaker. She goes around talking about research. She's conducted her own research. So what are we fighting? What are we fighting about? Why are you and I fighting?
The woman saying,
but why are you and I fighting?
It was going to appeal to the women in the audience, and the will believe this one woman.
No, you're just rejecting science and research because you're being
science. You made a point about single mothers and people in prison because you want to make implication that single mothers are bad.
No, I'm not making that implication. I'm not making that. That's your reductive mind going to that. I am not saying single mothers are bad. Do not put words in my mouth, ma'am. I'm not doing that to you. Hold on, I'm being respectful. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. And so I'm asking you not to put words in my mouth. I did not say single mothers are bad. That is never something I said. You're trying to put that onto me, and I wholeheartedly reject that. I've never said that here. Sharing research so we can have a conversation, but you're trying to attack me personally, and I started out saying, don't attack the messenger.
Okay,
but that's what you're trying to do.
So all you said today is bring up a statistic which I've heard so many times, and I think it's been misinterpreted in many ways. I think it was referring juvenile systems. I don't think it was referring to, and I think it was referring to Black people too. But
no, it's not. It's not. Those are your assumptions. I didn't say any of those things. Those are your.
Why are you crashing, Ren? It's not very.
I'm not crashing. I'm just saying those are your thoughts. I'm not having that point of view. You are putting that onto me, and that's not my point of view, and that's not what I'm saying in this room.
Okay, agree. Absolutely amazing. So, what was your point in bringing that statistic up?
My was because I heard someone in the room talking about how facts, but it wasn't backed up by where those facts coming from.
Who does the majority of the child rearing in America?
Who does the majority of the child rearing in America?
Yes.
But
the majority of the time, who is doing the child rearing? The father or the mother? The woman or the man?
I'll tell you from my experience. I grew up in farm.
I didn't ask for your experience, Ren. I'm asking.
But I don't have that statistic. I don't have that statistic. statistic for you. You're welcome to go look that up. And if you have that statistic, no, but if you have that statistic, I'm willing to hear that. What is that number? Or you just trying to start fights?
So it's women.
Women what?
Women do the majority of the child rearing. Even in marriages, they do the majority of the child rearing. They do the majority of the household chores.
Okay, but that's because the men are doing the majority of the work and raising money by exchanging their time for work. But
that's not true either. Both parents are working. Ren?
I don't see that.
I mean, so all this research that you've done with Teal Swan, you didn't know that?
I mean, maybe I'm in a different space of people, but like everyone I'm surrounded with is either,
and that's what Brooklyn was talking about,
is either people are married and they're both working, they have kids, or one person's working and one person's raising the kids. And let me tell you something.
Wait a minute. Before you wait 1 second. Before you carry on, because it's difficult to follow because you're going back and forth between information that you say you research, which you have not provided, and then you also go into these anecdotal stories in regards to what you've seen. But just because you've seen it and it is your truth, nobody can argue that. But that doesn't make it the overall truth for everyone. It doesn't make it facts.
I'm not trying to give the overall truth for everyone.
Okay. So wait a minute. That's the reason. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. So just to make sure that I'm hearing you, you're coming from your own experience, and that's what you're speaking off of. Your truth, not what you've actually researched.
Well, no, that's not exactly true.
All right. Well, if you've researched it and you're speaking from research, can you please supply that information in the chat?
Okay. What if, I mean, I'm talking about 30 years of my life of researching this. So, like, what part should I put in the chat of 30 years of research?
So that's what I just said, and you said, no, that's not true. What? I said you're going based off of your own research, and that you're speaking from what you have found. That's what I said, and then you said, well, no, not that. So then that's when I asked for the data.
I'll talk about it. So I've studied Carl Jung very deeply. He talks a lot about this. A lot of Carl Jung's ideas have become perverted and spiritualized in the modern landscape, and if you do that research, you actually see how that got flipped.
So where's your research to back this up? So if you were writing a paper, you would have to. Right, but you're saying you're quoting what you have read, but you aren't providing what you have read, so then people can make sure that what you read is what it's actually saying. That's why I'm asking for it.
Go read Carl Jung. Go experience Teal Swan. I'm literally giving you guys the avenues to go, and you're fighting me. It's kind of.
No, I'm not giving. No, what are you talking about fighting, sir? I'm just trying to get point of clarification so that when we're having a conversation, people understand whether you're speaking from your own experience or not. I'm able to identify which one. You're saying just because you read from this one particular person, and then you're not able to go to it and directly point to it, you're just telling everybody to go and read it. That doesn't make good for a good conversation.
I'm sorry. Let's make this a good conversation. Let me ask you, what is your exact question that you're trying to find out?
So you and the young ladies were going back and forth. I was just letting you know that it's hard to follow the conversation because 1 minute you're saying that you're speaking from your own experience, and then the next minute, as we can see, once we actually stop and pause, you are coming from different places. You're not speaking from empirical data where you can actually pull it and show to support what you're saying is evidence.
Okay, so the majority, I'll read you some facts right now. Here's some facts.
No, I don't want to know the facts. Let you and her continue the conversation. Listen, she's going to have the conversation. You're not having the conversation with me. Ade is having the conversation.
Oh, is it just a complete illusion because I'm talking to you, right? I mean, what is going on? The semantics. I'm not talking.
Yeah, but if you can't follow, you can't keep up. That's not my fault, sir.
No, I think that's what you're having.
That's not my fault. That's your fault.
No.
I'm a moderator here, sir. I'm moderating the space. I'm not getting in the conversation.
Okay, so
I was just letting you know that the chat, including people on stage,
clarify where you were getting this from. That's it.
Clarifying.
That was a point of clarification. Either you want to move on with the conversation a day, or you know. If you're scared now, then that's fine.
I'm not scared.
Okay, then stop talking to me and have the conversation with her.
It's always interesting when the project comes with gender war politics. This shit is crazy to me. Because how you gonna come in a room full of black people telling us that males do better at fucking taking care of kids, and then when I asked you, where did you get this information from? You started talking about endocrine systems and testosterone and shit that had nothing to do with how.
Oh, but it does. It does have everything to do with your endocrine system.
Wait, I have another question. I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up because one, is it testosterone in the room of this, and then two, you said estrogen has more to do with emotion than testosterone.
Like, where the fuck
I have a question from. Yeah, I have a question for you. Who commits the majority of violent crimes?
Okay, so here's some statistics.
Okay.
I'll give you some statistics. I'll give you some information. It's a good question. So, 2 men married, lowest rates of domestic violence.
Oh,
a man and a woman. Hold on, a man and a woman. Again, you guys want to interrupt statistics. It's fine. You guys don't want to have the conversation, but the truth is, 2 gay men married, lowest rates of domestic violence. Man and woman married, moderate rates of domestic violence. Lesbian marriages, highest rates of domestic violence.
You pro gay marriage too? No, I guess Mel on Mel. Obviously,
let's not be obtuse, Ada.
I'm not saying I'm trying to give you guys information.
It's for Mel on Mel marriage.
No, dude, this is so simple. This has been researched many times. You can Google it yourself, okay? And many people are talking about it right now. And you guys are just not in with what the science is.
So are you insinuating that women are the problem?
I'm not insinuating that. I'm sharing with you what the statistics
are. Your statistics are pointing to women being the problem.
Okay, so maybe you should reflect on that. I don't know what to tell you.
Really? We should, but then when she asked you who commits most crimes, you didn't answer that question. Why is that?
Okay, I'll answer why I didn't answer that question. Because a lot of the data is fudged. Do you know that men get
fudged on crimes?
Yes,
do you
are you fucking serious right now?
How do you know the data isn't fudged about lesbian women?
Move out the way, man, Infinity.
Be quiet, woman. I'm asking him a question. I'm allowed to engage.
Wait, he didn't tap to be tapped in.
I'm not tapping in. I'm asking him how he knows.
I'm trying to figure out Infinity.
How do you know that the statistics that you quoted is not also fudged? That's the question. No, that's what I'm
actually, he's on your side right now. What I'm trying to say, listen, one mic.
I'm not emphasizing him, I'm confronting him. I'm asking him if he can say that the male data about crime is fudged. How does he know that the lesbian data about abuse isn't fudged? That's the question.
Good question.
Why do you trust one set of data and not the other set of data? How do you know how to distinguish between good and bad data?
That's a really fucking good question, man.
Thank you.
And I think that's one of the hardest things that we're dealing with right now today is knowing what the truth is and then having to ask, well, who's funding the research? And
right. Is it true that you're accepting that data about lesbians because it is supported by your presupposition? And then you reject the data about the males being more violent because it goes against your presupposition. Could that not be true?
I'm biased because I have my own point of view. That's for sure. And
do you think that you're accepting the validity or the veracity of the data on the basis of your bias? Do you think that's possible?
It could be possible. Look, I mean, I've had my. I don't know if you guys watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, but I watched every single hour of it because it touches close to home for me. Because I actually sustained 3 different extraordinarily violent female relationships. And I learned what crazy making and gaslighting was 20 years ago before anyone was talking about it on social media because I was living through the nightmare. So, you know, I grew up in a household.
At 47, are you married with children?
I'm not, unfortunately, but I'm married, so.
You don't have any children?
No, not yet. We're
You're just going to take any personal information about
No,
you just now.
I'm not gonna do that. Okay, one of the points that he made earlier was about women being barren. Well, what the fuck is wrong with your sperm, sir?
See, here we go. This has nothing to do with this shit.
I didn't say anything was barren, and if anything, I did mention
women
this.
were barren.
I did not say that. I was talking. Yes, and you misunderstood me. So let me clarify. What I'm talking about are women in their mid and later 40s that missed the chance to have kids because they were living a very liberal lifestyle, and then looked back and said, "Oh shit, I missed
a
something."
conservative man should have several kids and be married by now. What is wrong with you?
But I just want to appeal to the moderator of the room.
Hold on about this. No, someone asked a very good question. What is wrong with me?
Yeah, you're a conservative man. You should have
I'm not a
several children
conservative
married.
I'm not.
So why would you mention liberals if you weren't conservative?
I'm not a conservative.
Could potentially be resistant for
Ambassador, move on through it.
I'm actually a moderate. Just to be clear.
I just want to make a general point.
Yes.
I just want to make a general observation.
There's plenty of moderate women that don't have children either in their 40s. What's the difference between them and you? What's wrong with your sperm is the question that I asked.
Okay.
And why are you not married?
Can I answer that?
I think it's irrelevant, but go ahead.
It is relevant.
Yeah, no. I'm willing to answer the question, but that requires a little bit for me to give that answer. And I did talk about it earlier, which is that our country, since post-World War II, when it invited 6,000 Nazi scientists and we got terrible chemicals in our food.
It's not 6,000. Stop saying that number.
It is 6,000 Nazi scientists.
About 15 to 1,600. Stop.
It's not.
More than a decade. Stop giving false info.
I'm not giving information.
Stop
this is in every
info.
Okay, who gives a fuck if it was 1,500 or 6,000? Nazi scientists came
There were
to the United
Nazis
States.
already in America. What's the point?
The point is, do you want to know the point, or are you trying to argue with me?
Tell me what the point was.
Okay, zoom out for a minute.
All right.
And consider this, that the Nazi regime was not stopped by America until way later, because America was waiting for the Nazis to finish all their scientific experiments on how to subdue human populations. Once the war was done, America took all the spoils of war, brought it back here, and then watered that shit down and put it on top of our population. And it fucked with the endocrine system, it's fucked with our gender ideology, it's fucked with our minds.
What? Okay, what? So, is that your last and final answer?
What? That's cool. So, two things. One, there were already Nazis in America.
There's no question about that.
So we don't need, and America had already had its long history of population control
100%.
and of eugenics.
100%.
Long before they entered the war in December of
I get it. The Tuskegee experiments.
Excuse me, you got me finished. You told me to zoom out. You zoom out.
Yeah, I understand. I'm with you.
Are you like testosterone? You can't control yourself?
I'm fine, bro. I'm just saying.
All right, cool. Then shut the fuck up.
No, fuck you, bro. I'm just saying I'm with you.
Hey, calm down.
I don't know. You fucking calm down, bro. You don't want to throw. No, you fucking calm down.
You fucking calm down.
You fucking calm down.
You fucking. How many kids you got?
You fucking calm down.
How many kids you got?
That has no bearing value on me as a person.
He has
so
no
you're
kids.
confused about yourself.
And not married.
So you said that women were barren.
No. I think
respond.
I did not say women were barren. I said women over a certain.
You gotta listen to what I'm saying.
There are women over a certain age, right? They hit menopause and they can no longer have kids.
Okay, that was the only thing I was coming up with you to say. You did say barren, to be fair, but you're just talking about not being able to have kids at a certain age. I'm just letting you know you did say barren because people in the chat said barren. So now we know what you're saying. That's cool. But I had a question for you. That's what was coming up. What do you mean by a liberal lifestyle in terms of chasing, having careers? Because I don't know if a woman in pursuit of her career necessarily is a liberal lifestyle. Because I think conservative women also pursue their careers and might not end up with kids for whatever reason. So break down what you mean by liberal lifestyle. You're on mute.
I live in New York City, and that's not what I'm asking. I'm trying to answer your question.
It doesn't matter where you live. I'm asking in general. Just take it to a level of abstraction. The anecdotes don't work for me. So just tell me what you mean by liberal lifestyle and how that's different than a conservative woman who also might not have kids. That's
lot of the arts and music communities in New York, and associated with the Burning Man and these arts communities. Associated
not in New York.
You don't know about the Burning Man community. There's a huge Burning Man community in New York of about 200,000 people.
People that go out the
community of refined arts.
So people that go out the Burning Man.
Well, they don't just go out to Burning Man. They have regional burning events.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
We would throw.
Okay, go ahead. I got it.
Yeah, no, in alignment with Burning Man, I would organize 6,000 person raves in warehouses and stuff. So we were doing huge events. Anyway, in that community, which is very loud and very out there, and very expressive. It's beautiful. I used to love it wholeheartedly. But as I'm getting older, realizing that it's a mile wide and an inch deep, and in that liberal attitude that I was pointing out before, let me define that, and let me not call it a liberal attitude because that's too reductive. What I'm talking about is there's a huge group of people in this community that I identified earlier that I'm surrounded with on a daily basis. All my work, all my business, like everything.
Bro, this is anecdote.
In this community. That community has a huge rate of polyamory. This is people who don't actually know how to have a true intimate relationship, and they're just going around fucking.
That's not what I was asking. Come on, man.
You're all over the place. I'm not all over the place. You're not able to follow.
Combo.
Bro.
Come on, I'm moderating. Calm down. I'm specifically asking about pursuing a career, not polyamory or any of that.
Okay,
so we're talking about children and what makes that liberal.
But okay, so say again. Ask the question.
I'm asking specifically about pursuing a career, having children or not, and what makes that liberal. When we have conservative women, that's also true. I'm not talking about polyamory or freaks, geeks, steers, and queers in New York City. New York City is an outlier. Just tell me what you meant by liberal lifestyle. That's all.
So, I mean a lifestyle that is less focused on family. It's more focused on community and the self. It's about less about biological family and more about self-personal identity in a community of other personal identities.
Okay. And that's liberal to you?
Well, it is more liberal to not have kids.
Well, how so?
Well, I mean, the conservative.
Come on, let me tell you what I mean by the question. Hispanic people are more politically liberal than they are conservative. So are you talking about politics? Are you talking about tradition? I need you to break it down a little bit.
Yeah, no, let's break it down. Yeah, let's break it down.
Yeah, because you bring in Operation Paperclip it just threw me for a loop.
Well,
so where you are.
I don't mean to throw you for a loop.
1 second. Yeah, and when you say having kids, do you mean within a certain kind of unit or just having kids generally?
Well, I mean, kids can be made in any kind of arrangement. However, the more conservative model that has been in place on the world for tens of thousands of years is that a man.
How's it conservative?
I mean, that's a traditional role, so it's more conservative. Liberals tend to go against more conservative roles, right?
Well, it depends on the type of liberal. That's what I'm trying to break down.
Yeah.
You guys use these terms willy-nilly.
Yeah, I don't like
and
it.
Let's not use that. And they begin to lose meaning.
Right.
So black people are not conservative people the way you use it. They go to church more than white people do. They don't vote for Democrats.
That's a conservative value, going to church.
How is that a conservative value?
Because liberals
let me answer that.
Let me answer that. You just asked the question. Let me answer that.
1 second. I asked that in light of the view that not going to church is really new.
Right.
So, 1 second.
Yeah, it's true.
1 second. And it's related to changes in economy. Right? I think we can all agree. So if a population
like going to church is related.
Culture,
hold on. You skip by it too much. You're saying your premise is that people are going to church less because of the economy. How does that play out?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am.
Changes in the economy. I can't speak. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, not me.
I don't know what that is in the back. Changes in the economy, to my mind, shape actually the child thing more than what you was. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
So changes in the economy have everything to do with like child production. So let me give you an example.
Yeah.
If you have an agricultural economy, you have more children because of the nature and ontology of the economy.
Yeah.
That's nothing to do with conservative or liberal. It's about the economy. So people in sub-Saharan Africa, in non-developed economies, have more children. Why? Farming, death, disease, etc. There's reasons for it. That's what I'm trying to understand what makes that liberal and not something else. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think that it deserves a little bit more exploration because I agree with you. To just reduce it to liberal is not nuanced enough to capture what's actually going on. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I'm still trying to figure out how the economy affects less church attendance. And again, I'm going to give my own anecdote on this. When I'm down and out, and I tend to gravitate more towards church and religion. So it's like when I'm economically down, I seem to turn more to the Lord. So I'm trying to figure out, and what I'm seeing is I actually feel like there's been a sort of reprisal and a revival of religions in America because we've lost faith in the government. But I could be wrong about that.
Well, okay, yeah, I mean, that's fine.
You are.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that the faith in the government is the reason why people, that's fine. The problem I have is when people conflate traditionalism with conservatism. And one is a political ideology. The other is a set of cultural habits and practices, which may or may not be traditional. They may just be the culture itself. So when does a thing become traditional? So if you're a Negro, when is going to church traditional? I'm not saying it is or is not. What makes that conservative? That's part of the culture. It's just a thing. That's what I'm asking. But I took your meat. I apologize.
No, it's a good question. It's a good question. I think it's a fair ask too because
Rain, someone wants to know how posting a nude photo on your IG page is conservative.
Oh shit!
That's what somebody asked me to ask you in the chat.
Let me see.
What do you mean a nude photo?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know, brother. Do you have a nude photo on your Instagram?
Instagram doesn't allow nudity.
Yes, he does. It's covering his pee-pee.
Oh, I'm playing an instrument.
Why are you naked?
Why not? It's funny. I did that. I'll answer the question. I did that because I saw a lot of women posting super naked, and I was like, let me see if I do that. What happens? And sure enough, sex sells. That post when I originally posted it got a lot of likes, and that was.
Is that traditional or liberal?
I think people would consider that more liberal, but again, I'm not defining myself as nudity.
This is interesting. So in the West, nudity and showing body in artistic practice. I have a question for you. Have you ever heard of Dionysus and Euripides? So then how would that be liberal if it's been around for thousands of years?
But I don't consider that photo liberal. You guys are.
I asked you, would nudity while playing music be liberal, not traditional? You said yes. So I'm saying, why is it not conservative? The Greeks, the so-called cradle of Western civilization, the Greeks and the Romans, of course, they were naked all the time.
They were? You're right.
So then why would it be liberal then?
But maybe they were more liberal.
Oh my God, bro. You're not listening. If it's at the base of a cultural tradition, how is it not conservative?
Actually been sheltered.
Well, no, it's interesting what you said, right? Because the Greeks had all this nudity, and then the church comes along and puts fig leaves on top of all the art and stuff, right? So there's the shame of the naked body. I don't carry shame over the naked body. I don't hold that for myself. I don't put that on others. So I'm just not in that space. I'm more with the Greeks. The human body is a beautiful thing. The human body is one of the most beautiful creations that I've ever experienced and witnessed in my life. Nature is amazing. I can immerse myself in there for ages. But the human form is one of the greatest and most beautiful mysteries that we've ever been given to have the experience through. And so, in that sense, I don't see nudity as a bad thing. I don't see it as liberal or conservative. I just see it as how we're born.
So,
I think that's fascinating.
so being polyamorous is liberal and just, I guess,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not polyamorous, but yeah, that's a liberal.
No, but you said that that's women waste their lives. Being
I
doing
was
liberal
having
things.
multiple. One second. I was having multiple partners. The liberal thing, when that's been around much longer as a sort of normative than monogamy. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense. You're right.
Oh my God.
Explain it.
Hey man, there's a hospital you can go to for that problem, bro.
Yeah, it's called white men who think they're smarter than people. So
Now we're getting racist here.
I want you to break it down.
The race card. I'm out, guys.
Break down how.
Bless you up.
Break down how. Having multiple partners is the new thing. When that's been part of Western civilization, especially for men, forever.
Are you okay?
You sound like Fire Marshal Bill.
I mean, who was even talking about what he was talking about? That was so random.
He doesn't like the racial conversations.
But he didn't move when I called him a cracker. So I guess
No, but he moved when Ben said that he called him a white person who basically is lording his intelligence over.
It's because he was losing in a debate, and so instead of him just, acknowledging his defeat, he wanted to cop out as if that was also offensive to him, being called a white man. Someone's referencing you as a white man. Are you not a white man? Now, the person would have said, "Why is my race relevant?" in that, right? But we're not going to do the crap baby.
But it's beyond the white man. He says the white man is pretending he's better, smarter than other people. And at that point, what's the point in arguing? What's the point in arguing that?
That is
the
typical.
Conclusion has already been made against him. Why would he even argue that?
Okay, and that is typical, right? Egotistical man behavior. That is the whole reason why DEI was even established. You didn't know that?
I thought DEI benefited white women.
Okay, so that's a whole nother separate point. I didn't say who it benefited most. Is a white woman a white man? Okay, so let's go back to what Van said. Like, I don't think you're this slow. I just think you like acting dumb. I really do.
I'm not acting dumb.
Okay, so you're not acting. Okay, well, I take it back. Maybe you are that slow.
Maybe you're just not listening to what I'm saying.
I heard exactly.
Misinterpreting.
Fast pants.
I thought that he was engaging honestly. It's like they were engaging honestly.
He was not engaging wisely.
We may disagree. That was my perspective. We may disagree. Why do we have?
Man, right here.
He said. No. I called out his blind spot. It wasn't a lack of honesty. It was a blind spot.
And my
friend, it wasn't a blind spot. I view it as a blind spot. I don't view it as a
literally said maybe it's my own bias. He admitted to it.
Yeah, but dishonesty isn't bias. It's a blind spot.
For example, where do we get the statistics for crime they asked him about?
Where do we get it from? The law enforcement?
Where do we get the statistics for domestic violence?
Same place, but it can be fudged based on who's conducting the research. And that's what it's for.
Because you have arrests.
No, but it's beyond that. For instance, people say 75% of the people that Trump, what's it called? Deported have. Why do you have to do that? Why can't you burp?
I'm not talking about
Why can't you burp on mute, woman?
I'm not talking about that.
I can't hear when people burp while I'm talking. My question. You see what I'm saying? This is why I get dragged down into the mud. Can you correct her?
I'm not her father. If you can't,
I know, but you're a moderator in this space. You're a moderator in this space. I thought you could correct me.
I'm not. We didn't correct you the other day. I'm not correcting anybody.
Oh, I was corrected many times.
Not by the moderator. I told me for 3 hours. I heard the whole thing.
Right, but do you want Brooklyn to engage with me that way? Is that okay?
If you ignore her and stop talking about it, she'll shut the fuck up.
Well, why not just make one correction to her? We don't allow that in this space. You want that kind of antipathy. hard to ignore when she burps while I'm talking.
And then burp, bitch.
See, and then she does it again, and nothing is said there. But if I said that to her, everyone would come down on me. The double standard in this room,
just focus on the
Then
conversation.
leave.
leave,
Just focus.
but I'm here instead.
Then
I'm
you
trying
can
to
then you
engage
have to
with
deal
you.
with double standard. Welcome to America. Maybe you'll get DEI for the room. I had to give you DEI this morning.
No, she didn't give me DI. I'm the only one who had these skills, tools,
I want to hear him defend the white man.
No one had the ability to do what I was doing. So was it about DEI? Actually, merit. It was merit that gave me that state.
I don't know what's going on. What's odd about what the man was saying was if there was bias, it would be the opposite direction. That's what doesn't make sense.
Say it again?
Plus, everybody knows that men do more violent crimes than women. I mean, that's kind of stupid. Everybody, I mean, that's just a general truism of human nature. I don't know why anybody.
According to him, women were the problem, though. That's what he was hinting at. That's why I was trying to understand where he was going with it, because every statistic that he spoke of was taking women as the problem in the narrative.
That's what I was saying. So when you guys asked him that question,
He sheltered as a child.
when you guys, Ambassador, it's hard to. When you guys asked him the question about violent crime, he refused to answer it because, like he said, he was being biased. If they're coming from the same source, you have to fudge the data in the other way. That's what he
could have potentially been recessive.
Ambassador, what are you doing?
He's burping off the mic.
He didn't burp. He said something. I just couldn't understand it.
I said he could have potentially been recessive.
I think he's got a breathing problem. Maybe a senior moment.
But you saw that he was being an idiot. And you
I didn't see that he was being an idiot. I called out a blind spot. There was a blind spot that I wanted. No, there was a blind spot that I wanted to call out. I don't call that dishonesty. I wanted him to be confronted with the fact that he's choosing data that supports his position and then chooses to reject information that doesn't support his presupposition.
How's that a blind spot? If you choose to do one thing,
he didn't know that he was doing that until I confronted him.
Let me ask the question. What is wrong with you?
Talking. So when
if you choose to do one thing and you choose to do something else, that's not a blind spot. A blind spot suggests you don't see a thing, but he was choosing to do a thing. That's why it's not a blind spot. And then when he was confronted with it, he said, well, maybe it's my own bias. I mean, it's very obvious that he also said that, which was I was listening to y'all. He said that testosterone was the hormone of logic and analytical thought. Testosterone? Y'all just let that go.
I didn't. Is it possible that you're wrong? He never admitted to me that. He said,
that's what he said.
That's what he said. I heard it.
The question I specifically asked is it possible?
Oh my God, we don't need to be meta. Whatever.
That's not meta. That's specifically what he said.
No, it's quite.
He didn't admit bias.
This is quite literally meta.
Okay, you can call it meta. I'm being specific.
No, that's not what meta means. Meta means a conversation about a conversation.
You want to reduce what he said down to him admitting his bias?
No, I want to reduce it down to the sources would be the same. It's common knowledge that men are more violent than women. For the reasons he said. Hormonal at the very least.
So then why is it that you believe that the lesbian relationships have more domestic violence than others, than other types of relationships? Do you believe that data? Because if you believe that data, what's driving? Why does more domestic violence exist in lesbian relationships?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay.
Maybe because between men and women, there's more of a fear of a worse reprisal. I don't know. I haven't studied it. It's so few lesbian couples. That data frequently comes up as some sort of exoneration for male domestic violence, which to me is totally bizarre. I don't see a bunch of women being killed by lesbians, stems, studs, and other dykes. I haven't seen that study come out. I've seen that when men kill women in domestic violence. So I don't know why people go to that, but the claim was about violence generally. It wasn't about
point. We can all use statistics to obfuscate and to
He
make our.
wasn't obfuscating.
He was doing. That's what she said he was doing.
No, he believed you were obfuscating, and I don't think she used it correctly. So that's fine. But
the point is, we can use data. The point is, we can use data in directions to support our perspective.
Yeah, but the support could be wrong. Let me give you an example. The best in football last year was the Cleveland Browns. If I give you data about how Myles Garrett had a bunch of sacks, that could be to support the argument, but clearly it wasn't supported. They didn't even make the playoffs, let alone win the Super Bowl, right? So when he's saying, just because someone uses data, that doesn't mean it's a good use of data. Part of the issue is method and how you string along an argument. The larger point was he was just making up a lot of stuff.
The larger observation that I had is that we can all pick statistics off of the internet on Google. Right, but that's more important because the fact that people can just use data to support their presupposition is the danger that that's still happening in our landscape today. That's why
that's been happening since the beginning of time. But as listeners and readers and auditors and interlocutors, we can see it's a bad use of data and therefore reject the outcome. Again, the Cleveland Browns were the best team in football last year. What data do you have for that? Myles Garrett broke the sack record. You're smoking, right? That was a use of data. They had data. It was true data. It led to a wrong conclusion. That's how learning works. That's how arguments work.
But you have people
he also made an argument about the Nazis coming over here and talking about population control. The United States was already engaged in population control. They didn't need it from the Nazis. They just had 6,000. It wasn't 6,000.
Okay. But the point is that people are using data.
How many times are you going to repeat it?
Because you keep going back to another point.
Oh, okay.
You're not engaging with my point because if people can do that, okay, here's the problem. Cleveland Browns are the best NFL team in the league. You can have an obtuse person who believes that a team is considered the best because of rushing yards versus actual outcome of the season, right? You can have an obtuse person who sneaks their way into the conversation.
Right, but we don't make arguments to obtuse people. Why is that your target argument, an obtuse dummy?
Because they're engaged in the discussion and they
obfuscate. To be fair to you, that is what Donald Trump does very well. I agree with you.
Okay, so I think it's being done all across the board, regardless whether it's Trump or
Kamala Harris. He excels at, to be fair.
Okay, but my point is that if you take a random obtuse fact and you run it and say this is what a good team is, then we have a problem because you're using a different set of standards than the standards that's accepted by the wider audience.
I understand that, but most people in the world believe the best team is the team that wins the tournament. And so, as human beings, we cannot navigate the world in such a way where we are taking in every single outcome as a viable outcome.
I understand that, but the problem is the people that are engaged in these discussions.
We have to come to consensus, and the consensus is the team that wins the tournament is the best.
But Ben, here's the problem.
I'm almost done. And his wasn't even about the use of statistics. His was specifically about not believing the other side. See, that's what you're confusing. I agree with your statistics point. Cool. But he wasn't even talking about the use of statistics. He didn't agree with the statistics. So he had actually come to a conclusion and was trying to disagree with how the statistics were collected. That's the issue. And so when you said, well, wait a minute, how can you believe this over that? I said, oh, I don't know, maybe that's my own bias. He didn't even think to say, whatever he was trying to say. What does lesbian, STEM, stud, butch, dyke, and other types of woman-on-woman violence have anything to do with that conversation?
I understood where he was going because he was trying to reveal through that data, which again is disputed. He's trying to conclude. Okay, well, he's trying to make the conclusion that women are more emotional, more erratic, and less logical. So he's using that to kind of raise up his point.
Why would that be the conclusion?
He could probably do a better job of articulating that, but that's where he was going. I got the directional point that he was making, but he wasn't able to make it because he got sidetracked because I stepped in.
Man murders, a domestic dispute
I don't understand
somehow overtakes the fact that men, I mean, well, let me ask you a question. Do you think testosterone is a hormone correlated with logic and analytical coolness?
I don't have that data to believe that. All I know is that I believe that.
You know what testosterone is?
I don't know how testosterone operates. And like you said, it's the source of logic. I don't know if that's true. All I can tell you is that my experience is that men are meant to lead, and women are leading because they have to, because so many men have abdicated different arguments. Okay, so we don't have to go down this. Right. So because I generally have that position, I tend to buy his argument that women are more emotional than men.
Wait, because they should do something, that means that's what something is? So young men up through older men, go around the world, not around the world, to be fair, not do that, but go around shooting and stabbing each other. But because a stud and a stem get in a fight over the fact that the stud no longer wants to have threesomes with a stem and a femme, they are somehow more emotional. Okay.
Tell me what a stud is and a stem. I don't know what a stud and a stem is.
These are different types of. These are lesbians. That was his point.
I think you can't make a point on that. That was just one statistic that he was using, but it wasn't enough to land his point. So I'm granting that he needs to present much more wider data than that. That's a very narrow point, so it's hard to make his general point.
He made other points. The other point he made was around testosterone. He said testosterone is the hormone of logic and rationality and reason.
Did we investigate as to where he got that from? Did we ask him where he gets that position from?
What do you mean, where you get it from? I don't know what testosterone is?
No, I don't know how it operates in terms of the source of it being the source of logic. I don't know where he got that from.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm not asking where he got it from. I'm asking, do you know what testosterone is?
Yes.
What is testosterone?
No, we're not going to play this gotcha game. We know what it is. It's something that men have.
No, because I've never heard anyone say that testosterone is the hormone of rationality and cool reason.
So why didn't they ask him, or why didn't you ask him where he got that idea from? I don't know either. I never heard that either.
Well, if somebody says, to live, you don't need to inhale it off of a machine, why would I ask them where they got it from? It's clearly wrong.
Well, I tend to, no matter, even if somebody says something that I disagree with, that is not on stage. I can't hear you while I'm talking, excuse me. What I'm saying is, even if someone says something that's on prima facie, goes against what I know and believe, I'd still ask them where they got it from to maybe expand my perspective, because maybe I have it wrong. Who knows?
Well,
just because they say something that's...
testosterone.
I'm sorry, I know, but they have less testosterone than men, is that right?
You said only women.
On average, but not always.
Right, some women do have more testosterone.
Do you think that men who commit the majority of violent crimes are operating off emotions a lot of times?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, okay.
In every case, except for the self-defense killings.
But
every case
outside of self-defense, a man who kills somebody is operating in emotion outside of the self-defense concept.
How does one operate outside of emotion in anything?
As I just told you, you can operate with the spirit, you can operate with logic, with what's right to do.
No, I understand that. But even if you're operating, this is bizarre.
Someone who's killing,
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if you're operating with emotion, logic, that means that emotion's gone?
If you're allowing the logic to drive your actions, then the emotion is not driving your actions. Because
if I'm a serial killer and I'm plotting out a bunch of killings, right? Mm-hmm. You're very logical. You're evading the cops and all this stuff. What emotion is driving that?
The emotion to kill people systematically.
Yeah.
The emotion of first off, you're angry.
Not necessarily.
You can't operate. You can't kill somebody without anger, even if it's
not true. Of course you can.
No. Yes, within the context of self-defense. But if you're systematically trying to kill people, you have an evil anger.
No, you can't do that. No, we got to put that to the side. We
outside of self-defense. If it's self-defense, you could just be killing someone because you're trying to protect yourself. So anger is an emotion.
Okay.
And if you're operating on anger to kill people because you think you have the right to kill people on a systematic basis, it's rooted in your in anger that's deep-seated.
What's up, Concrete? Did you want to answer the comment?
What is that?
Not really.
This guy's so dishonest. It's so hard to tell.
You have a high threshold for pain.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons outside of anger why people kill.
You know, we can't have this conversation. They decided to move on. Ada, they've decided to move on.
Okay.
Oh no, but nobody said that. Who said they was moving on?
You should know.
Man went on to concrete.
No,
Yeah, because he raised his hand, and I thought he had something to say, so I was muting up so he could
Ada had something to ask.
And then he said, "No, I don't." And then she said, "Hello." So Ada can go. I didn't say the conversation at the end.
No, I was making a statement that there's
misunderstood. I didn't say anything about the conversation ending.
You called me dishonest, and you seem to dismiss what I said. That's how it's.
I do. Yeah.
If it was wrong,
Ada can't speak.
Go ahead, Ada.
no, I was making a statement. It wasn't a question.
Is it Ada or Ada?
It's Ada. There's many reasons why people kill. It's not just because of anger or self-defense.
I think it's anger is at the root because it's a trauma. If someone's doing it just for fun or for shit, for serial killer purposes, there's a rooted anger and trauma. If you dig deep. Now,
Do you think somebody who like kidnaps a child and then, you know, when they start screaming and realize that they're kidnapped and they cover their mouth to try to stop them from screaming, they accidentally suffocate them to death, that they were angry?
I think anger is at the root of it. It's not immediately detectable, but I think anger is at the root of all that kind of behavior.
Okay. So
because anger rooted in trauma. Absolutely.
Men have a lot of it, so they're very
absolutely. And men have abdicated their role in society. Now women have to assume these leadership roles because men are weak.
Wait, but
there's too many men that are weak.
But men have always been the killers. So have they always been emotional?
Only if they're killing outside of the self. When they did outside of self-defense, yes.
No, any murder. The point is they've always been this way.
Not be evolved.
Even when they did not. 1 second. Even when they did not abdicate their responsibility and had this period of time when men were the jar saying, they still killed more.
Not the evolved man. The man who was emotional.
That's not the argument. That's a different argument. Wait a minute. Not the evolved man.
Evolved men don't kill for sport.
That's not the point. The point is that regardless of the familial or social arrangements, men have always killed more.
Yes. Because we all start off balling.
So if they have more testosterone, why wouldn't the testosterone regulate that and knock that down?
Because it's not the only factor. Testosterone mixed with, but it needs to be teamed up with or tagged up with a spiritually evolved man.
You didn't even know his argument, but somehow now you can make the argument. I'm talking about what you said. He wasn't making a spiritual argument. He was saying it's testosterone that keeps them from being violent and aggressive and all that stuff, which makes no sense.
Okay, so again, I already said to you earlier, I can't speak to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's what I mean.
But what I can say that the man,
how one can have testosterone, more testosterone, be less, like how having more testosterone in men would make you less aggressive than estrogen. I've never heard of estrogen as the hormone of aggression, ever.
If we accept what he says is true, testosterone is not the only driving or governing factor in one man's ability to discipline himself and operate with violence only.
I know, but he was saying it was determinative. That's why he brought it up.
Well, I don't think we got a chance to fully investigate.
No. When he brought up this testosterone, he said what he said.
I've
never heard anybody say that before.
I've heard it before, but it's not that it's true. Does it make it true?
You've heard someone say that estrogen makes people more violent and aggressive?
No, not that argument.
That's what he said.
Estrogen makes women more emotional. That I've heard. I don't know about violent and whatever you just said.
How does estrogen make you more emotional?
I'm not a scientist. Please don't put me. All I'm saying is I've heard people say.
Okay. You've heard it. You got to repeat yourself. I got you.
Okay. So, but an evolved man.
All right.
Evolved men don't kill for sport.
Yes, they do. They did it in wars all the time.
Not for sport. They're not evolving. They're doing it for sport. If they're killing
Conquering
other
land is
humans
not
for sport,
You mean
if
the
they're
involved British when they were conquering India, and he said they weren't doing that for sport? What were they
they
doing?
were not spiritually
What is the
evolved.
death penalty?
That doesn't mean
They were not spiritually evolved. They were evolved in other ways.
that doesn't
They
mean
were not evolved spiritually.
that's a
Spiritual
different
man.
argument. That's a whole different thing.
That's important. That's the truth. If you're spiritually
That
evolved,
doesn't
don't
tell
kill
me
for sport.
Mother,
I appreciate your pushback because you forced me into more clear communication. The spiritually involved man would not kill for sport. Spiritually involved men only kill in the context of self-defense. Other humans. That's the truth.
That's called black and white thinking, brother. But anyway, it sounds like we're getting okay. It's fine that you have
the world is good and
you have an inaccurate view of reality. Okay, cool. Anyway,
so you don't even care to investigate my perspective.
Here. You tell me that it's not good.
Because you're wrong, man, Kennedy. You're just wrong.
You haven't even investigated my position.
Can somebody else speak? Okay,
don't be mad.
Okay, yeah. I've seen men killed for nothing, and there was no anger involved whatsoever.
Yeah.
So you're wrong.
Have you put them in a room and asked them and got to the root of their trauma? The root of their trauma was explained, and the root of the trauma in almost every case goes back to anger. All right. So root of trauma.
So
I've seen so many profiles of serial killers who've gone through things in their childhood that is rooted in anger related to a childhood trauma. If you can't accept that, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Thank you, please. Because Infinity is like the dead end, right? There's nothing there. There's nowhere to go. It's Infinity. And no offense to you, brother, obviously.
Don't call me,
but
that's not.
No, I mean it's a reality, bro. You're very dishonest.
And what about you?
Willfully obtuse.
You're willfully obtuse, and you're willfully dishonest. And you come into space and just arguing,
brother. One second, brother. Yes, we're all arguing. That's what we're here discussing.
No, I'm not here for arguing.
Look how silly you are, bro. You're like a 5-year-old. I didn't steal the money. You got the crumbs all over your face. Anyway, so I think I heard the rumblings of a gender war, and I was hoping that I could help to fan the flames. Now, somebody is making a claim about men and violence as if it's or killing, as if it's a one-sided thing. And we obviously know that women engage in killing as well. I guess you'd say to like a lesser degree. But then if we included abortions, I think they would probably put it down. Yep, we're being. We're doing a one second. We're gonna do a holistic analysis of the killings by the genders, and when we run the head-to-head numbers, it seems like the women are very, very, very capable in that department. So while you might try to portray this one-sided issue, we can clearly, So we can clearly see that it is the unjustified killing of an innocent fetus, and we call that murder. Have a nice day. So if you were to say, I killed you for financial reasons, or I killed you for inconvenience, or this, that, and the third, you would easily see how that justification would no longer be applicable.
So you
right?
I'm just saying, I promise you don't want to get into a back and forth with me on abortion.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to say something.
Abortion is definitely murder.
So you're under the understanding that, so you also believe that women commit more murders than men because they.
Do I believe that?
I'm asking you because that was what.
I don't even think that it's I don't think it's a competition of who does it more, as opposed to that there seems to be a strong propensity from both, right?
So are women literally? Are they actually doing their own abortions?
If you hire it out or you do it yourself, I just take it to be the same. If you hire it out or you do it, I'm responding to your question. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want. No, it's a murder. All the tactics that you're gonna employ. It's like hiring a hitman. Hold on, resistance. All the tactics that you're gonna employ, I'm gonna show you how it was used against the Negro. Or some other.
This is why I feel
late term
abortion
dehumanize them.
like
Got you. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point.
You fornicating women ain't taking executed from having so many abortions. That's what needs to be done. That's what will stop all the killing of all these children. No, it's really the stupid women because they like fornicating with loser men. So therefore, execute.
Oh my God, you are the loser. You should be.
Yeah, just like you prostitutes that sleep around, fornicate, you get pregnant, and then want to murder the child by hiring a filthy white terrorist. They get paid by the government, the insurance money to abort innocent children.
About murdering men. Did you not hear Brooklyn say that? There you go. She's talking about
murdering women after they have the abortion should be legal also.
Y'all do it when women are pregnant anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
She's playing the victim card.
Women throw themselves down steps just to kill the baby.
Yeah, well, it's her body.
Women pick fights with men so they can get punched in the stomach so they can abort the baby.
They can't. It's
like overbearing for them to figure out that they have to go to work to take care of a child one day. This is how disgusting the nature of these fornicating women are.
Between the three of them on stage, one of them has a felony, so I really don't care.
Women have the biggest felony. They murder white men. They murder the children.
Tell us more about ourselves, God. How uneducated are we? How bad is our credit? What else?
You know how uneducated we are? These dykes, when they go to prison, they start rug munching after they kill their children.
You know what I was thinking about?
What do men do when they see God
let's not do that. What I was thinking about. Okay, all right.
Women created AIDS for that.
So,
oh my God.
AIDS spread because of women created AIDS because they made men go crazy. Go gay.
This nigga is stupid.
So now it's our fault that they're gay. It's our fault that you suck as a man, period.
No, it's your fault that you guys suck as women. That's why you're murdering the children.
This is why they're not.
Men abdicated their role in society. It's man's fault. Men shouldn't have abdicated their role in society. Therefore, you wouldn't need so many women in leadership.
But Infinity, you just agreed that men are more emotional than women, so what do you mean? I think they're
what I said was, I didn't say
right where they're supposed to be.
No, look, I think men and women are both emotional at the start. But men, at the start,
we're emotional enough.
I think there's a direct result.
Killing people, then I don't think we're emotional enough.
Wait, I don't think. Look. I think there is a direct result. Let me just say this real quick. You got it. So I apologize because I'm working within the design of the enemy. And when I say the enemy, I don't mean the white man. I don't mean the black man. I mean the powerful man. And what the powerful man has done is he has destabilized the family because obviously that makes a fractured community more easily conquerable. Is we can get past our petty differences, maybe one day, maybe not today, and then we can realize that this division was by design for manageability, and it serves none of us, right? So whatever your beefs are, I hope you can, find a way to get over them on both sides, and we can realize that we can stop working within the point of the rich who are, doing this intention to make us more better. I don't know if you can see that.
I agree with you. It's just that the desire of the enemy, the actual enemy is the.
You can really go fuck yourself. So.
All right, so you're not ready. Okay.
No.
What about you, Brooklyn?
On women's bodies, you can really go fuck yourself.
We already know that you don't even want to do that.
Brother, I think it's true. I think more emotional when it comes to children because women don't have emotion. That's why they murder so many children.
We don't have emotion.
Not when it comes to children. Y'all want to kill them.
We're more emotional, but not emotional.
The emotion goes to zero when it comes to children.
Who raised you? Your father? Did your father raise you?
Mother and father. They've been over 50 years.
But who played the biggest role? Because you
both played role.
Women are not. So why are you saying?
My mother's not come from the call for you generation.
What you basing it?
My mother's not from that era. I'm basing it on the abortions that all you sluts and boys have. Because you're fornicators. You don't believe in marriage. You just want to sleep around with a lot of men. Let them bust in y'all and they complain when they leave.
Slut, though.
No, that's what you want. We know about you sluts. Come on. And you was in college. I know you fucked a lot of guys. Come on. I can see you. Come on.
Because of Brooklyn. We got here because of Brooklyn. It's because of you. You're the one that first talked about killing men. You're the one that got us here. That's not my buddy. Stop that. Look, you gotta be mature. You gotta be mature.
So you don't agree that women should be actually
be. That's so stupid. Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
He was clapping it up when he was saying.
Shut up. You're a liar. You're a deceitful person. Anyway, good practice. Anyway, so.
After-birth abortion should be legal.
Put you down. We'll put him down now and bring him back up. That's the rule that we used to do in season 2. Anyway, welcome to Politically Correct, everybody. Happy month. Come on, let me reset. Nobody wasn't talking. I don't speak much. I definitely just want to join the show. What's going on? Welcome to Politically Correct. Of course, shout out to Patty, First Lady, BAN, coming in here daily, opening up these spaces for y'all to come in here and have the banter. I've been listening all day. I couldn't talk, but not all day. I've been in and out all day. There's some interesting conversations. I just hope that everybody's doing well. Happy Monday. Hopefully we get some news so we can talk about movies, talk about music. Let's have some fun like we usually do. If I'm correct, I believe tonight is game 1. Go Knicks. Philly, y'all ain't my brother for the next couple of days. The city, I call it the city of unbrotherly love. Anyway, it goes, supposed to be the city of brotherly love. There's some shicey individuals. That's everywhere. But I'm going to take shots at Philly because I ain't got no love for y'all because it's all about the Knicks. Anybody want to talk? The mic is open.
Why did I get moved?
Can I put it? I didn't move. Hold on. I did not move you, brother. I'm just doing a reset.
All right, bro. I just asked. Just go. All right, bro. You don't got to get all excited.
Anyway, welcome to the room. Hope everybody's having a great day. Let's keep it fun. Let's not disrespect each other. Come on. We don't need to fight. We don't need to fight. We don't need to be disrespectful.
Well, to be fair, that white man came in here and set off this whole gender war dynamic.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, you wasn't even here, so you mind your business.
I thought you were talking about resistance.
Nothing to do with it. I just wanted to know because he said that men did better at raising the children. I just wanted to know how you came to that conclusion. A statistic that when black men are more involved with their children, shit. That is the funniest statistic that men could come up with. Black men are the most involved fathers. They trying to try.
Can you stop hating us, bro? Can you stop hating us?
That's just the funniest thing. It's so hilarious. Basically, they saying that you niggas don't work.
Can AI cure Brooklyn of her misandry? Because it's not healthy, bro. The hate is just not healthy. It's okay with shits and giggles. It's okay with the shits and giggles. But when you went to the
thing to me. I think that
Does
it's
that
an
bother
insult
you?
to black
Why does that bother you?
Concrete, I have a question.
It's an insult that black men are involved?
I have a question.
That's crazy.
I have a question for you. If there were 1,000 embryos versus 10 newborn babies, and one of them was going to die and you could only save the other group, which one would you save?
Oh, wow. Are you doing the trolley problem? Oh, wow. Oh, my God. So if I were consistent, obviously,
embryonic
life.
It's not really.
If I were consistent, if I were consistent,
it actually
if I were consistent,
that's not a trolley problem. Like hypothetical. This has to do with value. Because there's actually more embryos than babies.
So
okay, and now you have your thumb over your mic, old man.
So it's not the trolley problem. The trolley problem is a the trolley problem is a ethical thought experiment asking whether it is moral. The trolley problem is a foundational ethical thought experiment asking whether it is moral to sacrifice one person to 5 others.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying here.
But in Ada's example, it was 10 people versus 1,000 people.
10 babies.
So all she did was change the numbers. All she did was change the numbers and keep the scenario. Thus, we call it the trolley problem. Thus, we call it the trolley problem.
Concrete.
So the reason.
It's not the same.
1 second, ma'am.
No, hold on. Let me
calm down. You can correct the record when I'm done.
Let me clarify.
You can correct the record when I'm done.
No. You're muddying the waters here.
Calm down, ma'am. Divine, can you get this woman to stop accosting me?
No, let me
I just want to engage in.
No, let me. How are you going to engage?
I'm trying to finish.
Shut up.
Nisa, it's my turn. Nisa, it's my turn. You have to tell her to shut up. I don't want to be controlled by wayward women.
No, you're muddying the waters. You're not answering the question I'm asking.
I just unhand me, ma'am. Unhand me, ma'am. She is wayward. Just tell her to stop. Just tell her to stop. Control herself. No. She can correct you when I'm done. She can correct you when I'm done. She can correct you when I'm done.
No.
Let me just let her play. Just let her play. Yes, I'm gonna cry. Thank you. All tears matter. Thank you. So this is yes. So Ada obviously is somebody who can't deal with reality and wants to try to lie her way. So let me go over everything now. 1 second. You're squeezing too hard.
All right, go, Concrete. Answer the question.
Yeah. So this is again
Yes, ballerina dance before.
a foundational ethical thought experiment asking whether it is moral to sacrifice one person to save 5 others.
Okay, we heard that.
Usually involving
No one asked
runaway
her.
trolley. It pits ulteriarism against deontology. Maximizing good outcomes.
Yeah, you're done.
Maximizing good outcomes.
I'm saving the baby.
Materialism
I'm not saving the
against deontology. Duty-based morality. Devised, it was originally utilitarian. Devised by philosopher Philippa
No one asked.
in 1967. I'm trying to help the audience out. It explores the morality.
Information. We didn't answer no question.
Let him go. It's gonna take longer. Just let him go.
Thank you. It explores the morality. It explores the morality of action. It explores It explores the morality of action versus inaction. Now, for me, because I understand the emotional weight of somebody losing a child versus losing an embryo, and I understand the damage that it would cause psychologically and how it would reverberate through a community, because those 10 children have 20 parents and possibly siblings and on and on. And I understand how that damage
my hypo included none of this.
Differently. 1 second.
My hypo included none of this.
1 second.
Wait, Adal, did you just 1 second, 1 second, Concrete. Adal, did you graduate?
Talking to me now. Congratulations. Y'all are cross talking. Let me just play it.
Yay! Congratulations, Sarah. Can you send me your Cash App? I like to send a little graduation gift. I am so proud of you, Sarah. Yay! You look so pretty.
Yeah, bro.
Congratulations. Shut the fuck up. Congratulations, girl.
I always find an occasion to be animals. I don't know why.
Oh my God. I am so proud of y'all. I'm so proud of my little soror, y'all. Yay.
She just like took
I'm graduating.
30 hours.
You're graduating too, Lisa? Don't forget to send me your
school.
Girl, I'm graduating too. No, Adal, send me your Cash App. Brunch on me. Yeah, I'm so proud of y'all don't remember when Adal went into school, y'all, and look at my little soror graduating.
What major?
She's graduating from law school.
Oh my God! Congratulations.
Oh, was that okay that I told? Damn, my bad.
Congratulations.
Oh shit.
She's mentioned it in other roles.
Shit, my bad.
Let her keep handling it.
I'm so proud of her. Wait, she's official now. This is below her pay grade. I'm stepping in. This is below her pay grade to argue with Concrete. She's gonna have an hourly rate to argue with crackheads on Clubhouse now. She's official, so saying that. But anywho, serious congratulations. I saw that and I've been meaning to tell you. Congratulations.
Where Concrete go? Concrete, raise your hand again.
I didn't move him down.
Where's death on black men?
My fingers slipped.
Doctor, I really am.
I'm kidding. I didn't move him. You guys know I moved him.
It's afterbirth abortions. That's all I wish for. I didn't wish any of you all were dead yet. But I'm just saying, afterbirth abortion should be legal.
Wait, what's the yet? Why the yet? Anyway, let's be real. All right.
Oh, Lord. How did y'all get here?
I don't understand. We usually have a good time. You know, the topics change. You know, we do news, we do music and culture and movies and books and authors and philosophy and theology. What's going on today? What's actually Miriam's fault. Miriam, don't do that. Don't do that.
You know what the funny thing is?
Miriam's fault.
Dan, he is right, because Miriam's food stamps. No, they were linked together, because Dan was like, how in the world did we go from abortion to food stamps? And we ended up in abortion nonetheless. Like, who the fuck even cares about Iowa?
Wait, and then she left? Oh, shit. We're going to get Miriam when she comes back. We're going to mess up her karma. But anyway, the mic is open, guys. I guess
we need to get you about that Anthony Edwards conversation.
Oh, hell no, we're not going back. We're not.
All right. I'm letting everybody know that I'm removing FBA because something is fucking wrong with you. And let me block your ass before I boot you because you're weird.
Don't boot him till I read.
Okay. Well, I just blocked him first before I boot him. The fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
All right, wait, let me find his ass in the chat again. Bye-bye, weirdo. How about you suck wankers in the hallway? Bitch. I'm sorry, I'm a hush. I know I have a habit of ruining entertainment.
Niggas like him need to be aborted after birth, see?
From a cherry devil.
was Pikachu, that crazy person from New York. He is despicable. You know the Kiani, look at his
Yes, that weirdo.
You talking about You talking about
Rodney said Sophia's back. Rodney, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Did you say
Yes, that's him.
Yes, and he's the one who said he was going to rape me violently.
What? No.
Block him.
Then why the fuck is he blocked?
You're talking about
Bianchi, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Pikachu is what I call him.
Well, I blocked him. God damn.
Thank you.
Oh, man. See my first lady on break.
Well, you guys have been real today. It's been a long time since I sat in here all day at work. I have been trying to reduce my phone, the volume. I'm like, oh my God, okay, they hear this coming to my earplug. Let me reduce. But it's been enjoyable. Thank you for getting me through the day. Appreciate you.
Paco, my son drew that picture when he was in middle school. And I was showing somebody last night because I couldn't remember if it was Vegeta or Goku or whoever that is. I can't remember. But yeah, I forgot that I had it. Well, let me piss off Divine and say something good about Mom Donnie. Did you see what I tagged you with on Instagram, Divine? Mom Donnie is starting a task force or something where he's going to look into a lot of the black homes that are being stolen by those deeds.
I didn't see what you sent me, but I did hear about him adjusting the deed theft. And yeah, there's a big movement. They're telling people how to, sign up to receive certain alerts if something is going on with your house. Look, I say it all the time. I troll a lot with Mom Donnie. I want him to do well.
Bus, Divine, and say you
No. I'm not getting on the free bus, but I will allow him to do his job. I wish him well. This is not an easy job. I want him to be successful. I just don't want him to piss off the people. And you know how New Yorkers are. It's not hard to piss us off.
You're the only one that's pissed off.
No, he's the only person I know that doesn't appreciate what Mondami is doing and appreciates his platform. I mean, really, Divine, seriously, I'm not just making that up. No, I'm saying the person I know.
I'm not alone. A lot of people have an issue with him. A lot of people thought he would put certain individuals into positions, and he did not. But that's his choice, I'm not going to get emotional about it, but I'm watching you, Mom Donnie. Got my eye on you, just like with any other mate.
It's so much fun to trigger Divine when it comes to Mom Donnie.
Prayers to Giuliani, Divine.
Again?
Have you sent out your thoughts and prayers to Giuliani?
See, I'm going to be respectful. I'm not going to even tell you how I feel about Giuliani. May he rest in peace.
Wait, Rudy Giuliani died?
Yeah.
He's in green.
One second. Y'all right. Rudy, let me tell you, this is what Trump had to say about that. He said, our fabulous Rudy Giuliani, a true warrior and the best mayor in the history of New York City by far, has been hospitalized and is in critical condition. What a tragedy that he was treated so badly by the radical left lunatics, Democrat ball. And he was right about everything. They cheated on the elections, fabricated hundreds of stories, did anything possible to destroy our nation.
Why are you talking about you swatted for this?
Look at Rudy. So sad, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
What the fuck is wrong with that nigga? Did he pay them black women their money? That's what I want to know about Rudy. Remember that he had to sell the condo? Okay, good.
When? Well, I guess nobody really cared that much about Rudy.
Remember they sued him for, what did he say?
When did he get the Matrix.
When did he what, First Lady?
You're in the Matrix.
When did he pay those women? I think that's what she was trying to say.
Wasn't it recently? Because they had to,
Yes.
he had to, like, I remember reading, like, he had to give them some watches and everything in, like, an old-ass, Mercedes. Lord, now I'm putting Mandami in here. Rudy, yeah, and the condo. It was two older black women, too, wasn't it?
One old one, young. They were workers in Atlanta.
Huh? Okay, thank you, Ben. But I was like, yay! Yes, he settled. Okay, they won $148 million. This says January 2025. Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Shout out to them. Good. Oh, crackhead.
Back to Mom Donnie. I gave him his props when he reached out to the family of that young boy that passed away in Roy Wilkins Park. He's pushing for the universal pre-K. He's trying to extend the hours. Yeah, I guess I am on the bus. I mean, he's trying to do some things, so we'll see what happens.
No, he's doing a lot of great things, because that's a problem everywhere, y'all. And I just read it, like, I like this guy. Everybody likes this guy.
You know what
like, you see his bicycling through the city and stuff?
I was about to just say that. You know what he did yesterday? Yes, the annual 5-borough bicycle ride. I don't know why he had a suit and tie on, but he did the bicycle.
Damn, Divine. You know what? It's so fun to trigger you. I literally look for news.
I'm not triggered, bro. Just for the occasion. Why do you have a shirt and tie and riding a 10-speed? Just like,
Hey, why do rappers wear sunglasses in the pitch black in clubs?
I can have
Is
an
it sunny in
opinion.
the club?
I can have an opinion. He should have dressed that. He should have put on.
I didn't say you couldn't have an. Alright, that's
I didn't say that. You didn't say that. I was just saying.
I know you can have an opinion. I was asking you about your opinion. I was going to say, I actually don't care. You got it. He's expanding child care, but he was riding a bike in a suit. All right, yeah, stick it away.
Yeah, you can hate
he looked weird in a suit doing the 5.
No, he didn't. I think he looks cute. But anywho, this is what Mamdani did. Why I love to trigger troll Divine. As of April 2026, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani has launched the Office of Deed Theft Prevention to combat fraudulent property title transfers, which have disproportionately impacted homeowners in predominantly black and brown neighborhoods. Led by attorney Peter White, the office aims to identify fraudulent filings and support victims. This action followed the arrest of council member Chi Ose during an anti-eviction protest. Deed theft has been rampant, with over 3,500 complaints filed in New York City between 2013 and 2023, particularly in Brooklyn and Queens. So the fact that they're actually saying that it impacts predominantly black and brown neighborhoods, which is true, y'all. Like, I just wanted to troll Divine. But shout out to Mamdani. I don't know why Every doesn't have this, seriously. So, I'm a fan. I'm a fan, seriously. I like this guy. I wish he was my mate.
I'm a fan, too.
That was a feeble attempt at a gotcha, and you're lucky your auntie came and saved.
Or Soror. Auntie Soror.
Yeah, I totally forgot about you. Concrete.
Yeah, you gotta work on your setups. That sucked.
Yeah, you running sucked, so.
Talking about your auntie fucking saved your life.
You still can't answer the question.
Did answer the question. The 10
You
children.
didn't.
10 children. Say it again. 10 children.
Oh, really? So you said all of that the same now as the 10 children. So you'll let the embryos die.
Were they alive?
Murderer.
Were they alive?
Oh, they weren't alive.
Embryos are alive?
Oh. Embryos are what?
Okay,
that was crazy. He didn't even know what an embryo is. Okay, got you.
So sorry, we're going to
design for the Met, and I just found it to be so sculptural. Also showing off your form. And I think just like how it drapes and yet has so much that's like angular at the same time. I feel like they're canvas, and I just can't believe that I got to come here with them.
You pulled it off perfectly. So let's talk about your role in Love Story. How did style influence that? Because Carolyn is incredibly stylish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it really, obviously she's so well known for her sartorial choices. And I think being in the costume fittings, I really understood, how to carry myself as Carolyn. Because clothing makes you feel, it can change how you hold yourself.
Absolutely.
Change how you walk through a room. And I think understanding her, or at least projecting her emotional choices and why she wore certain clothes, things that felt more like armor, or things that felt very comfortable.
Right.
When you look at pictures of her, you really see her essence and aura first. So I think I just sort of kind of meditated on that a bit, and the clothes were very, very transformative.
Absolutely. And you were just incredible.
Thanks.
So I hope you have the best time tonight.
Thank
for
you.
stopping to chat.
Likewise. Yeah, thank you for chatting with me.
Of course. Thank you.
All right.
Here with Hudson Williams. All right, Hudson, tell me about this makeup look, because this is cool.
Okay, we have two stories going on. We have this one, which is kind of like an crystal, and the makeup is inspired by Black Swan, because me and my group were Ica, love that movie. We wanted to reference cinema, and kind of wanted to do the White Swan, Black Swan a little bit.
Your artist,
You did a great job on it. Thank you.
I kept up looking at it too. Really
It's
cool.
crazy, right? And the hair too.
Yeah, it's cool.
No, it's insane.
Definitely cool. So tonight, Hudson is all about celebrating the body in all its forms. So what's something you appreciate most about your look?
I like how it listens to me. When I treat it right, it gives me back how much work I put into it. And then it hates me when I don't, but that's okay. And yeah.
I think that's the story of everyone's life.
Yeah.
Treat it good, you get good stuff back. Treat it bad, it doesn't like us.
Yells at me.
Exactly. Well, I hope you have the best time tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. Thank you, Hudson. I love you.
I've always been drawn to things.
Did y'all like Rachel Zegler? Blindfold
right now.
I like it.
Biggest night. It's just gonna radiate. Oftentimes when I'm sourcing on eBay is for the material itself to utilize in the garment.
We love to source and give them a whole new life. If you can look and you have the eye, then that's it. Lady Gaga? I didn't see her yet. I see what you mean about scissors dress. I like the top one more.
Princess Rosie and Deadpool. Okay, can you tell us about the inspiration of the ensemble?
Well, Sam Probable Garage.
Thank you very much.
Right. Baby, sexy man. I'm so sorry.
No. I mean, it's not about me. It's about them.
I mean, I see lots of blade. I see lots of draping, embroidery. Can you guys talk about what you're wearing tonight and the inspiration?
Of course, I'm wearing trouble, of course.
Yeah.
And for the look, we trouble beautifully
vintage chiffon saree.
Oh, so
and yes, and for the look, we wanted to do something that felt true to myself and where I come from. So the gown inspired by the Indian sari, and for the color is also very intentional. I'll say home city Jaipur. The color is
Lady Gaga is giving Lady Gaga.
We wanted this to be an ode to our home city. The pearls are also very intentional.
That lady is
Maharani
like a
Lady of Jaipur. She was famously known for wearing chiffons and pearls.
Who's your?
Who's my great grandmother.
Wow, I just love the top.
Yeah.
So
And
wonderful.
Maharani just advised me, that she was the best dressed lizard, so badly fair to everyone. As you see,
And she's busted down.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Okay, Your Highness, walk us through.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I'm very happy too. And for both of us, it was very important to represent where we come from. Prabal made that possible for us from the get-go. He wanted us to feel comfortable. He wanted us to carry our little slice of home with us.
Yeah.
I'm wearing something that we call a fulgar. This is what men in deserts in back in India wear in the winter. These are quilted jackets, and we've got a little bit of embroidery, which is very local to Jaipur as well. The motifs on my fulgar are actually inspired by women in our home. And then not to miss is my little bag.
Wow!
The bag.
Is that a full mirror? It is! Wait, I need my Okay. Wow!
Yeah, and it represents much. And these shoes are very special. And I want to shout out to the person who gave these to me. This person who works for our family for 50 years. And he gifted them to me a few weeks ago when I told him I'm inviting that person to the Met Gala. He probably doesn't even know what the Met Gala is. Super excited.
But you have to say
Yeah, we made it.
Oh, it's so wonderful. I love that you brought so much of their history and this. And tonight, what everyone was looking forward to. Oh, we've been here a million times.
Yeah.
What are you guys excited?
Yeah.
What number are you on at this point?
Sorry?
What number are you on?
I think it's more like 14.
My second met was with Proggle.
Yeah,
What are you guys excited to see tonight?
I mean, it's both of our first time at the Met, so I'm very excited and honored to be in a room full of so many inspiring people. So honestly, just very curious to see what happens behind the curtain.
More about that.
I told you about this.
Yeah.
I also do want to mention our mother and grandparents.
Yeah.
40 years ago. Good time, really.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Yeah.
I'm a popcorn and I want to find I like the story. Since I'm chatting with you guys, it's so interesting.
That's the history of the lineage is what I think, one thing is right now the world looks at India as this new country or something like that. The history and the autism is so vast. I mean, all the things that we learn about this country in so many ways. So I was like, this is the perfect way of showcasing the side of
You always show up.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
He's the one to come with, especially on your first one. So much fun.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God, the models came out tonight.
Oh, really? Thank you guys. Have fun.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
Iconic moments with an icon herself. Cher is here. So glad you stopped by. I was so excited when I saw you. What are you most excited about here tonight?
I love to see people expressing themselves, and it gives me ideas and encouragement about the generations that are coming up. And I don't know, because I remember at the first Met Gala, I was naked, and so people were upset about it, but now they wouldn't even give it a thought.
And now it's all about that.
Yeah, it's all about that, always. But I was real skinny, so there was nothing really showing. Well, that's not exactly, but it wasn't much.
Well, you look absolutely gorgeous as ever. Anything or anyone, we talked about what you're looking forward to, but anyone that you're looking forward to seeing tonight.
Mount Street.
Love that.
She's my friend.
Love that. And we know she's going to shut it down the same way you did. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. All right, for sure.
Here, you might want to.
Yeah, got it.
I'm listening to the Matt Miller.
dress today by Mateo, embroidered with metallic sequin leaves. 15,000 of them. I counted them myself. Wow. Yeah, I feel like the mosaic artwork coming alive. It's like mermaid. Look like one. I'm in theme. Everything is glowing with me. You look so. Thank you. You too. I'm obsessed with your hair right now. You give me a different look every time I see you. I love it. Thank you. And what are you looking forward to the most tonight? Because there's so many surprises. So much. I know. You know what? I had a really peaceful day today. Surprisingly. So I hope that it continues inside, and I get to see my girls, Blackpink girls inside. That sounds so exciting. It's gonna be a fun night. It's gonna be a great night. Stop it. Love you too. Thank you so much. I just want to know what Sierra was like. Sierra was like, I don't know, like 4 hours. Yeah, every piece was like laid like neatly. This is unbelievable. The hair is insane. We got Nefertiti energy going on. Modern day Nefertiti. Yeah. Well, you know what? Well, like Cara, you know, Cara's gonna take it far. Yes, no, but I'm wearing my inspiration is Nefertiti, the modern day version, Egyptian queen regality. And yes, I got my grills in, got gold on gold on gold.
I didn't hear about the grills. I should have my grills.
You missed that. But there's a representation of power, independence. You know, Nefertiti was very, very powerful. She had to be strong. She had to be tough. And I want to represent that. She's also inspired so many people like Grace Jones in our music industry. And so I'm glad I can join the bunch of women that are representing Nefertiti.